in my utilities sometimes.
You are. I do not.
Yes. So should I do it with a wax? It's only a few. It's I know the Amex. I've got a car payment that I send in.
You said I'd write a check
for that 92 Corolla.
Rodrigo gets his.
I pay check for my yard guy
and my pool guy. Yeah. So they're roughly 4. Everything else is set up finally.
Yeah,
after years.
Thanks, Maddie.
Maggie handles all the finances, but I mean, occasionally they will do water work or something. And this is how I found out that we don't pay a water bill, that it is paid for by the HOA. The other day, the water wasn't working. And I was like, did you forget to pay the water bill? That's just how I grew up. Yeah. Did you forget to pay the water bill?
Oh, God, did they come get us?
And she's like, what do you mean we don't pay a water bill? And I said, well, that's a problem. They've shut it off. And she's like, no, the HOA pays for it. Yeah, HOA pays for it.
Yeah, we've got a buddy. His ex-wife used to, notation X, she used to forget to pay the water bill every now and then.
Oof. You don't want to forget.
Yeah, he was like, water got cut off today.
Yeah. $33.
And they had money. Yeah,
I know. It's not like you're broke. Yeah.
All right, that's the show today. SEC Media Days continue. Is the O'Gara show?
Connor and Will, are they there yet, Tyler?
Are they there yet?
Is there another power outage? We've had one. Tyler in the struggle bus.
Yeah, maybe we didn't.
There we go.
There we go. Those guys are standing by.
We got Connor and Will. There's no power outage.
It's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday,
That's
Thursday,
every day
right?
this week, assuming we have power, and that has been a fight. In Tampa, we're fighting for power.
Are we able to talk to these guys in this transition? Or
I think we can.
Yeah, guys, can you tell us? Has there been more power outages today, Connor O'Gara?
Yeah, we can hear you guys. Can you guys hear us?
Oh, yeah,
everything
man.
sounds perfect. Y'all look fantastic. I mean, Will looks like maybe. Will, did you have a good time last night, Will?
Wow.
Oh no, man! I'm chilling. I'm big chilling. I feel extra rated today, man. Yesterday was a stressful one.
Yeah. Any power outages today, Connor? Any more?
Yeah, we had one at noon. And I want to thank LT for pointing out that apparently I had LT was saying that I had I missed a spot shaving or something like that, which I went up. He was so in my head, I went up to my room and asked him about that. And I did not see it. I have no idea to this day.
Wow.
24 hours later, what LT was talking about.
Yeah,
but we're good. We're locked and loaded, ready to roll.
False
We're
alarm.
unravelable today.
Yeah, shadowing. I just thought maybe it was a light shadow.
Maybe. How's the chili there? Did you guys venture in and try the media mill, which is chili, which is amazing that they're doing this?
Say that again. I couldn't quite get that in.
Chili. The media mill was chili today.
Oh, I don't think it was chili. No, we had succotash. We had some flank steak. We had some chicken, some tater tots. There was standard good old American food.
There was a photo of chili, a multi-bean chili. So
the rumors were spreading on Tampa.
Succotash. I like succotash.
Okay, we're cutting into the great OG kickoff here, so let's pass it off now. We'll shut up. You guys do your thing. Take it away in Tampa, guys.
It is presented by Culver's. Our friends at Culver's, welcome to Delicious. And you can find Culver's in Birmingham, Stadium Trace, out at 150 near the Hoover Met. Also, Tattersall Park, Highway 280, the gooey golden cheese curds, those crispy crinkle-cut fries, those great custards. But nothing beats that butter burger that you get right there at Culver's. Culver's, welcome to Delicious. Time for the OG Kickoff live from Tampa.
When you crave activity like we do, you belong in the Roback family. Get the best golf wear, hoodies, and activewear for men and women at Roback.com. Use promo code TNR20 to get 20% off your order. That's Roback.com, promo code TNR20.
When you trust a doctor with your life, they owe you proper care. If medical negligence left you or a loved one injured, you deserve answers and compensation. Alexander Shunnarah trial attorneys have recovered over $2 billion for their clients harmed by medical errors, misdiagnoses, and surgical mistakes. They fight hospitals and insurance companies so you can focus on healing. Don't wait. Medical malpractice cases have strict deadlines in Alabama. Call Alexander Shunnarah trial attorneys now for a free consultation. 659-777-7777 or alexwins.law. You pay nothing unless they win. Physical office location, Birmingham.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown. The next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
New show now on a Wednesday. SEC Media Days roll on day 3. Alabama's day at SEC Media Days. We've got Kalen DeBoer from the main room, Ryan Coleman-Williams, and a lot more Alabama to get to, including in the opening segment here. Later on, Greg Sankey sending a warning sign, not directly at Dabo Swinney, but there's only a matter of time before Dabo reacts to something Greg Sankey said yesterday to Talk Mississippi. We'll discuss that and get into a hot seat list where Andy Staples is not afraid to say the quiet part out loud about one coach out in the Big Ten. But we start with Kalen DeBoer. If you can give me cut number 12, if you can, Tyler. Kalen DeBoer in the main room here. He gets asked, I mean, what do you think the first question, probably the 16th question, the 22nd question, and the 30th question is to Kalen DeBoer today?
Why are you some bitches so soft up front? is that did I word it differently?
No, it's about quarterbacks, of course, man. Quarterbacks.
Yeah. Even if they're,
I don't know about you guys. I think the bigger question, though, my gosh, Kalen DeBoer's got better tan than all of them. I think the bigger question, though, is physically up front on both sides of the ball. Like, Kalen DeBoer always gets quarterback right. I mean, I understand people want to know who the starting quarterback is. But,
offensive line questions aren't sexy. I mean, that's just the truth of it. Is the easy question is about quarterback, and it's the thing that gets the clicks.
Let's get the quarterback, since we put it in our thing to get the clicks today. Let's put it.
We talked about it.
Let's get it right off the bat. Caleb Brown's like, what did he say? And I said, I don't know yet. I just know he's going to be asking.
So I said, put it in the headline.
Let's hear what Kalen DeBoer says about the quarterbacks in Tuscaloosa.
Both of them are more than capable. I think they're high-level elite quarterbacks. Fortunately, we have them both in our program, and it's going to be a competition that's going to lead to a tough decision. It's one that we're fortunate to have, and it's going to be one that when we do make the decision that we'll be confident we'll do a great job, because they are two guys that are well respected by our entire football team because of how they work, who they are as people, and the production and what they look like on the football field.
So I'll say the thing first. I believe that to be true, that it's still a full quarterback battle. You're good at making bet and lines and things like that. If I said how many different starting quarterbacks, I said starting quarterbacks, does Alabama have? Take away injuries.
Yeah. If I take away injuries.
So this is just I've lost my job for performance, basically?
Or maybe I start one the first game, and by the time we get to a road game in Lexington week 2, it's a different guy.
I would say, let me look at this. Who do they open with again?
East Carolina.
East Carolina. Florida State's week 3. I mean, that's the one where
I'm going to say
road game at Kentucky week 2.
I'm going to say 1. And I do think it is very strange that Austin Mack is hung around. Like, I don't know what the market was for him in the portal.
Yeah, it had to be something, right?
It had to be something. But I think Russell's going to be the guy. Although I do agree with and look, this is, cliche coaches speak. Both guys could do it. The team loves both. It seems like, from at least people I've talked to in Tuscaloosa, there is a lot of respect for Austin Mack, but it just also seems on the other side like Russell's got too much talent to keep him off the field. So I think the time is now. They'll immerse him. I don't think the moment will be too big, and I think I heard somebody, and it might have been Dusty Dvorak, or it might have been Doring, but I don't think the quarterback position is going to be as efficient as it was last year.
Well, I was going to ask that question. I was going to play the over-under game for whoever the starter is.
I mean, Ty Simpson was a pleasant surprise, but I don't think the number is going to be any different.
Over or under 64.5 completion percentage? Would you take the over or the under?
I would go over.
I would go over.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's about a medium. Kind of mid-range right now.
Yeah.
Over
I'd
under.
put it at 66. Not a lot over. I'd go 66.
Over under 237 a game passing.
Over.
Well, I'd like to think they're going to run the ball a little bit better.
Yeah. Well, that opens up passing too, though. There's
I'd like to say 260 passing and give me 100 more yards rushing.
Okay. It's going to be a good offense.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Over or under 28 touchdowns.
Passing?
Uh-huh.
I'm going to take that back a little bit because I think there might be some more with the legs.
Yeah. I'm going to say 24, 2 a game.
Okay. Yeah. Over under 5 picks.
I'm going to go over that.
I'll go over that.
Five's pretty low.
Yeah. I mean, if you only have 5 picks with either one of these guys, that's pretty amazing.
I mean, that was the lowest of other than Trinidad. Well, Lowest of somebody that started start to finish.
Yeah.
That's the way I'll put it. Trinidad Chambliss didn't get the full starting.
Very fair.
Got to risk the biscuit a little bit.
Yeah, you do. So, I mean, you guys went over on a lot of those numbers from Ty Simpson.
Yeah. I mean, it's Alabama quarterback. I mean, when is the expectations ever
Under.
too high?
Yeah.
But, I mean, this was also a reflection, and I know sacks are part of this, but 93 rushing yards for Ty last year and only 2 rushing touchdowns. Like, I think that could be more, obviously not if Austin Mack's guy, but maybe more in the 300-400 range.
Yeah.
With 5 to 8 touchdowns.
Yeah. So total touchdowns would be pretty close. Some just coming on the ground.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a problem, but I do think it's going to be one quarterback. Do you guys think there'll be multiple quarterbacks outside of injuries?
Outside of injuries, it would not surprise me if it's this close. If Kalen DeBoer is being one-to-woman lasso wrapped around him, telling me 100% of the truth, I could see a scenario where Austin Mack starts the East Carolina game, and by the time you kick off in Lexington, Keelan Russell has won the job.
See, I don't know if that's the way to do it. This is why he gets paid $10 million, but this is one of those $10 million decisions. Like, if it's that close and I make a decision, this is going to be my guy, and as long as he goes in and plays well, I'm not pulling him.
I'm just saying, I watched the greatest coach ever to do it in any sport, not quarterback battles, but coach the game of football, and he went into a season maybe twice.
Yeah, he did, and he messed up on both of them. He did.
I'm trying to think of the.
I mean,
Blake
Barnett was wrong, completely wrong.
Yeah, Blake
and
Barnett
Cooper Bateman was wrong.
But I don't think Blake Barnett. I don't think the plan there was for Jalen Hurts to win the job. I think Blake Barnett just went out there. I think they made a decision it was going to be Blake Barnett, and Jalen Hurts ended up being the guy.
Yeah, and Cooper Bateman was a Game 3 guy, too. And if you hear the backstory of that, there was a lot of Lane Kiffin in that one.
There was, but I think there was some.
Lane did not like Jake Coker, and Jake Coker and Lane did not get along.
He was still indecisive on who that guy was going to be. It wasn't clear cut. And I guess back to your point, if it's that close, and that's why I think if somebody comes in and doesn't pull a Blake Barnett or a Cooper Bateman, was it interceptions off of helmets at Ole Miss?
It was a mess
against Ole Miss.
See, I was going back. To me, it seems like somebody else started game 1, and then AJ came in and was the second quarterback.
So it was he and Star Jackson were the battle.
Is that right?
Like
That's what happened, right?
I'll go look.
We're gonna let them play it out on the field. We're not gonna name a starter yet. And
okay, well, that was a completely wrong decision. If Star did play, I don't remember that.
Am I misremembering that? And did the same thing not happen with Blake Sims as well?
I thought Sims started from the West Virginia game. Was it that West Virginia was the season opener?
Yeah.
And
But did the battle not go in where it was Blake and Jake, and then Blake was the guy after that?
Maybe.
I'm almost to the point, like, you got East Carolina at home. You're probably 24 to 27 point favorite. And even if whoever the guy is, whether it's Mack or Russell, you struggle a little bit. You let them play through the struggles. You hope in a good situation. We'll talk about a quarterback today that played in 8 games as a backup last year because they blew teams out. So there is a luxury element to blowing teams out and letting other guys get reps. So in a perfect world, Kalen DeBoer would love East Carolina, that game to be completely in hand in the third quarter, and whoever the second guy is gets plenty of reps. But I don't think you pull the plug on somebody until you go to Lexington. And I know that's dangerous, but until you struggle on the road in the SEC, I think that's the only way one of those other guys would get an opportunity. I've just got a feeling it's going to be Russell against East Carolina, and he'll stay in he'll be the starting quarterback for the 12 regular season games.
It was back on Sunday night, I think. I was just flipping through YouTube, and I was watching the 1980 to show you how modern-day media, we put so much emphasis on who QB1 is. I was watching the 1980 Alabama-Tennessee game in Knoxville, the ABC broadcast. Keith Jackson and Era Parsegian were the play-by-play guys. And Bear Bryant, in the first half, played 4 different quarterbacks, and he played them in this order. The starter, who was the kid.
Kevin Sheely?
No, the kid that ended up fumbling at Mississippi State, breaking the win streak.
Don Jacobs?
Don Jacobs.
Yeah.
The second quarterback that came in was 4th-string freshman Walter Lewis, because it was 3rd and 17, and they put him in the shotgun, and he completed a pass over the middle to get the first down. And then
Walter's the throwing quarterback.
His first throw of the game.
Yeah. 3rd and 17. What is Tennessee doing on defense?
And then the 3rd-string quarterback came in and led him down the field running that wishbone.
Who was that?
I can't remember his name now.
Still not Stephen Sheely?
And finally, the number 2 quarterback came in, and he fumbled on a pitch. running the triple option.
Right.
You know exactly what that was. He was downtown at Michael's the night before, literally 3 a.m. over a bourbon. He had lost a bet, and the guy was like, "Okay,
you got to play him.
You've got to play 4 quarterbacks
I dare
today."
you to play 4 quarterbacks in the first game against Tennessee.
And that's such a flex of like how he could recruit and just own all of these people on scholarship back in the day.
So I don't know if back in the day they used to worry about who the quarterback was, and if the old saying, if you got 2, you don't have 1, didn't happen until after that, because they used to play quarterbacks a lot. I'm not saying that to say that we'll go all season long with both Mack and Russell rotating in and out. But if it did happen, it would be the first time in history people have seen it.
No. Do you want to know what the chat thinks?
Yeah, I love the chat.
The Win Morris says Ty was not a surprise to some of us. I guess some people last year were saying Ty's going to be good. I do think that's the case, by the way. Rusty says, I think Kalen has the higher ceiling. Sounds like it will be hard to keep him off the field. Don't you feel like that is the prevailing sentiment?
I don't know that to be true, but that has been my reporting, what people keep telling me.
That he's the ceiling guy. Brody says both guys have a bigger arm than Ty. I think there will be more yards because there will be more bomb passes. That was not Simpson's best throw was the deep ball. Certainly not his best throw. He was much better on the intermediate stuff. Yeah, I would agree. Landmine believer. Keelan Russell was the number 1 or 2, depending on which service you use, player in the country. He won every Elite 11 or quarterback competition he competed in. He was the Gatorade National Player of the Year. He can play.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Yeah. I mean, I think that the talent is obviously there. I think there are 11 teams in the SEC, and I could be missing 1 or 2 that have their guy identified. Alabama's not one of those that I'm including here, that they're hoping this guy plays a full 12 this year.
Yeah. Florida coach John Summerall today. He's also
I did not include Florida as one of my.
And he says, listen, our quarterback battle, there's no timetable. And just because you start game 1 doesn't mean you're going to start game 12.
Yeah.
It's a fluid position.
Yeah. I mean, Auburn's locked in. I mean, again, without injury. Georgia's locked in. I think Minchie is kind of locked in with Will Stein.
I would say 100.
Levitt.
Yes.
Mario Taylor at Mississippi State.
Yes.
I think Simmons probably for Drinkwitz, but I think there is a little bit of a battle there right now.
I would agree.
Mateer 100%, Chambliss 100%, Sellers 100%. Tennessee, there's a little fluidity to that situation.
I would go Faison.
Reed 100% at A&M, Arch 100% at Texas, and I think Jared Curtis 100% at Vanderbilt. So those are.
I don't think Jared Curtis?
I don't think so yet. No,
I think they want to, and I think Clark Lee's got a buffer. Like,
Curtis,
100%. Yeah, Curtis is going to be the guy of the future. Why not just throw him in?
Clark Lee could start me and Lance, and Vandy fans would be like, "Hey, let's see what happens with these guys."
I don't know how I remember this, but somewhere along the way, I think the offensive coordinator, is it Beck?
Yeah.
That came from New Mexico State.
Tim Beck.
That came with him, not just Pavia, but there was another backup quarterback in the back pocket that is waiting there, is now part of the quarterback battle at Vanderbilt. Check that out for me. See
if here it is right here. So their backup quarterback last year was the Blaze.
It sounds very
Blaze Berlowitz.
That sounds very New Mexico State.
Yep.
Blaze Berlowitz.
Yeah, he was at New Mexico State.
There you go.
Yeah.
Wow. How'd you remember that?
I don't know.
There's no way Blaze Berlowitz.
Blaze Berlowitz in the SEC?
I'm just saying. He knows the system. He's been with Beck for a while.
17 attempts last year.
If Clark Lee could turn Vanderbilt around, starting a Diego and a Blaze at quarterback, this guy might be the best.
Of course,
coach
I'm just looking. I don't remember Blaze coming in 11 carries, 81 yards, 7.4 per carry.
So he's got game experience. Hey, help us remember this for the future. Somebody, I don't care who it is, but somebody correct me every time I make this mistake. It was Phillip Sims, not Star Jackson.
Yeah.
That A.J. McCarron was battling.
Oh, yeah,
I make that mistake every time and go Star
Jackson.
Jackson.
Phillip Sims ended up playing in the league because he played for the Cardinals for a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about that?
I did not remember that part.
I don't remember that part.
I knew he transferred and played a lot when he transferred.
One more soundbite from Kalen DeBoer in the main ballroom at SEC Media Days in Tampa in a moment. After we tell you about our great friends at Hoover Toyota, the drive towards the season, Hoover Toyota can get you set in a new ride.
Yeah, and look, if you're in the market right now, new or pre-owned, whether it's a car, an SUV, or a truck, our friends at Hoover Toyota, not only the best inventory, that on-site finance department that I have taken advantage of over the last couple of years, fantastic customer service. They're going to make sure they roll out the red carpet for you because they want you to be a customer for life. They've been doing it for more than 2 decades, not only Birmingham, but Alabaster, Vestavia as well. Get in, see Scott Peoples, that incredible staff today. Conveniently located Highway 150. For more information and to view the inventory, hoovertoyota.com.
All right. So Kalen DeBoer gets asked a question in the main ballroom with the gathered media at SEC Media Days. What's it going to take to get Alabama back on top in the SEC to be the team that Alabama used to be in the SEC? Here's Kalen DeBoer.
Coach, for the longest time, Alabama, they were the face of the SEC. Now it's been 3 years since the SEC has even appeared in the national championship. What do you have to do to get this program back to being the face of the SEC and, well, get the SEC back on top nationally?
Yeah, well, we always want to have that expectation that you're referring to, and we felt like we righted it wrong a little bit last year compared to the year before with some of the things we accomplished, but we also understand we fell short of what our expectations are internally, and so every area of the program just has to continue to improve. I think that's my experiences over the years. Is you can see what the bar's at, and sometimes you can look at it and say you're this close, and sometimes you're further away. And sometimes it's the perspective and the way you look at it. A coach might look at it different than a fan or an analyst. But for us, and the way I've accomplished it in the past is just really challenge every group in the team wherever you're at to improve. And we got to address our weaknesses. We got to make sure we continue to keep our strengths in order and who we are, understanding our identity, and continue to learn from those things that have happened to us, both good and bad, be better, and continue focus on what we control, and that's the next play, the next moment, the next game, whatever's in front of us.
The lighting is very unique in Tampa, but I didn't know he could get that dark. With all this said, getting back to the top, I think there are 7 teams in the SEC, and I don't think we've ever said this, that if they won the SEC championship this year, it wouldn't shock you.
Yeah, I would go. Alabama would be 7th, probably.
Wow, you're going to start there.
Tomorrow on the show, before they release it, let's do our SEC ranking.
Okay.
Or are we going to do it personally, or do you want to do, we'll do personally and then how we think the media will do it?
Okay. Yeah, we'll do 2 columns on the SEC dry race.
I think Alabama's towards the back of this 7, but they would be one of the 7.
Okay. Texas A&M is 1.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Obviously, Texas and LSU and Georgia.
Yep.
I should have done this in a different way.
Yeah, I don't know why you started at 7 and worked out. Ole Miss?
Ole Miss.
Yep.
Shock anybody. And there's one more. Who am I forgetting?
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma, 7.
I mean, Oklahoma's defense is going to be
in the league.
Oklahoma's defense is going to be lights out. A lot of people believe it will be the best defense in the SEC this year.
They're in the league.
And if John Mateer can play even close to the level people believe, I mean, Oklahoma could be really dangerous this year. So, I mean, would it shock you guys if any of those 7 won the SEC?
No.
Not at all.
And have we ever said that before? Like, we've never been in this league. It's always a 2 or 3 team league, it seems like.
Ole Miss was going to be a little bit surprised. They've never done it, but where they were. I mean, they were in the college football playoff last year, play away from playing for the national championship. So I guess I got to flush that narrative. Yeah. Or that image of them, I guess.
Okay, so what he was saying there, Kalen DeBoer, about getting Alabama back on top of the SEC and one of the best programs in the country. He was asked a question today, and I want you to answer it for him. Will your tenure at Alabama be defined by whether or not you win a national championship or not? Will his time at Alabama, however long that is, 3 years, 30 years, will it be defined by whether or not you win a national championship?
So I get to answer that as Kalen DeBoer? You want me to be Kalen DeBoer answering that?
If you would like to, yes.
If I'm Kalen DeBoer and that question is asked to me, I say, listen, I didn't leave a good job like Washington to come to Alabama and not win a national championship. When you're the head coach at Alabama, whether your name is Frank Thomas or Wallace Wade or Bear Bryant or Gene Stallings or the great Nick Saban, you win national championships. And that is going to be my goal every year. We got a lot of goals. There are a lot of personal goals for our players. There are academic goals for our players. But ultimately, with a fan base like we have at Alabama that's as invested as they are in Alabama football, everyone's unified goal is to win a national championship.
Are you asking if he was hypothetically asked this, or was
No,
he asked
he
this?
was. He was
Okay.
asked this.
Well,
Did you
I
like my
haven't heard
answer
the answer.
first? Did you like my-
I
okay.
mean, you got to own this. Like,
You
you
do.
don't leave a team that just played for a national championship to take on one of the greatest programs in college football history unless you are ready, and the whole goal is to win a national championship. If he doesn't own this, this is going to be a chink in the armor of Kalen DeBoer.
Yeah.
1,000% you've got to own
You
this.
may as well own it, because he's not going to keep his job if he doesn't win one.
And he's
So
lying to
it-
himself, because this will define his
And
legacy.
I haven't seen the answer. I've only seen the written version
Okay,
of the
so
answer.
this is the written version.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that's the case, is his answer. I wouldn't doubt that's the case. That'll be defined by national champion or not.
That's weak.
Yeah, I'd like a little more than that.
Well,
Is that all
I
we're
want to
saying?
hear how he says it, but I don't think that's weak at all. I mean, he's just agreeing. I wouldn't doubt that's the case. You'll be defined by whether you win a national
Well, there is doubt
championship.
by
I wouldn't doubt
using the
that's
word
case.
doubt in there. Like, I guess it's the case, but I wouldn't doubt if it's not the case. Like, 1,000%. Like, everybody knows that. He will definitely be defined his career if he doesn't win a national championship or
Yeah.
he wins one.
I
But see,
mean-
that's not just. I mean, that's an SEC thing, in my opinion. That's not just at Alabama anymore. I mean, it really Kirby from this point forward is going to be defined by whether or not has a game passing bias.
But-
Does he win another one?
But he's already done it.
But Lane, is he? Is he going to win one at LSU? His time at LSU will be defined by whether he wins a national.
There's only a
championship.
handful of those guys, though.
Let me
Elko at Texas
Yeah.
A&M now. Sark at Texas.
let me
yes.
make this real easy. Why do I know the names Wallace Wade and Frank Thomas?
because they won a national championship.
What defined Ears Whitworth?
He did. He was horrible.
He was horrible, right?
What defined? I mean, look, go.
I think he had a 17-game losing streak.
Bear Bryant and Nick Saban are the two greatest to have ever done it because they won national championships. What defined Ray Perkins?
Well, he followed Bear Bryant
And didn't do what?
He didn't win a national
Well,
championship.
I mean,
What defined Bill Curry? He couldn't beat Auburn.
if whoever asked that question and the way
Well-
he answered it, I followed up immediately. Well, why did you leave Washington?
Brooks says it was actually Connor that asked the question.
Yeah.
Brooks says in the chat that Connor was the one that asked the question.
Was it in the main ball?
I couldn't tell you.
But
We'll try to chase down the sound.
I remember
maybe.
asking him when we were at North River when he had yet to coach a game, do you believe you're going to win a national championship this year? Like, there is no way he loses Washington when the goal is not to win the national championship. So to me, that's why I think that answer
I mean,
is weak.
it's clearly defined. Like, as I run through all these coaches, what defined Mike DeBose? Scandal, and the guy was a failure. What defined Mike Price? Never coached a game because of scandal. What defined Mike Shula? You know,
But I think-
deer in the headlights. That's what everybody says about Mike Shula. There is a clear defining mark in Alabama football coaching history. You either won a national championship or you're really considered a failure. There really is no in between.
I think the ultimate example, back to your big picture SEC, and I do think it's a handful of teams. I don't think it's, the entire SEC. But Brian Kelly, I mean, the one thing that defines him is he didn't win a national championship.
No, I'm not saying that it's either a national championship or not. That's how you're judged at Alabama. I don't like judging on phrases.
Oh,
and comments.
I know what you're saying. And Scott
Yeah.
says he's working on the sound, so I think Scott's trying to track it down. But seriously, I mean, I've never thought of this. Give me the best coach in Alabama football history that did not win a national championship.
Oh, you can't get one. Oh,
No, I mean, you got to name one. You got to name one.
Who is the best one that
the
did not
best
win
coach
one?
in Alabama football history that did not win a national championship?
I'm going to say
The answer is
the answer to that is Kalen DeBoer.
no, not yet.
It is to this point. I
Yeah,
mean,
no, give me one.
It can't be Mike Dubose, is it?
No, it's Bill Curry.
Yeah, I mean, ironically,
yeah.
it probably
Yeah,
is Bill
probably.
Curry.
It's Bill Curry. I mean, I think that's the obvious answer. Actually, he did better than Perkins.
But I still view him as a C coach.
I think
But I'll tell you what,
Perkins-
Alabama had some terrible hires.
They did. I mean, I think Perkins was viewed as a better coach than what his record showed at Alabama.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true or not because Perkins as an NFL coach wasn't amazing either.
Yeah. Well, nobody would ever say this. Nobody would ever say this. I think Feinbaum actually did, though. I'll give Feinbaum credit. As a young reporter at the Birmingham Post-Herald, if I remember, that's where Feinbaum was originally, right? Post-Herald?
Yeah.
Yeah. When Bryant was in his final couple of years, 81, 82.
Did you ever know Paul with hair?
I did not.
Because I was just wondering, Kirby's had the same hairdo since he played. Paul has had that same
Feels
hairdo
like
that
it,
used to be stenciled in the old Birmingham Post-Herald.
81, 82, I think Paul probably wrote the story, if I remember correctly, about the recruiting and the program was starting to fall off. Now, they had just won national champions in 78, 79, and in 1980, if I remember correctly, the fumble at Mississippi State and then a 7-0 loss at home to Notre Dame tough schedule, and then they go and blitz Baylor, who is the Southwest Conference champions, and then 81 and 82 were what they were. But I think the recruiting had fallen off. Nobody will ever say this, but Ray Perkins took over a situation of having to rebuild Alabama to what it was under Bear Bryant from a few years earlier.
Yeah.
The recruiting was falling off.
I mean, people say that about Saban. I don't know if I necessarily believe it.
I was about to say, sort of the last couple of years of Saban, they were better than Bryant. You know, Saban walked out as a semifinalist.
A play away from winning a national championship. They would have beaten Washington.
I agree. Overtime, a play call, maybe a better snap, and Milroe gets in. Alabama goes on and wins the national
I
championship.
mean, I personally think he squeezed everything out of that team he could squeeze
he
out
did.
of it.
But you would agree if they do get in there.
Oh,
they
yeah. I
beat
mean, if
Washington.
somehow that play works and they win in overtime over Michigan, yeah, I think they probably beat
And
Washington.
does DeBoer ever take the job if the team that beat him, like, is even in that mix because of all the hype of Alabama versus Washington?
That's right.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question because I think Saban still walks either way.
I do too.
Yeah, I do too.
I do too.
Yeah.
I think he walks
it would
either
be
way.
very weird, you know, he shaking Saban's hand like the guy that Saban just beat for the national championship is taking over this program from the West Coast.
You just want to fly back with us?
By the way, I did an
play.
interview in Portland yesterday, and they were like Big Ten country is what they kept calling themselves.
In Portland?
Yeah, that is so weird. That is so weird.
Yeah.
That's
I wouldn't think Portland would be any college football country.
Yeah, I know. The fact you call it any college football conference coach is amazing.
Yeah, these guys listen to our show though. It's a couple of guys that do midday, and they absolutely love
shout
college
out.
football.
Shout out, boys.
Yeah, I love midday. Of course, we're their morning show.
Yeah, I mean that was
Good morning,
getting
Portland.
those hours coordinated is very, very confusing.
It's going to be a little foggy this morning. It's going to be a little cooler than you think in Portland.
Midday radio is our favorite, at least for me. I don't want to speak for you guys.
No, it was absolutely my favorite.
I mean, I told you guys when you guys agreed to do mornings that midday was the best.
I mean, there's some energy about being in morning radio that I really enjoyed from 7 to 9 a.m. I hated 6 to 7. I
agree.
hated 9 to 10.
Yeah, Greg and Cole got it right.
But 7 to 9, yeah.
Greg and Cole are like, we're going to let Damien do that first hour.
Damien and Conrad do that first hour.
That's the way we should have done it back in the day.
And then
Don't think we had the
9.
pull.
Yeah.
There was a time they were talking about us starting at 5:30 or something.
Negative. Oh, I remember that to beat Rick and Bubba one. Yeah.
That was so stupid.
I mean, who are we trying to beat on? The farmers on the tractor?
No, that was like your idea. You and Brown going an hour before Feinbaum.
Yeah.
Let's do 5 hours of AM radio every day.
We know, and we also did an hour after Feinbaum.
But y'all did 5 hours a day, right?
Oh, Lance, we did more than that. All right, so
For
when
a short period, we did 6.
When Herb first left, we were still 1 to 3, and they wanted us to do afternoons. We went 1 to 7. Yeah, we did 6 hours.
Yeah. We did not want to give up our 1 to 3
because we didn't know what was coming, you know.
And then we were like, people are still in the car at 6 o'clock. Why don't we stay live until 7?
And what happened though was, we had flipped to FM, and Paul was on until 7, but he was on ERC AM 690 or 960.
Yeah.
So he was powered down at that time, and they're like, if you guys will stay on 6 to 7, y'all kill Paul, and we did.
Yeah, people will take this as he wants to work less. I think the sweet spot of a show is really 2 hours now because of the attention spans out there.
There's no doubt. Yeah.
I personally think it's 30 minutes.
Yeah, it might be. I do think though that 3 hours with the three of us goes rather quickly. I can't ever imagine doing 4 hours again though. I can't.
I can't imagine.
Let me talk to you in the commercial.
I can't imagine doing mornings again.
I'm just saying, man.
Not mornings.
Hey, 4 hours is a long ass show.
It
I mean, it
is.
really is.
Yeah. I've got a new sheet there for you. I've been
Okay.
working on it.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
Look
Okay.
at Jim's art.
All right. So
30 minutes.
Yeah.
We could get away with it.
I'm just telling you, it's a sweet spot.
What if we did 8 30-minute shows? That's 4 hours.
It is.
I wonder if there's anybody in our space. I guess you can't do it because of breaking news, but I was saying, like, does somebody come in on Monday or Tuesday and just record their entire week? And
Probably,
just,
yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
shove it out?
If it's like interview heavy, yeah.
100%. 100%. All right, more Alabama coming up. Our 40 and 40 countdown continues today. We get to team number 28. We've got Benjamin Watson from the SEC Network on the show in the next segment, part of the next segment. Andy Staples joins us halfway through hour 2. And we'll do 4 downs in the final hour. Our viewing menu will come in the final hour today as well. But more SEC football when we come back. And at some point, maybe the great Scott Forrester, who is wonderful at finding sound, will be able to trace down after what has been about 2 hours of Kalen DeBoer talking nonstop, where the needle in the haystack of that quote is, and we'll get to hear from that. 39 days away from college football, being brought to you today by a couple of great sponsors. One of them is Alexander Shunnarah Trial Attorneys.
Shunnarah.com, Shunnarah.com. That is where you go when you have need of any sort of legal assistance. It is Alexander Shunnarah Trial Attorneys. You don't pay a dime unless they win your case with Alexander Shunnarah. And boy, do they win cases. He's recovered more than $2 billion for his clients. That is billion with a B, $2 billion for his clients. That's what Alexander Shunnarah does. You can be one of those clients. All you got to do is go to Shunnarah.com, Shunnarah.com. It's a Birmingham guy, and what he wanted to do was build a firm that took care of his community, and boy, have they. They have done tremendous work there for the Birmingham community, and now it's expanded really worldwide. But he's based right here in Birmingham. More than 150 attorneys, 500 dedicated team members right here in Birmingham. Alexander Shunnarah Trial Attorneys, Shunnarah.com, Shunnarah.com.
Rolling into football season, it will be here before you know it. And think about being in the stands this fall. You're looking at the scoreboard. You've got to squint to actually see, what the down and distance is, what the score is, what the time remaining. Don't deal with it anymore. Make the phone call I made in 2003. Michelson Laser Vision. Dr. Mark Michelson, the first to perform the laser procedure in the state of Alabama way back in 1995. I got the procedure done in 2003. I've still got the 2015 vision, better than 2020. I don't worry about the contacts anymore. Make the call today. Ask for Amy. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got nothing to lose to find out if you are a candidate for LASIK. 205-969-8100. More information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
The insurance company called. They offered you a settlement. Sounds good, right? Wrong. They're counting on you not knowing what your case is really worth. They're betting you take pennies on the dollar because you're scared and overwhelmed. Don't fall for it. Alexander Shunnarah Trial Attorneys has recovered over $2 billion for going to war with insurance companies that try this every single day. Call 659-777-7777 or alexwins.law. Free consultation. You pay nothing unless they win.
Physical office location, Birmingham.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
At Central State Bank, we are large enough to serve you and small enough to know you. Manage your money with ease, whether it's mobile banking, hassle-free checking, competitive loans, business solutions, or personalized financial advice. We're your hometown bank with big-time service. Visit us today and experience banking made simple, because at Central State Bank, you come first.
Member FDIC.
Never miss anything from the Next Round when you listen on demand through the podcast platform of your choice, Apple, Spotify, iHeart, or Google Podcast, wherever you listen. Always like, follow, subscribe, turn on automatic download so you can catch every part of the Next Round. Listen anywhere in the world, anytime on the Next Round podcast feed, and support the show by following, subscribing, and turning on automatic downloads on any podcast platform. Listen anywhere in the world, anytime on the Next Round podcast feed. Thanks for always making the Next Round a big part of your day. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the next round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the next round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
By the way, am I right about this? Golden Flake, if you used to watch the Great Bear Bryant show back in the day, and then all the way, I mean, to
he
when
only
I
ate the plain ones, though, right?
I think it's all they had then, though.
I don't know. Did they ever open up a barbecue?
They had to have. No, it was always the plain. I remember.
Yeah, I think that's all they had back then, though. I think they just had Golden Flake plain.
Guys, I think occasionally he would look at Charlie Thornton, the great Charlie Thornton, would look at the bag and say, "Coach, we got the today." He'd open up the bag, he'd drink the great Coca-Cola and the Golden Flake chips, and we still did that.
I mean, he liked variety. I know that.
I mean, you're going to tell me that there was a time without Golden Flake Sweet Heat barbecue?
Oh, yeah. That's a relatively new addition.
The hot came into my favorite's hot. I like Sweet Heat.
Sweet Heat's
the
good.
hot is legit. It came into the fold mid-'80s, so.
And then there used to be a honey barbecue that was really good, too.
Yeah, those are all new additions.
Oh.
We even did that on the Dennis Franchione show when I hosted that the 1 year before he left town. We still had chips, Golden Flake, and Coca-Cola on the desk. I'm right about that. Utz bought Golden Flake.
That is correct.
Right?
Yes, you are correct on that.
Yeah. Now we tie this as Golden Flake local chips here in Birmingham. Now Utz owns them. Utz has just been sold and taken private. I don't know what that means. The stock's not public anymore.
Yeah, that means somebody bought it and owns it, and there's no longer a publicly traded company.
$2.9 billion, a German snack company. So technically a German snack company now owns Golden Flake.
Can you imagine? Back in the day.
Their Wikipedia is Bush League. Yeah.
Oh.
With that said, it does bring out one of the most famous spokesmen was Paul Bear Bryant. But I can't get like the years that they... 2016, they sold to Utz.
He said what in the chat says it was not always plain. Charlie would say what flavor they had, so maybe
That's
you're right.
right.
I
Okay.
really do not remember the Bear Bryant
Yeah,
show, so I don't know.
See, I remember him, Coach. We've got the thin and crispy this week.
Yeah, dip style.
Would they do pork skins?
Can you imagine how that would sound on my?
Yeah.
Did y'all ever do the Golden Flake tour?
I did.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, when you were in
I went
school.
in kindergarten.
Yeah, you went in that room where they made the pork skins, and you got right with Jesus in a hurry.
Yeah, I
because
know
you're
that.
like, if hell feels anything like
That old lady that handled their marketing was such a pain in the ass.
I know.
Oh, my
It's
God.
God bless her.
She dead now?
I have no idea.
I'm just
Probably is.
playing the odds.
A lot of people died, Tyler.
I mean, it was a long time ago, the way Lance is talking. 2016, since it's been Golden Flake, he called her an old lady.
No, I mean, it goes
that's
quick,
a decade.
though. You know, I was telling you guys yesterday that, we're working on getting a sponsor back on, and they were telling me that this year was their 20th, and I'm like, my God, I remember being at their opening, and it seems like yesterday.
yeah.
But, I mean, the three of us been together more than 17 years, so,
I know.
like, yeah, there's a good chance she's dead.
Yeah.
There is a good chance.
By the way, the show today being brought to you by our friends at Inverness Country Club, where you can see Brown on the golf course almost daily.
Was there yesterday. Always good to catch up with my friends at Inverness Country Club, ICCalabama.com. I'll be there later on today. Lance, is the sun out? Did you notice the sunrise this morning? Okay. ICCalabama.com, ICCalabama.com. That is the website for Inverness Country Club. Set up a tour with Aaron, 205-991-8608, 205-991-8608. That's the number to call for our friend Erin Hilliard. She'll get a tour for you, and you can go see the beautiful course there at Inverness, the great, gorgeous clubhouse with the wonderful food, You see that brand new tennis facility with the new pickleball courts as well, world-class tennis facility, the great resort-style pool with a cabana, all that right there at Inverness Country Club. You can see more ICCalabama.com. The best days happen at Inverness Country Club.
I think I'm playing Friday.
All right.
I think, yeah.
Lance back on the
I thought
court.
you set me up the
I got you. I got you at tea time. Yeah.
Hey, by the way, Tyler, give me cut 14. I'm sorry. Wrong number there. Forster, I think, has found the bite, and it's cut 14.
Forster, man.
Yeah.
The guy said this like 8 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And Forster's
I will
always,
tell you, I don't
already
know
got
if they do literal needle and haystack hunts, but we would send Forster for us.
Scott would represent our company, no doubt about it.
Scott's actually the guy I would want with me if we were doing escape rooms, too. I feel like he...
Yeah.
I think so.
Orienteering. Did you guys ever do orienteering?
That was in the World Games. I didn't know what
he feels like he is he's really good at handling several things at one time.
Treasure maps.
Yep. Yeah. Very, very even killed.
So Kalen DeBoer was asked about would his time at Alabama eventually be defined to whether or not he won a national championship. Here's Kalen DeBoer.
Kalen, do you think your time at Alabama will be defined by whether you win a national championship?
I certainly know that that's an important part of what's happened in the program. So I wouldn't doubt that if that's the case. I'm not focused on that. I'm focused on just helping our program be the best and trying to bring out the best and raise the level of everyone around me, from coaching staff to our players, trying to maximize what we're capable every single day.
Yeah,
well, that all equates to a national championship. I'll tell you, looking at his hands, you guys remember when I got the spray tan last year, one of the worst bracket challenge payouts of all time? It almost looks like he's got a spray tan. I know he doesn't.
I wondered if he put on
with
some
the
bronzer.
orange hands.
Yeah. Back to what he said there.
Yeah.
I mean, when you play it again for us, because I don't think it came off as passive as you thought it did in written form. So you listen to it again, and Nick Saban, by the way, is in the back of the room watching this. He can see Nick Saban eye contact as he's answering this. Play it again.
Kalen, do you think your time at Alabama will be defined by whether you win a national championship?
I certainly know that that's an important part of what's happened in the program. So I wouldn't doubt that if that's the case. I'm not focused on that. I'm focused on just helping our program be the best.
I still think it's the wrong way to answer, but
and raise the level of everyone.
But see, the little things that Nick Saban would have never said, of course. If you're asking that question of Nick Saban, he would have done it without the smile that Kalen DeBoer is doing it, but he would have instantly gone into one of his rants about it's not about the end. It's about doing everything right today at practice.
But Nick Saban has earned that credibility. If Nick Saban was in this same situation, taking over a program that he had never won a national championship.
The very first news conference, he says, you guys love to talk about national championships around here. Let's stop talking about it. Let's go do it.
Okay.
Let's go do what we got to do it.
But then what he built up, I mean, the expectation now is to fair or unfair, and again, that's why he's always going to be judged against Nick Saban. Like, just, again, own it. Of course, my legacy is going to be defined whether or not I win a national championship here. It's all about that. And then you go into, it's about making my coaches better, doing better on day-to-day. If we do the things we need to do, then ultimately that will equate to a national championship.
I'm just saying that Nick Saban gets that question. It is a long answer about we've got to be we've got to do today right. We've got to be where our feet is.
Right.
One of his great comments would have been.
But certain people can answer them differently than other people. Like Nick Saban has, become the guy that can answer questions like that.
And I've changed my stance on this. I'll admit it. I've changed my stance on this. But I think if you're at probably, I would drop Ole Miss out of this for now, maybe one day. But all those programs that we ran through earlier that you wouldn't be surprised if they played for an SEC championship.
Include Florida, too.
I would include Florida in that. I might include Tennessee in it.
Yeah.
You may as well just go ahead and embrace national championship expectations because that's what you're going to be judged by anyway. So you may as well go ahead and embrace it. But
I think this guy more than anyone, outside of maybe Lane Kiffin now.
I don't think there's another coach in the SEC that knows more that he's got to win a national championship to keep a fan base off his back than Kalen DeBoer. I mean, he's not an idiot. This guy knows this. This guy knows that he replaced the best coach that's ever done
That's why he chuckled. Of course, that's the expectations. Yeah, I mean, you don't even have to say that part out loud. You don't have to even say that. It is the expectation.
Yeah, I don't know.
It was the expectation when Nick Saban got there before he'd even won his national championship. That was the expectation. Tyler, while we discuss this, can you pull up? We got an interview coming up. Just pull up the screen so we'll know when he sits down.
So there is a way to thread this needle. But if he went 3 more years, I'm talking about 26, 27, 28, without winning a national championship, I don't know what he could do to keep his job. Like, I guess if he went 11-1 the next 3 years and won SEC championships and got to a college football playoff and just didn't make noise. But I find it hard to believe that he's there 3 more years without winning one.
Oh, I would agree.
Oh.
I mean, so that'd be
5
a
years.
total of 5 years with no national championship. That is going to be
tough.
It's going to be tricky to keep your job at that point.
And that's not really realistic. I mean,
and by the way,
it's just not.
And by the way, if that was if everyone was being judged that way in college football, there would likely be 135 coaches fired.
Yeah.
Only 3 of them can win a national championship in the next 3 years.
That number's just going to go up as far as like turnover every single year, though.
I mean, if you think
you guys are talking about firing Venables, the guy just hosted a playoff game.
Yeah.
But the expectation there is to win a national championship.
He blew a 17-0 lead in the playoffs.
I don't disagree. I think he could. There's a path for him losing his job this year, which is crazy.
No, I think there is.
What is that number for Dan Lanning, do you think? I just want to compare those two because they get
funny.
compared
When
a
I
lot.
was talking to our friends in Big Ten country yesterday in Portland, I told them I believe that Dan Lanning is going, because they were asking about Lanning leaving for another job. But I kind of equate Lanning to Dabo Swinney. Like, it hadn't been done at Oregon. Chip Kelly had really good years. Bellotti had some good years. Helfrich had a good year. But I do think he gets a little more leeway just because it hasn't been done.
Yeah.
Lance's lock every day. Baseball Braves lost last night. Tonight you get a little Tigers and Cubs on ESPN. I don't know who's doing play-by-play anymore. I'll have to check to see who Carl Ravitch is out.
It's crazy. You know, I saw a list of the majority of those guys that were fired. Their the least talented employee still has a job because I saw him this morning, but I won't throw him out who it is. I'll tell you guys and break my opinion. Probably would agree with it, but I can't believe Carl Ravitch lost his job. 2-3 last night, so we had a losing night. We did have the Braves last night. We bounced back with a big card today in Major League Baseball. Free play every single day at lanceslike.com. It is always brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. If you have any plumbing, heating, cooling issues, home or business, they are ready to serve you. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. For any and all these issues, call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys there. Hard to stop a train. For more information, hemphillservices.com.
Would you say that the success of Lance's lock would be judged on whether or not you have a winning football season or not?
Yes.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, that's true.
It is.
But
you know, I went through the numbers. You know, I do this
I wanted you to say
every week.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
Surprised if that's the case.
No, and look, the last couple, I mean, we win every year in college football in the NFL. We just do. And, like, I've got the numbers to back it up. But I was going through, and we're all up almost like 80 games over 500, but we're at 54%. It shows you how difficult it is. But last year, I think the number in the NFL was 56%. I think we were 54% in college football. But, yes, if I have a losing year in either college football or NFL, it was very, very disappointing.
Later on, we will do Alabama position groups, whether we think they improve this year or go backwards, sort of what Brownie did in the opening segment on the quarterback position. We'll bounce around to every position group. That's coming up later on. We'll get more football coming.
And real quick, I apologize for doing this live. Benjamin Watson is going to jump to the top of the hour, so he'll be with us coming up at 10 o'clock.
Okay, that's good to know there, as I'll stop looking over at the preview
monitor
screen, waiting for
him
him to sit down. Good news and bad news on the injury front at SEC Media Days. Horrible news about Dante Dowdle, who was supposed to contribute in Georgia's running back field. An ATV accident that included a spinal cord injury. No timetable on his return to football or anything like that. I don't have a ton of details.
Yeah, I saw this. You know, Nate Frazier is obviously going to be the bell cow, but Dowdle was, you know, expected to be the number 2 guy. And Kirby said, like, the most serious things, he's kind of out of those woods, but he doesn't have all the exacts on the injuries. It's just amazing. And, you know, not making light of the situation, but like any motorized vehicles around that campus.
It's crazy.
This is completely flukish, but my gosh,
I know.
Georgia?
No, it really is. It's crazy.
And then there's Ahmad Hardy, who earlier this week, Eli Drinkwitz tells us at SEC Media Days that he is cleared now to start working back, and he's 5 to 8 weeks away from being back on the field and ready to go. So 5 to 8 weeks, that's going to get us into the season, right? And then what is he when he's back into the season? So that'll be interesting to see. It's hard to believe Hardy, coming off that injury, going to be working his way back, missing 5 to 8 weeks here to start the season, that he's going to be anywhere close to himself from what he was the last 2 years.
It's hard to believe, but modern medicine. It's also hard to believe that innocent people get shot on a movie set and die, and you got a guy in the SEC that gets shot, and he's going to be your starting running back in September.
True. That is, I had not thought of it in those terms, but this is a guy that rushed for 126 a game, which didn't just lead the SEC. It led the SEC by 22 yards per game.
Oh.
I mean, he was significantly better.
Frazier, Ball, those guys are really good running backs, but the best overall talented running back coming back 100% healthy is Ahmad Hardy in this conference.
So away from the SEC, let's do our 40 and 40 since we've had a little schedule adjustment here. Our 40 and 40 every day brought to you by our friends at Hoover Toyota. We give you one team every day until we kick off the season. We've done 40 through 29. We're about to jump to 28 here in a second. Tell us about HooverToyota.com.
Yeah, if you are in the market, you need to check out their incredible inventory today. Again, that on-site finance department, go see Kim. Speaking from experience, got my daughter's RAV in 2024. I got it financed right there on-site. The customer service, incredible. They want to make sure you're a customer for life. That red carpet program. For more information, stop in, see them Highway 150 or online, HooverToyota.com.
All right, number 28 on our countdown gets us to the rambling wreck of Georgia Tech, and a hell of an engineer. It's Brent Key's team at Georgia Tech. Before we talk about the Yellow Jackets, back to ACC Media Days. Here's the Tech coach getting asked about Alberto Mendoza. That's Fernando's little brother, who was back up at Indiana last year. Now he's in line to be the starter at Georgia Tech. Here's the Georgia Tech head coach.
What stands out to you the most about Alberto Mendoza's game?
I don't know. He hadn't started a college football game yet.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, he throws it. You think, I mean, he hadn't started a college game. You think I'm going to sit here and tell you everything he does and does well and doesn't do well? Come on, we just talked about the people we open up with. He's smart, cerebral, sees the whole field, can get us in and out of good plays, bad plays. He's accurate. He's got a good release.
Okay, just answer like redneck pimp here. My God, what is this
I
look?
I hated to interrupt the bite, but that just when they cut to him, I was not prepared for that.
Jesus, just answer the question, Brent.
Well, that's a typical hand in the dirt offensive lineman. He's not going to give a quarterback praise, right? He got tired.
I'll tell you what stands out.
His point is that Georgia Tech opens with Colorado, Tennessee, TCU. I mean, something like that. They got 3 tough games to start with. And we've got a little under the radar quarterback. Nobody knows what he can do. Let's keep it a secret.
There's better ways to answer this.
That's a typical offensive lineman, though.
I mean, my God,
he was not going to give a quarterback praise. There's no way about it.
Let's get back to that after this interview.
Okay, 40 and 40 we'll get back to in a second here. The show being brought to you from down in Tampa by our wonderful friends at Culver's Brownie.
Yeah, Culver's, welcome to Delicious. Great locations for Culver's in Birmingham, Highway 280 and the Greystone area. Also Stadium Trace out near the Hoover Met. Those are the 2 great Birmingham locations. For Culver's, welcome to Delicious. The SEC Network's Benjamin Watson joins us now from down in Tampa. Our coverage there, as I said, presented by Culver's. Benjamin, first of all, we welcome you into the next round. We appreciate you jumping on with us. How are things down in Tampa for you?
Going well, my friends. It's busy here, super busy here. Just day 3. So you know how day 3 is down here at SEC Media Days. Everything is kind of starting to run together, but it's been exciting to hear from the coaches, the players. I feel like this is our opportunity this year to turn the page from the World Cup. I've been suffering, honestly, silently as a soccer fan. I feel like I'm going through withdrawal symptoms because I don't have any more World Cup games. And so it's good to fill that void with some college football.
let's start with your alma mater. I think there was a correlation when Alabama stopped winning national championships. They didn't have great skill anymore. And I know people will nitpick and they'll be like, Alabama doesn't have, the physicality up front anymore. But I do think there's something to Georgia. After winning back-to-back national championships, you had a Ladd McConkey, you had a Brock Bowers. It doesn't. As good as Zachariah was, as far as, the short hits and a lot of receptions last year, you don't have dominant skill anymore. What do you think the problem is? And will there be one of those guys for the Georgia Bulldogs that we're not talking about this year?
Man, you're talking about some generational players. I was trying to tell people during those years with Brock Bowers and McConkey, like, these dudes are not normal. Like, this is this is not. Are they going to be okay? Are they going to be able to play on the next level? I'm like, are they going to be able to play on the next level? They're going to be all-stars on the next level. Like, what are y'all talking about? And so that was a special time. I don't think those types of players come around very often. They're clearly generational. But I always say, man, Alabama went on those national championships, and then right when Georgia was about to start doing the same thing, NIL and transfer portal came and kind of sunk our boat. And I think what we've seen over the last couple of years is just the spreading out of talent across the nation, where Georgia was in a position where we were stockpiling players, 2, 3, 4 deep of 5 stars and just guys that were eager to play and were going to wait around. We're not seeing that anymore, not just at Georgia, but anywhere. I think when you look at Georgia offensively, one of the things that we've talked about a lot on set is just how Georgia needs to be more explosive on offense. Over 100 screen passes last year. Efficient on offense for sure, had a great running attack, won the SEC championship for sure. But if I'm nitpicking, explosive plays is where Georgia can take another step. It's very difficult in this league, or really any league, to go on 10, 11, 12 play drives every single time. It's better to get some chunks. How about a 3-yard drive, for 50 yards or something like that? And so that's an area where there needs to be some improvement. You ask about some players who we may discover. I think in the tight end room, Elias Williams is a guy who, at 6'7", we've seen some things he's been able to do, especially in the red zone. He's a guy that I think might become a household name by the end of the year if he's positioned in a place to make some of those plays. But I still think that Georgia's bread and butter is going to be the physicality up front and being able to run the football.
Okay, I'll go World Cup tie-in question to you. Who's most likely in the SEC to have that smothering Spain-like defense?
Man, they were surgical, weren't they?
Oh, yes. My gosh.
I mean, watch it. My son was telling me about Spain, and I don't watch soccer year round. I don't have although I need to get one. I don't have a team, in the European League or anything like that. But he was like, Daddy, I'm telling you, Spain. I'm like, Spain, whatever. But they were surgical. I think defensively, I mean, I look at Oklahoma. I love what they've done defensively the last couple of years under Coach Venables. They've brought back their top 2 tacklers, Kip Lewis at linebacker. They've got a strong secondary, 45-something sacks last year. Their defense is still going to be a force to be reckoned with. We had an opportunity to talk to John Mateer and talk about his injury over the last year and how that impacted his throwing motion, how it impacted the offense in general. But their defense, I still regard as best in the SEC, if not best in the nation.
Benjamin Watson is with us, former Georgia Bulldog, now the SEC Network. When you talk about Alabama, a team that is there today, the Alabama fans want to see more physicality up front. The Alabama coaches have talked about that, improving the offensive line. Practically, though, as a guy that played the game in both college and the NFL, if you were maybe not as physical the year before, practically, how difficult is it to say, oh, no, we're going to be more physical this year and actually do that?
That's a great question. It's not a matter of, hey, we want to run the football. I remember playing for the New England Patriots, and we were having some problems running the ball against some teams. And I remember Coach Belichick one time, he came into the game. He told us he was going to do this, by the way. During that week, he said, you know what, guys, all you wide receivers, you guys may as well just not even come into the game because we're not throwing the football until we get 4 first downs running the ball. And we thought he was playing a little bit, but he was dead serious. He said, we're not throwing a pass until we get 4 first downs running the football. And you know what we did? We went like 3 and out. We got 2 first downs, got a couple more. I think it wasn't until like the end of the first quarter that we actually threw the ball once we got 4 first downs running the football. And then everybody went crazy and started cheering, and it became kind of a joke. And then we started passing the football. But the point is, he set a benchmark and said, you are not running the ball well enough. You guys have the ability to do it. I'm going to set a standard and make you all do it. I'm not going to give you an out because I'm uncomfortable, or because offensive coordinators are uncomfortable, or because we need to get numbers for our wide receivers. I'm not going to give you an out. That's what has to be done. There has to be a shift in mindset. When I watch Alabama, it did not look like Alabama to run the ball for 3 yards in the SEC championship. It did not look like Alabama to not be able to run the ball against Indiana, or really throughout the entire year. And so it's not just a physicality thing. Like, are you strong enough? Do you have the technique? You can have all those things, but if there's not the mentality, and I look back at Kalen DeBoer's past. I look back when he was at Fresno State and Sioux Falls. It's not a characteristic of his system to just not be able to run the ball. He's run the ball in other places, so it's not like he can't do it. But whatever it is, there needs to be some sort of this year, not only an emphasis, but an accountability on running the football, however you do that for your team.
Even with all the interviews and information that come out of SEC Media Days, every year we leave not knowing. There's like one team you're not really sure about. I think A&M might have been that team last year, and they went 11-1. We didn't know a lot about Marcel Reed. We didn't know about all the transfers coming in. It all gelled, and Elko made it work in the regular season. Is there a team that you look back and you're like, of these 16, I really still don't know a lot about this team, and maybe a team that could be a surprise team in 2026?
Yeah, there's definitely teams I don't know as much about. I don't know as much about, what Arkansas is doing with Ryan Silverfield and coming from Memphis. I don't know as much about, the roster there, or even Mississippi State. They're on the verge. They're on the cusp of doing some really good things. Bringing in Zach Arnett as a defensive coordinator, I think is a huge move for them, considering where their defense was last year. This might be a sexy pick and one that's been talked about a lot, but I think the biggest swing could be in Baton Rouge with Lane Kiffin and 41 transfer players. You look at the names and the resumes of some of the players that he's brought in. If those guys can gel together and become a team, because a team isn't necessarily, the best 11 players. It's the 11, players that play the best together. And that's the hurdle that he's going to have to jump over, I should say, when it comes to, can you get success out of the different transfers that he's brought together? And so that's a huge question mark I have. I think September 5th, when they play Clemson in Baton Rouge, is going to answer some of those questions, but it's a long season, and it's going to be yet to be seen if that's going to be a story that we continue to talk about as the season goes on, or if the Lane Kiffin fest is over early.
The Lane Kiffin Fest. I like the sound of that. I think you'll see a lot of that this year. Benjamin Watson, SEC Network. Benjamin, thank you very much for the time. Always good to catch up with you.
Thank you, guys. Have a good season.
Yeah, you too, man. Take care. Benjamin Watson with us from down in Tampa. Coverage presented by our friends at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
And also by our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, UCA. It's an opportunity for you to stay on top of your health, guys, as you age a little bit. So many of our viewers are in a different age bracket, right? Some are 20s, some are in their 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, whatever age bracket you are. It's never too early to jump in with our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama and get that health check, prostate health, the kidney stones, and everything in between. And then with UCA, staying on top of your health so that early detection can keep from bad things happening, including prostate cancer that impacts 1 in 8 American men, some kind of prostate issue. Stay on top of your health. 10 great locations, 70 years of compassionate care. Urology Centers, Alabama.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Facing time for a crime, huh? Got a list of charges looming over your head. 5-0 got your back up against the wall. Them alphabet boys trying to sit you down on that rack. Well, have no fear. The People's Defender is here. Attorney J.B. Brown, powered by Alexander Shunnarah Trial Attorney. He meticulously investigates every case and challenges evidence. Dedicated to protecting the rights and futures of individuals facing criminal charges. Hit him up now at thepeoplesdefender.com. Thepeoplesdefender.com.
Physical office location, Birmingham.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
At Central State Bank, we are large enough to serve you and small enough to know you. Manage your money with ease, whether it's mobile banking, hassle-free checking, competitive loans, business solutions, or personalized financial advice. We're your hometown bank with big-time service. Visit us today and experience banking made simple, because at Central State Bank, you come first.
Member FDIC.
Next Round shirts, Next Round hoodies, and Next Round hats are all in one place. NextRound.store. Find your favorite piece of gear from your favorite show and put it in your rotation. You never know. You might be in one of our videos showing Next Round gear being worn all over the world. Find all your favorite Next Round gear by visiting NextRound.store. Place an order for you and that big Next Round fan in your life at NextRound.store. Look your best at work, at school, at the stadium, or anywhere you go wearing Next Round gear from NextRound.store.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Rolling on hour number 2 of the show now. SEC Media Day is going on. Alabama Day. We've done a lot of Kalen DeBoer in the show already. A little Ryan Coleman-Williams coming up in a moment. By the way, Vandy earlier this week got their patch for their jersey announced. SRM Concrete. SRM Concrete will be the patch at Vandy. To which Brownie says, man, somebody else said the Braves have a concrete. I didn't know concrete was such big business.
I didn't know it was a competitive industry, Lance. I had no idea.
I didn't know it was. I mean, I know it's big business.
Yeah,
I mean, think
a lot
about
of concrete.
How many skyscrapers are built out of wood, Brown?
Well, no, wait a minute, though.
Well, and think about this. In Nashville right now, it is the fastest growing city in America.
Yeah, I get all these things. What does SRM Concrete actually do, though? Is it a ready mix like Quikrete?
No, it provides concrete for construction sites. In big business.
Do you think we know that construction has been going on at Vandy Stadium for years and years and years?
Yeah, they're probably
do you not think there's
a
backdoor deal of, hey, look, you can get the contract if you will start sponsoring our NIL and our jersey? I think there could be a lot of that.
I just always thought the Braves one was weird for Quikrete because not that I ever go by ready mix concrete. Like, I don't know that I've ever done it. But if I go, are you brand loyal? Are you like, you know what? Tell you what,
let's not dog this out. I'm putting concrete as another.
Yeah,
we already got Central Alabama.
This is a space that we have not invaded yet. But
that's right. But hey, there's concrete companies in every city apparently. Good for Vandy. They've got a patch. I'm being told that I won't say they'll be the last team in the SEC to do a patch. But don't be surprised if it's a long time before Alabama does a patch.
Why do you say that?
They would grab it if the sponsorship money was right.
Yeah, why do you say that?
Because I don't think the sponsor money is going to rise to the level that they would change that.
Yeah, everybody's got a number, though.
Yeah.
Like, the Big 12 obviously sold to Monster Energy for no money at all. I'm sure there is a perception that Alabama's above that. But if Greg Byrne got the right number, they would jump immediately.
Well, I think it would also have to be the right sponsor.
Well, so
maybe, yeah. I mean, I doubt that, Cialis is going to be a patch on there. But let's just say if Mercedes came and said, we'll give you $25 million a year, a 10-year, 200, said, we'll give you $25 million.
I would say that, the naming rights of stadiums, we just saw that recently for virtually surprisingly low number. Which stadium was that? Arkansas?
Yeah, it was no. It was Texas Tech. It was you were out.
That's right.
15 years, $75 million. Lance, does that sound good to you?
No.
Yeah,
that's $5 million a year for a naming rights for a stadium. I would think it'd be bigger than that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it's not good enough.
It's not good enough. It's exactly right. And I don't know the numbers anymore. Do you think the Bryant family? I mean, I think Paul Bryant Jr. is still one of the biggest contributors to Alabama athletics.
Probably off record, yeah.
I mean, you don't see him or hear from him very much.
That's right. Is there a chance that he pays more than $5 million a year to Alabama athletics? I feel like he does.
Yes.
And, okay, so Bryant's already on there. Is on the stadium.
But why not put Bryant Bank on the jersey?
No, I'm just saying if you're taking Bryant off of the off the stadium, like some people said, one day it won't be Bryant Denny Stadium. I would first check and see how much money the Bryant family is giving. The Bryant family is giving more money.
Does that continue?
He's giving more money because of his dad than whatever the name of that stadium was at Texas
Whether
Tech.
it's our friend Mark Tyson or Paul Bryant Jr., whoever it is, whoever is the person that's making the decisions for the Bryant family.
That's right.
You go to them and you say, hey, listen, I want you to hear it first from me. Mercedes has come to us, and for X million dollars, they will put naming rights on the stadium. We're only doing it with your blessing. Your family means that much to us. I mean, I think a lot of it is in the way it's presented.
Yeah, they deserve first right of refusal.
Or
maybe you want to match this.
I would simply say, okay, they're going to pay you $7 million a year. How much is our family giving to your athletic
department? That's why I'm here to talk to you, Mr. Bryant. Is that going to continue?
I was like, I'd keep Papa's name on the stadium if I was you guys. I'm just saying, if I was you guys, keep Papa's name on the stadium, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, unfortunately, people don't remember what you've done in the past for them.
Yeah.
All right.
There is going to be a moment in time where that's going to happen.
All right. Pretend now.
Well, I mean, don't be surprised if Papa's family stopped giving money at that point.
I don't disagree with that.
Pretend now I'm Chris Fowler. Now I don't have. He's got more talent in his pinky finger than I do in my whole body. But pretend now I'm Chris Fowler. Guys, thank you very much. Welcome to Mercedes-Benz Bryant Denny Stadium. I mean, that's not a mouthful.
That's another thing on these naming rights. What says as the announcer, I've got to call it that stadium?
The network. Probably how much does Mercedes-Benz spend on ESPN?
But what if they spend nothing?
It probably gets forgotten.
And even if the network dictates, it's like one read going in.
Yeah. Well, I mean, don't you think, Lance, you do sales and you do TV? I mean, you've done TV. You do sales and you've done TV. You know how TV people think.
TV right now, Brownie.
People
are watching us on TV.
You've done sales like I'm sure ESPN's going to be, Mercedes-Benz. Hey, what's Mercedes-Benz spend with us annually?
Yeah.
They spend $80 million. Say it every commercial break, right? Say going in, coming out.
For instance, the Monster Energy Big 12 Game of the Week. Well, if you're not paying Fox or ESPN, if the Monster's not paying them, they're not going to say it.
No, why would they?
But the logos will still be there. I will say Monster was brilliant for doing this. I think the Big 12 sold their soul for a lot less than they should have. But you want to be the first to the party, and especially in today's college football, the first on the jersey, the first to be the stadium naming rights, because we've talked about this before. Enron, Minute Maid. I mean, whatever those stadiums, like the original is what you're going to remember the most.
Right. Now, as I was thinking about this, as Charlie points out, one of Paul Bryant Jr.'s big businesses is concrete.
Yeah.
To bring this full circle, no joke. So
I've got it circled right there.
Yeah. I can give you a contact there, by the way.
Okay, good.
It just occurred to me as I started adding things up.
Before we jump back into SEC Media Days and some conversations, I did want to point out, I don't know if Forrester he's juggling knives and cats back there, which is a bad combination to juggle at the same time.
I hope they don't get caught.
Forrester, I sent you a picture of Chip Kelly. Do you have that picture? Show me Chip Kelly. Here's Chip Kelly giving a tour of the new stadium at Northwestern.
That's not real.
Not real.
No, that is for real.
That is AI.
That's not real.
No, that's for real.
Come on.
Not AI. Give me Forrester's mic. Not AI. That's for real. He walked out to.
That is very much for real.
Yeah, he's giving a tour of the new Ryan Field, and he's joking, obviously, a hard hat area, and they're opening up their new stadium this year. He's there. If you forget, Chip Kelly's the OC at Northwestern. But yeah, absolutely, giving the tour.
I don't know if you know this, really likes big cities.
He does, doesn't he? He did not like Eugene, Oregon.
Yeah, I think he likes the anonymity.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
Well, boy, you walk around like that, you lose a little anonymity. People are going to look at you.
So Chip Kelly having a good time at Northwestern in their new stadium there. This hour of the show being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Before we do the spotlight, Tyler, Storm Restoration Roofing is an unbelievable company. Great years, 20 years, over 20 years locally owned. Greg Nelson, his wife Andrea, some of their kids, they've got 10 kids. Some of them work for the company. But the 10 kids, I tell you about them all the time because this is a deep-rooted family in Central Alabama, and they were a young couple once that had their first kid, then their second kid, and they're at 10 kids now. But they know what it's like to, look for cost-effective improvements to your home. They built a home together, and they grew their family, but they also had to cut some corners at time or at least look for the best value. Best product, best value. That's what you get with Storm Restoration Roofing. He'll get on your roof and give you a free, not one penny, free, no-cost roof inspection. Greg Nelson, 205-542-3531. StormRestorationRoofing.com. Greg from Pell City. He's A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. He does storm damage repairs, roof replacements. He's got a soft wash program to make your roof look good again. But the best thing I can tell you is he's just a good dude. He's going to work with your insurance provider to get you the best possible settlement you can get on some storm damage or roof replacement. But also he understands budgets and what it is to be a young family of 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 or 12. He knows that, and he can help you out. StormRestorationRoofing.com, and that gets us to the spotlight.
The College Football Spotlight
is presented by our guy, Alexander Shunnarah, trial attorneys. When I say that name, you think, oh, personal injury attorney. No doubt, Alexander Shunnarah is a tremendous personal injury attorney. But he does much more than that. Fire and storm damage cases, bad drug and device cases, workers' compensation, employment. The list goes on and on and on for Alexander Shunnarah. That's why we tell you, whatever you face legally, start with Shunnarah.com. That's the place you go, and you don't pay a dime unless they win your case. Alexander Shunnarah, trial attorneys. Shunnarah.com, Shunnarah.com.
Okay, we will talk to Ryan Coleman-Williams, scheduled to be with us at some point in this hour. But let's run through, if we can, the Alabama position groups. And we won't know until they get on the field against East Carolina. But from your reporting and conversations and what we saw during spring football, who's been brought in, we start with the quarterback position group. Do we expect this to be better than last year, same, or a step backwards? Step forward, step backwards, same.
I mean, best case, it's going to be the same. Now, eventually, I think it's going to be a step forward, but it's hard to believe when you're talking about the best team in the NFL last year that didn't win a Super Bowl, drafting a quarterback in the first round when they have the reigning MVP at that position with maybe the best quarterback coach in all of the NFL in Sean McVay. It's hard to believe that you could get better after you go out and get a Ty Simpson like that. But I do think it's going to be the same production-wise.
Yeah, I don't know if I would be ready to say better because you've still got potentially the same backup in Austin Mack. So is Keelan Russell better than Ty Simpson? Perhaps he is. I mean, I gave numbers earlier, and you guys think he could have some better numbers. I'm going to say I'll be with Lance the same.
Yeah, and
I'll go same.
And ultimately, I feel like he will be a better quarterback.
You think Russell will be better than Ty Simpson?
I do. Eventually.
I mean, I'm not. Yeah. I am not disagreeing with you. I'm just remembering he is,
because as good as Ty was and as limited as he was with skill around him and the pressure, he was sacked 28 times. I still think he was drafted a lot on his potential.
Again, I don't say this to pander to the guy sitting next to me, Lance, but I think sometimes it gets forgotten that the best talent evaluation team in the NFL right now drafted this guy in the first round.
Yeah.
I mean, so he was obviously a really good quarterback.
I'll go O-line next. Offensive line.
Has to be better.
But he
had a first-round draft pick.
Has to be
with
better.
Parker Brailsford and Caden Proctor leaving. Talent-wise, I don't think it'll be better. The mentality, schematically.
Better coaching is the word I hear, is that the schematics and the coaching that they're getting is improved.
I'm going to go an incomplete or an unknown here just because I don't think the talent can be as good as it was last year. I mean, you're losing 4 of 5 starting offensive linemen, right?
Yeah.
But in a unit where it's so important to work as 5 as a single hand, not 1 finger or 2 fingers, it may be a better unit. But I would be surprised if it's backwards. I expect it to be forward, a step forward.
But a massive road grader in Caden Proctor. And then you had such a quarterback and such a leader. And I never heard one negative word in 2 years about Parker Brailsford.
Never.
Never.
And was playing hurt last year, too. I mean, that was part of his problem.
So I think that's going to be a big loss there. But I'm going to go incomplete. I really don't know. But to Brown's point, production-wise, it's got to be better.
It's got to be better as a unit, Jim.
Running back position.
That's better.
I think that's better, too.
That's better. I have not seen Crowell yet. So I'm going on what almost everybody says, and Kalen DeBoer talked about him already in Tampa today, that Isaiah Crowell is going to be.
He's going to have to be. I think A.K. Deere has big play potential. I think Daniel Hill will be that slow and steady. I've heard people talk about Jam Miller, losing Jam Miller, like that's a big deal. He just wasn't productive last year. This has got to be another one of these better units for Alabama to be successful and to get to where they want to go. By the way, 35% of their offensive production is returning. That is the lowest in the SEC.
If nothing else Lance is consistent on, it's taking a shot at Daniel Hill's foot speed. He's going to slow and steady. I'll never forget that run in the Oklahoma game, which was Alabama's biggest run of the year, remarkably.
30-yarder.
30-yarder. Or maybe second biggest or whatever. And Lance was it was in slow motion. Like his field was accidentally showing it slow motion.
I feel like the wide receivers are going to be better.
It's hard to say with as good as Bernard was, but then Bernard got a little nicked up, and I think Horton was better than advertised, and then Cuevas. I mean, you got to include tight end in that position group. Now, there is something about Brooks. What is his up like? I forgot who it was that said that they think Lottie Brooks is going to be better than Ryan Coleman-Williams.
It was a guest earlier this week.
Was it Connor?
Maybe somebody on the, or it might have been Josh Pate. Somebody on the show said they're a Lottie Brooks truther, that Lottie Brooks is going to be, a better receiver. I mean, I really, really like him.
I mean, I don't think it's going to be worse. You didn't have a guy touch 900 yards last year receiving.
But again, I'm going to go on what everybody says about Sindarian Morgan, that this guy is going to be what people think he is. If he is, and Ryan Williams, these are going to be 2 big ifs I'm about to say, but if Ryan Williams can get back to freshman Ryan Williams, and if Sindarian Morgan is what he is projected to be, that's a good 3. That's a solid receiver.
Yeah, and that wasn't a productive group last year. I mean, you only had one guy in Jeremy Bernard that was over 50 receptions, and you had nobody over 900 receiving yards.
The DB group was excellent last year, and I expect them to be excellent again this year. So it's hard to say forward.
Yeah.
If they're just the same, that's great.
If your whole secondary is the same.
Xavier, Hubbard, I mean, all those guys. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be one of the best secondaries in football.
And then you get to the linebacker and defensive line, and I think that has grown into my 2 biggest concerns for Alabama.
I don't disagree. Let's start with Yanze Pierre. Let's start with the positive, though. Yanze Pierre has potential to be the best pass rusher in the SEC. Potential. I'm not saying he is.
Yeah, look, nobody.
Dylan Stewart still is alive, last I checked.
I mean, outside of diehard Alabama fans, nobody knew who Pierre was going into the season last year. He led the team in sacks with 8. kind of hard to believe Alabama is in an era now where you don't have a double-digit sack guy, but Pierre should be a double-digit sack guy this year.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets to the end of the year and he's in discussion at least for first-team All-SEC at that position, I'm not surprised by that out of Yonze Pierre. I mean, this is kind of a weird statement, but I guess outside the secondary, he's Alabama's best defender. I don't know if you would say he's Alabama's best overall defender. I wouldn't argue with you if you did. But outside the secondary, I think he certainly is.
It's the first time in a long time that I can't sit there and tell you who the stud linebacker is on this team.
Well, and I was about to bring the linebacker up. You had Jamarion Latham play last year. I mean, technically, obviously, Yonze Pierre is listed as a linebacker, but I think the spirit of your statement there.
I'm thinking Rolando McClain through C.J. Mosley.
I don't see one of those guys.
So Caleb Woodson is the guy a lot of people talk about, though, the Virginia Tech transfer, Caleb Woodson.
Okay.
And again, I didn't watch enough Virginia Tech football, Lance, to say, oh, I've seen Caleb Woodson play. You're going to love this guy. I do know, though, that a lot of people are saying that will be the answer to linebacker at Alabama is Caleb Woodson.
I mean, a couple of the guys you're counting on at linebacker and defensive line are portal guys. From Virginia Tech
Caleb Woodson.
From
well,
Virginia
I mean,
Tech
Lawson,
and USC.
Jefferson, even Hill Green are guys that are now in the NFL. Your top 3 linebackers by tackles last year. And I wouldn't say any of those guys. Like Deontay Lawson was a really good college linebacker.
He was a good, I mean, it felt like after that injury, he was never the same.
Yeah, but back to your point, though, like there are no Nick Saban iconic linebackers. We haven't seen that in the last few years.
It does not feel that way. But I would say Caleb Woodson is the guy most people think is the answer to the question you just asked right there.
This is probably unfair. Doesn't that seem like one of the easier positions to recruit?
Linebacker?
I've said this from way back in our early days together. In the South, we talk about wide receivers shaking a tree and wide receivers fall out of them in Louisiana.
Yep.
It feels like in the SEC footprint, defensive linebackers and edge rushers and fast defensive linemen are everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 6 guys that are potentially 6'1", 6'2", 240 pounds, running rampant all over the South.
It seems like it. Run like cats and hit you like a truck. That's Alabama position groups down there. It's been a busy day for Alabama.
Special teams?
At SEC Media Days. I didn't want to go there.
No, I heard the kicker. I played golf yesterday with an Alabama booster. I'll leave it at that, okay? And he said the thing he is hearing out of camp, the thing he's hearing most out of camp, or out of spring, I guess, and then the workouts is the kicker is, I think the way he described it is unshakable. They can't shake him. Like, when they do those drills where, they try to distract the kicker, like this guy is just laser focused, rock solid.
Shooting with a water gun.
Yeah, I mean, whatever it is that they do to try to throw those guys off.
Shoot him with a water gun, air horns.
Yeah, that this guy is absolutely unshakable.
See, I think kickers are almost like your health. You take them for granted until you don't have it, if that makes sense. Because like Will Reichert was one of those guys, like inside of 50, roll him out, the guy's going to make every kick. And again, I'll take it back to my Rams. Special teams cost them a Super Bowl last year. There's no denying it. And I think we forget how important, that element is to a championship level team. And, Alabama has had a lot of chinks in the armor when it comes to special teams.
Real quick, Lorcan Quinn is who he's talking about. It's the kid from Ireland. I had to look up where he transferred from Marshall. I couldn't remember the MAC school he came from, but he transferred from Marshall. But he's out of Ireland, and they were like, this kid is absolutely unshakable. So we'll see if he's even the starter.
At least in practice.
There are camp legends that never, ever make it on the field.
Programming note, Andy Staples not with us here at 10:30. We hope to have Ryan Coleman-Williams here with us momentarily, and we'll schedule Andy either later today or later in the week or very soon. I do have an Andy Staples reference to make here right after Brownie tells us about the fine folks at JohnstonRVCenter.com.
I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, and always online at Johnston RV Center. That's where you find them. Great deals right now at Johnston RV Center. You can find the fifth wheels, which are popular throughout America right now. You can find more than 300 other types of RVs at Johnston RV Center. They've got something in every price range. They've got something in every size at Johnston RV Center. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, and online at JohnstonRVCenter.com. You can see RV Warranty Forever that covers everything that you buy there, new and qualifying pre-owned for life. with RV warranty forever at johnstonrvcenter.com.
When we get Andy on, whether it's today or later in the week or whenever, we will ask him about his college football hot seat that he sent out yesterday at On3 Sports. It has 8 coaches that is on everybody's hot list. Beamer, Satterfield, Aranda, Loxley, Fickle, Norvell, Bill O'Brien, Bill Belichick. And then the one at the top that I give Andy, because I believe this to be true, I give Andy credit for throwing it up there. Very top of his list, USC coach Lincoln Riley.
Ooh, there's your guy, Lance.
And
I don't disagree.
And I believe that is the case, right?
Yeah.
That if he
It's got to
doesn't,
be.
you got a new president over there. If you don't meet expectations, they'll spend the money and bring somebody else in. It's that time.
Well, I think, the unfortunate thing for USC fans is you go into this Big Ten at the same time as Oregon, and you look what Oregon's been able to do in the Big Ten. I know it hasn't equated to a national championship, but they were the number 1 overall seed. They've won a conference championship. They've been in back-to-back college football playoffs, and USC's just kind of stuck in mud right now. You bring in Gary Patterson after 5 really disappointing years under Lincoln Riley. I do think that this is going to be a make-or-break year. I've got a feeling that they're able to get to a college football playoff, and obviously that would be enough to save his job. But, there's some difficult games on that schedule, and if they don't get there, I think they will scrape together. I say scrape together kind of jokingly, that buyout money, and he'll probably be on to the NFL.
I mean, it's hard to disagree with Andy on this. I mean, he's got Bill Belichick second, who he's coached for 1 year. But, I mean, when you look at what USC has done under Lincoln Riley, it is not enough. Not enough for a program like Southern Cal. And I know this is a different world for them being in the Big Ten and all of that, but Oregon adjusted. You can't really say, well, there's a Big Ten adjustment. Well, explain Oregon to me then. Oregon's already won the Big Ten.
Well, and another thing that again, you bring up the SIG/Indiana factor. If I'm a USC fan, I'm like, how in the hell is this team dominating right now in the Big Ten and we can't get it done?
And we can't do it, yeah.
I'm being told that we may be the last Alabama interview before they jump on the jets back to Tuscaloosa. So when Ryan Coleman-Williams, if he sits down with us here, it'll be the getaway.
One for the road.
Yeah, one for the road.
Good night, everybody.
So it should be good. A couple of things here before the Alabama wide receiver sits down with us. Great comment from John Sumrall in the main room earlier today for Florida. When asked about the 9-game SEC schedule, playing Florida State, the grind that is the march to get to the playoffs, he said, quote, "I'm not going to whine about being an SEC coach."
This is the you can't cry from the eye.
Yeah. The 9-game schedule, not a problem for John Sumrall. I'm not going to whine about being an SEC
Well,
coach.
I do think there's some guys that are new blood that didn't coach. I mean, I guess all these American guys that never coached an 8-game conference schedule. I mean, what's it to them?
No, right.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 9-game schedule. It's a 9-game schedule. I took an SEC job knowing that. So I think you'll hear less of those guys complain about it.
And by the way, so I don't have to go unbeaten and win my league to make the playoffs?
Yeah. There is something there.
If you're coming from a small school.
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, you had to, Summerall had to thread a needle
He
last
did.
year to make the playoffs.
Yeah, like now, hey, you go 10-2, you are in the college football playoff. 9-3, you got a shot.
That's exactly right. That's crazy.
I do like that attitude though. Like, I mean, you can bring up a lot of negatives about being an SEC coach, I'm sure. Yeah, like I'm sure there are plenty of negatives you could bring up. But for him just to say, hey, listen, I'm an SEC football coach. You think I'm going to sit here and cry about negatives? I'm not going to do that.
Marcus Freeman on the NFL. And this must be starting to cause him a little problem on the recruiting trail because Marcus Freeman, I'm just assuming that he went out of his way now to say he is not interested in being an NFL coach.
I mean, I like that because he can always change your mind, right?
That's right.
Yeah, like, okay, I did what I needed to do when I came to Notre Dame. I felt like I've grown as a coach, and now I want to take on the biggest challenge in this sport, which is the NFL.
Well,
so I think
yeah.
he can say that. I like this as a Notre Dame fan, if you are a Notre Dame fan, that he is, at least in the moment, fully committed to your program.
Well, but you've always, too, Lance, you've always got, and we see this all the time now, this is not about Notre Dame. This is about our college football calendar. This is about the change in the we just don't have the leadership we need in this sport. It's nothing about Notre Dame. I've got everything I need at Notre Dame. They've given me every resource. My school leadership is tremendous. I've got nothing but support. I love the fans. I love all those things. But, boy, this sport is broken.
Yeah.
And I'm going – so you've always got that to fall back on if you do change your mind. I'm with Dunaway. You say it now because it's impacting you on the recruiting trail probably. You can always change course.
Or you're just getting that question every time.
Yeah.
And you want it to stop at some point.
Here's what I would say, though. You know, Nick Saban, we used to discuss this before it became obvious he was not going back to the NFL. And I used to say, these jobs don't come along very often, if ever, but if I'm Nick Saban, I don't leave Alabama for an NFL job unless that NFL franchise has a proven Super Bowl quarterback.
I would agree with you, yeah.
And I would say the same about Marcus Freeman.
Or if I felt like if I'm getting one of the top 2 or 3 picks and I know there's a generational quarterback that I really believe can be my guy. I know that's difficult.
Maybe. I don't want to have to draft quarterback. I want a known at quarterback before I leave. And would you guys not say the same about Marcus Freeman? Like, before you leave a school like Notre Dame with the situation he's got right now, I'm going to have to know I got a quarterback that can get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and by the way, he might have the best college quarterback right now.
Yeah, you really like him, don't you?
Yeah, I think a lot of people really, really like C.J. Carr.
I mean,
he was apparently one of the biggest stars coming out of the Manning passing camp a couple of weeks ago.
Like, if for whatever reason, I don't know. I was about to say if Andy Reid retired and the Chiefs came open, but there again, what is Patrick Mahomes after this injury, and how long do I have Patrick Mahomes? I mean, I don't even know if I would take that one if I'm Marcus Freeman.
On the NFL, Freeman says, there were times when I wanted to listen to some other people, and I did that. And it confirmed to me that this is the place I want to be on his NFL future. And he did. He took interviews, and it's well reported he took NFL interviews and has decided that this is the place he wants to be at Notre Dame. So that's a good sign there.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm a Notre Dame fan, it's a great sign. I am extremely excited about that because now I know I've got if I'm a Notre Dame fan, I feel like I've got my coach for 15 years. How old is Marcus Freeman? Do you know his age off the top of your head?
I would say he is 43.
I was going to say 41 was my guess.
I will pull up his official age, and then, Lance, you can do the official. Oh, my gosh, he's only 40.
Yeah.
So give me your official over-under.
On
how much longer he goes.
Oh, well, I mean, Notre Dame has gone a long time. It's been since the 80s when they won a national championship. So I don't really know. Like, the expectation is obviously winning a national championship, but I think he'll do enough each and every year. Like, I mean, hell, he could go 15 more years. We could sit back.
That's what I said, 15, but I want to know what you would set a realistic over-under for him.
I would set a realistic over-under at 7.5 just based on NIL and the money he is making right now. But I would probably play that over. Like, there's shows that haven't even started yet that probably will talk about him in the same light as Kyle Whittingham and Kirk Ferentz in 10, 15 years, like as far as tenured.
Oh, yeah. There's if he's at Notre Dame, he does go to the NFL, he's there forever. There's not another job you leave for.
No. What is this, year 4 for him, right?
I mean, you'd never leave Notre Dame for LSU.
No.
Again. Again.
I mean, I do want, like, you never thought, well, I don't know if we ever thought that about Brian Kelly. Did we think that about Brian Kelly? That he would never leave?
I mean, I didn't think he'd leave for another college job. That was surprising when he left.
So I don't guess we can say the same of Marcus Freeman?
Yeah. Our friends at Way to Wellness bringing you part of the show today. Leslie and her board-certified team will take care of you if you want to jumpstart your weight loss. She does that very easily with a free consultation right there, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. There's no contracts, no sign-up fees, and that first consultation with Leslie is free. You can see a lot of things that she offers, most everything there at aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com, the website. They've got the injection therapy, they got the meal replacements, and they've got so much more for you there. Just see everything they offer and set up that free consultation by going to the website, aplanforme.com. Planforme.com. It's Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Also, our friends at Crane U, LT, a chance for you to maybe look at a new career.
Yeah, if you are curious about a career in the crane industry, our friends there, Nicole, Francis, Scotty, all of them, whoever you talk to, tell them the next round sent you. They want to remind you the first big step is getting certified and becoming fully compliant. Crane U is here to guide you every single step of the way, from first-time operators to seasoned professionals seeking the recertification. Their industry-leading programs built for all experience levels. Backed by a team with over 100 years of combined real-world expertise, Crane U delivers the knowledge, hands-on skills and confidence you need to succeed in the field. Inspections, training, certifications, whatever you need, Crane U's got it handled. It's the one call you make and you are good. For more information, craneu.com. That is craneu.com.
I don't know about you guys in this prediction market stuff. Like I saw where President Trump's teleprompter operator
I saw this.
Allegedly won $100,000 on Polymarket prediction markets. Off of
basically, he just had inside information of what the president was about to say.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
And then I saw the Barstool guys talking about this, that on prediction markets, you can bet on flight delays, whether a flight's going to be delayed or not.
I don't like this at all, because if you're somebody involved in, let's just use Delta, which has become a really shitty airline, let's just say that they can control being a little bit delayed.
That's
Kramer
right.
lost a lot of money doing that.
Yeah, Kramer actually did this. Remember, he was betting on arrivals and departures at the airport.
Yeah, but if you're able to, you could make, if you're a mechanic, you could, that's working on these planes, you can make we've got a mechanical issue.
Oh, it's all about ball bearings, right?
Or if you're a pilot, you can say, man, I had a bulb that was flashing up here. We need to check this bulb out to delay it.
Or the air traffic controller guy, we're going to need you to hold on runway 10 right
or
there.
Or the pilot could take a nap.
Yeah, I mean, a million different things could happen.
I appreciate the options you've got in the poly market, but there are some things that probably, I mean, if we are going to, and I know people don't like us being governed on certain things, but like that's one of those, that's a bridge too far for me.
That's right.
Yeah, because that affects everybody.
And the other way around, like if a mechanic bet on a flight being on time.
Oh, that's even scarier.
Like,
get the thing out of here. Get it
that
out.
fan belt?
Yeah.
No, I don't hear anything.
Yeah,
Nope.
I think it's
Let's
fine.
go. Let's go.
These things are supposed to squeak, man.
They have a 1% chance of crashing.
Yeah. So,
No, I'm with you. It's actually scarier if they are betting for it to be on time. They may force it out.
Chat just says that Brendan Sorsby just enrolled in pilot school.
That's right. Captain Brendan Sorsby, everybody.
Yeah, it's a good comment there. I just saw that, and then I saw the Barstool guys discussing it, Big Cat and the guys, and I was like, nah, that seems like one we should take off the board. I don't know what else, but that's one that should be off the board.
Yeah, but the dude with the mullet and the blades, he's got the initials. The skinny guy.
Mullet and the blades.
He's been there for a long time.
You're talking about PFT comments?
Yeah, but I mean, that guy, he loves to gamble, and, he's the one that had the relationship, or at least, the platonic relationship with Diana Rossini. And so, he had some inside knowledge.
Oh, did he on that? I did not know that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she was one of the, I don't know, handful of 26 to, I forgot what the number is, of voters for, MVP, Coach of the Year.
Yeah. Interesting. So he had inside knowledge on some of that, or potential inside knowledge.
That's what people believe.
Potentially had inside knowledge.
But let's be honest. We live in a world where senators and I think even the president, and not just, both sides of the aisle, they have made some, market investments in the stock market. I think
it goes on every day. I know somebody that is very involved, and they can give you inside information when it comes to the market. No, you're there obviously risking a career and risking jail time, serious jail time. But this happens all of the time in a casual conversation. If you're best friends with this guy and he's like, just tell you this stock is about to blow up.
There is a service where you can mirror the stock purchases of, you can pick a senator or congressperson or a politician or whatever, or just a general business person.
It started off with Nancy Pelosi.
Yep.
It did.
And people started making money.
Yeah, I mean, like they're like they're 400 for their last 400.
Yeah.
I think I'll follow them.
Yeah. And they expanded to just all the senators.
That's right. You can match. You can.
Could you throw them off, Dunaway?
I could throw them off. Yeah, I could throw them off. In fact, they should pay me not to jump on there.
You'll take that money, won't you? I'll not go on your side.
Somehow
I'm looking for revenue streams. Yes.
Somehow you'll have every senator shorting drone companies.
Yeah. I don't know what this guy's doing. I don't know.
I mean, greed is an amazing thing.
It really is.
I mean, I think gubernatorial candidate U.S. Senator Tommy Tuberville's reported to have made some money.
Oh yeah, no, Tommy Tuberville, he's on a heater himself.
I know there are guys that want to change the world, but why do you think a lot of guys get into politics?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It ain't for the paycheck that you get from the government.
Yeah, the ones you can make outside the
government.
Well,
as Stephen points out, Alabama self-reported some athletic department members that, and it was on Kalshi. But now there again, we talk about regulations. That's how these things get caught. Like, I would dare say an Alabama athletic department employee making a bet with the man in Tuscaloosa does not get caught.
No, you're right.
Unless maybe he has not paid in a very long time, and that's the only way you can get.
This is, look, and I used to be on the dark side of this, but this is why sports betting should be legalized, because you can monitor it. It's regulated. It keeps people out of a lot of trouble, but at the same time, it lets you know who is below board trying to do things the wrong way.
That's right. So, I mean, the regulation is, again, I don't want to make this about Alabama, but this was an Alabama baseball coach. That's how he got caught. If he was just playing with a man.
Yeah, and realistically, Cincinnati should have done something about Sorsby. They weren't going to win a national championship. I still think there's going to be a fallout coming back to Cincinnati, back to the Sorsby thing. But to keep the integrity of, whatever your organization is, you got to blow the whistle on some of these people.
Absolutely, you do.
Ryan Coleman-Williams expected to be with us momentarily. And while we're doing that, one more SEC football note.
All you got to do is flash Brent Key, and then he'll sit down.
the Georgia Tech baby,
the redneck gangster.
I'm trying to make it easier on Tyler, so we got to keep up the live screen, not go to any sound bites here. So I've got to ask this question for you guys. Can you? And I thought about this last night. Can you make a comparison of South Carolina in the last couple of years to the Cincinnati Bengals? Now, follow me here.
Okay, keep going.
Well-respected, uber-talented quarterback, Lenore Sellers and Joe Burrow.
Yeah, I wouldn't give Sellers that credit yet, but, I'd let you keep going.
Not this past year, but the year before.
Potential.
Going into last year, for some people, he was the Heisman favorite, but he was definitely a contender. And then you've got some great superstars like Harbor and Dylan Stewart on defense. The Bengals seem like they always have these superstar players, and they just haven't produced in the recent years. Sort of like South Carolina. I mean, you find me a better trio of a quarterback, wide receiver, defensive player. It's hard to. I mean, there are better ones, but not much better ones than what South Carolina can roll out there with those three.
Well, I mean, look, Dylan Stewart, yes. I think the potential of both Sellers and Harbor. I mean, they just God-given, just huge physical attributes. I mean, both of them are just massive, ready NFL-like bodies, but they haven't produced at that level yet. So I'm not willing to give the Burrow comparison just because Burrow was, one of the greatest college quarterbacks, at least in one season, we've ever seen. And he has been to a Super Bowl.
Okay, Brownie's giving me the quick break signal, so we'll take a break here.
I think Ryan Coleman-Williams got delayed by the SEC. It may be more like 11:15.
Okay.
For him.
So a quick break here. SEC Media Days coverage brought to you by our friends at Culver's. Tell us about Culver's again, Brownie.
Welcome to Delicious with Culver's, 2 great Birmingham locations, Tattersall Park, Highway 280, also Stadium Trace and Hoover. Those gooey golden cheese curds, the crispy crinkle cut fries, that great butter burger, and the frozen custards, all right there at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Sometimes injury attorneys get a bad rep, being called ambulance chasers, showing up to the accident scene before the EMTs get there. At Alexander Shunnarah Trial Attorneys, this ain't that. We get enough cardio, no need to chase ambulances. Look, if you're injured in any type of accident, don't accept a dime from the insurance company. Hit up the Gators of the litigation situation. Alexander Shunnarah Trial Attorney. Call 659-777-7777 or AlexWins.law.
Call me, Alabama. Physical office location, Birmingham.
Sterling and the fine folks at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster want to welcome you in for a great lunch or dinner starting at 11 a.m. every day. Chicken that's brined overnight and cooked to order, and the taste of the Delta with those Delta recipe tamales. Champy's is perfect for all your tailgating needs this football season. You can also choose Champy's for your next party, wedding, or birthday. Great food, great people. Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster, and everything online at champyschicken.com.
At Central State Bank, we are large enough to serve you and small enough to know you. Manage your money with ease, whether it's mobile banking, hassle-free checking, competitive loans, business solutions, or personalized financial advice. We're your hometown bank with big-time service. Visit us today and experience banking made simple, because at Central State Bank, you come first.
Member FDIC.
Never miss anything from the next round when you listen on demand through the podcast platform of your choice. Apple, Spotify, iHeart, or Google Podcasts. Wherever you listen, always like, follow, subscribe, and turn on automatic downloads so you catch every part of the next round. Listen anywhere in the world at any time on the Next Round podcast feed and support the show by following, subscribing, and turning on automatic downloads on any podcast platform. Thanks for always making the next round a big part of your day.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
Back with you on the Next Round. Tyler's going to give me cut 9 before Ryan Coleman-Williams joins us. He's expected to be with us about 11:15 now. I want you to hear what he was asked earlier today in the electronic media room down there. Here's the Alabama wide receiver. He gets asked if the EA Sports Cover curse was a factor in his down year last year.
Compared to your freshman year, last season wasn't the best. Looking back at the previous stats, some people are saying that it's the NCAA cover curse. What do you think about that, and how do you plan to prove these people wrong?
I don't believe in anything like that, but definitely, I mean, there's a lot of distraction whenever you're at the top of your game, or whenever people feel like you're at the highest of the high. So honestly, just taking all of my experiences, and trying to learn and be my best self, and really just focus on what got me here, and that's the work. So,
I mean, I guess to quote Michael Scott, I'm not superstitious. I'm just a little stitious.
That's right.
I'm not a big jinx guy either. I think those are things we talk about, and I mean, I think if you focus on it, you let it have a piece of you there, right? So if you're Ryan Coleman-Williams, you don't focus on that. You don't think about it. You move on and you try to have a better year. Was there a jinx? I don't know. I don't really believe that just because you're on the cover of EA Sports.
But was it
you have
last
a bad
year's
year.
or is it this year's cover?
It was last year's cover.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was not this year. This year
okay.
is, if you're just looking for cover problems, it is Chambliss at Ole Miss.
Who I think is probably going to take a step back.
Dante Moore at Oregon, and Malachi Tony at Miami.
Yeah. Look, I don't.
And Kirk Signetti.
Yeah, he's all in the game.
I saw some witches up close and personal down in New Orleans, or at least want to be witches. I don't know if they are or not. Apparently, sometimes they'll grab somebody's hair and you're jinxed for life.
Did any of them so much as cough?
No, I don't know. I stayed away from that whole thing. I think there is something.
Swing and miss for me, by the way.
A big swing and miss.
You can't grab your hair.
They try to grab my hair.
I think there is something to curses on a certain level. Like, I think the whole Madden thing was weird for a while. I mean, there's something up with the Kennedys. You can't deny that. I mean, you can't.
Yeah, I mean, is it a curse or is it just continuous bad decision making? I mean, they've made a lot of bad decisions. You would agree with me on that.
No, I don't disagree, but there has been some. I mean, you get shot in a hotel. I mean, that's not really your fault.
It's a tough one there, yeah.
Now, I will say that Junior probably shouldn't have been flying the plane.
Probably not.
Cut 14, Tyler, if you will. Greg Sankey was on with the Talk of Mississippi podcast and radio show. Is that
That's our buddy Michael Borky. It's what Richard Cross used to do, but he moved to Political Talk. So our buddy Michael Borky hosts this show.
Yep.
And he and Brian Haydad.
And they've got the SEC commissioner on. And he's asked to comment about the tampering allegations from Dabo Swinney at Clemson, at Pete Golding and Ole Miss. And I want you to listen. And then as you're listening to this, just picture maybe Dabo responding to this commissioner answer at one point.
Do you get involved in that? Do you have any thoughts on how that went down, and where are we when it comes to the tampering, not only just in this specific case, but in college football as a whole?
There are a few questions in there. Do I get involved? I do. I mean, I have for my now 12th year as commissioner, and since I joined the SEC office in 2002 in various ways. We all live in a glass house, and I'm going to put we all live in a glass house. And I respect that that frustrations boil over from time to time, but the environment we're in, representatives, NIL representatives, agents making phone calls, we're in a very different environment, which puts us in the glass house, and so we all ought to be careful about throwing stones. 10 years ago, you had people running around as representatives, but not like we do today. That's one. Two, pre-portaling is a phrase that is now part of, I don't know if it's in the dictionary, but it should be. And you're not just going to stop this stuff. The NCAA model, I don't mean this as like the NCAA leadership criticism, but the NCAA model is you get a committee together and they say we need stronger penalties. I don't think that's true. I think we need to define what it is we want, which fundamentally is we don't want coaches calling kids at a different school saying jump in the portal. And lastly, the young person involved has a responsibility here. I think that's what's lost. That someone who says, yeah, go represent me and stir up a bunch of business in November in a football season, somebody's authorizing that. And there has to be accountability there, too. It shouldn't just all be on an institution.
Yeah, so a lot of things there. First off, glass house, be careful you throw stones. I expect Dabo probably will respond to that at some point.
This is why if you're Pearl River, if you're Trustmark, if you're Cannon, Chevrolet of Mississippi, this is why you pay for your advertising, because these guys are going to go viral, because Dabo is definitely going to, this clip is going to be played for him, and then he's going to respond to it, and we're going to see this clip for the next couple of days all over the place.
Because Greg Sankey made it clear, I'm not just talking about my conference. When you say we all live in glass houses.
That's right.
That made it clear. I'm not just talking about the SEC here. I'm going to talk about all of college football. And, when Borky asked him the question, there's two teams involved in that question. They are Ole Miss and they are Clemson. So he's obviously talking about Clemson. Now, to Sankey's credit, I don't think he's excluding Ole Miss either. I think he's including them in the we all live in glass houses.
That's right. Not saying that they didn't do anything wrong in this case, but let's look under your carpet and your seat cushions and see what you have there. The other thing that they're pushing for, the back half of that is, and this is gonna be a thing, the pre-portaling. The NFL has legalized tampering. At some point, you're able to negotiate basically before you can do that.
You've got a free agency window.
They're about to do this in college football too. Before the portal opens, pre-portaling, they're going to allow coaches to contact representatives and players on other rosters before the portal opens. It's the only way you can police it is to not police it, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I still think that might help a little bit. Go ahead.
I'll give you an example. The Strip in Tuscaloosa used to be a problem walking from bar to bar. People would sneak out a beer because they didn't want to finish their beer. They wanted to go to a new bar. They'd sneak out. They were walking in the streets with open beer. It became too hard to police. There were so many people doing it. Why police? You know what they did? They put a zone there where it's now open container. You can leave bar to bar and walk around. They policed it by not policing it.
Yeah. And then ultimately,
they control,
the policing is you can't go into another bar with an open beverage. Finish it before you come in here.
But you can walk around with it now. You can leave a hotel and walk around with it now.
So they just corralled it rather than eliminate it.
It can happen here in this area.
That's right, yeah.
So they're going to have an area where you can tamper within this window right here of
I still think we'll ultimately, I mean, it's a step in the right direction. We're ultimately going to get the tampering. An example would be Lenore Sellers said, never really thought about leaving because I know what my potential here is at South Carolina. So let's say that people are able to call on him, have legal communication with him, and then after the fact, he starts regretting, damn, I really should have listened a little bit more. Then he goes back and outside of that window, you're still going to have these conversations.
So what's this look like to you? I mean, use Lenore Sellers as an example.
It would look like to me there'll be a window open. When is the portal now?
It's moved so much. I think it's right after the start of the playoffs, right? Or early in January.
The portal's January 2nd. I think 15 days, okay. January 2nd.
All right.
To me, the pre-portaling, the tampering area is going to be right after the conference championship.
So so in your mind, right after the conference championship game, I can reach out to a player and talk to Lance Taylor, wide receiver at South Carolina.
That's right. Because you know what? It's happening anyway.
He's doing it anyway.
Yeah.
So just make it legal?
Exactly. I mean, it's happening anyway.
That's just an admission like the
NCAA. We know Isaiah Bond when we went to Pasadena that year. He'd already made the catch at Jordan Hare. He already knew he was going to Texas.
I mean, we you know, when we were in radio, we couldn't just talk to somebody and come up with a deal. We had a contract that was ironclad.
That's true.
I know there were still conversations that took place all the time. But again, until we have these guys having contracts where there is a repercussion for actually leaving, so it's never going to be enforceable.
This is essentially an NCAA saying, look, pull back the curtain. We can't police this anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, how are we going to police
100 athletes on 138 teams?
Yeah, and all these coaches that are doing everything they can, how are we going to police that?
Yeah.
So let's just make it legal because we sure aren't going to police it.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's what we're going to get to. And I don't have a problem with that. Champy's Chicken, final hour of the show. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Get by and see Sterling and the crew down there. He brines that chicken overnight so that it's juicy down to the freaking bone. It tastes so good. I mean, I could eat it up right now. 2 big breasts, in-house made sides, the in-house made desserts, Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. But I'm telling you, these chicken fingers, get by and try these chicken fingers out. Hand-cut by Sterling. The food is so good. It's a destination lunch and dinner location right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. It is champyschicken.com. Go and check them out there. And get me back, if you can, Tyler, to – now we'll save it right before 4 downs. We want to get back to the Brent Key soundbite because Lance and Brownie had some more thoughts on that. But let's continue our conversation. One more soundbite before we open up the window and wait on Ryan Coleman-Williams again. Let's go back to Auburn coach Alex Golesh, cut 4 from yesterday. Alex was asked about team goals in year 1 at Auburn. Now, Auburn's win total is 6.5 at BetMGM. By the way, today's list of teams of the 4 days, the best grouping of teams all day long. Win totals today, 8.5 for Alabama and A&M, 7.5 for Florida and Ole Miss. You don't get that quality of 4 teams on any other day at SEC Media Days than you do today.
Yeah, and again, all those teams could win the SEC championship. When we talked about it, we wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah, Florida would.
Florida would. Okay, yeah. Let me pull back on Florida. That would be incredible.
Here's Alex Golesh yesterday on his year 1 goal for Auburn.
The biggest question I've gotten as I've gone through this journey the last 7 months is, man, what's a successful year 1 look like, and how do you gauge it, and what are your goals? And I don't really have any goals other than laying a foundation for what Auburn football is going to be for years to come, and that starts with building an identity. And this word identity is the only thing we've talked about as a program. And what does that look like for us? What is the identity of our program? Who are we when people sit down and watch us play on Saturdays? And the identities is one thing for me to talk about. It's one thing for me to preach. It's one thing for me to hold a standard in every aspect of our program, and it's another for our kids to embrace it and live it. And the first piece of this identity that we've hammered home is the ability to be physically and mentally tough. That's what Auburn football was built on. Physical and mental toughness. The ability to be the most violent football team on the field every Saturday. Violent. I think that's something you can watch and see. It's something that you can look and say, man, this is a physically and mentally tough football team.
And that was the old Saban quote when he showed up. Everybody wants an identity, and being the team nobody wants to play is a good identity.
Yeah, and I don't know how much of that we have in college football anymore. Like,
That's
I think
a great point.
One of the things that you lost at Georgia was that violent edge. One of the things you obviously lost at Alabama was that violent edge. Texas does not have that violent edge. I just don't know how many exist in college football.
Just off of last year, give me.
I mean, I didn't think Indiana. I thought Indiana was sound.
Yeah.
I never considered them a violent team, like that intimidating point of attack. Miami at times defensively.
It's a good one. Miami, when Bain and those guys got after you, that was good.
Michigan is probably our last national champion that you would qualify as that.
I felt like Ohio State when they won it. Was that Downs' first year up there? I thought that was a pretty good defense. That was a good defense last year.
Yeah.
I thought they were pretty physical.
See, I guess I'm looking more as offense rather than defense.
I was looking
it's hand in hand, but I'm looking at more offense, like the offense that can lean on you, line it up, run it down your throat, and make you like it. Michigan could do that.
Yeah.
Michigan could do that the year they won the national championship.
Well, I do agree that Golesh needs to try to get this edge back because, I mean, the fact of the matter, and we talked about this in depth yesterday, is you haven't had a winning season since 2020.
Yeah.
I mean, that is really hard to do with a program like Auburn.
Now, I will say this, though, and I had Auburn fans again reaching out to me. I had a couple texts yesterday after he was done, like, I've heard you say this on the show. I agree this guy says all the right things, but I'm cautiously optimistic. I've been burned too often as an Auburn fan. He got good reviews, and all the players did. McPherson got good reviews. Byron Brown was with us. I thought he was fantastic. I really liked him.
I
really like Byron Brown. So they all got good reviews. I think people like talking season. Auburn did well in talking season. One thing Alex Golesh said right there, though, and if you're an Auburn fan, Alex Golesh is being realistic here, but it can be a little tough to stomach. He said, what will define this year is laying the foundation. That's not competing for a championship.
No, I think you can. Again, we use Indiana a lot in those terms. I think you've got to be more realistic, and especially when you're talking about 5 consecutive losing seasons now for the Auburn Tigers. I think the number in Vegas is set perfectly because, in my opinion, if it goes under the 6.5, it was a very average year, depending on how far it goes under. If they're 6-6. You can deal with that. If it goes over, I think 7-5 in year one. He won 7 games in year one at South Florida. I think that is a great foundation to lay.
I think that's a realistic statement, though, Jim. I think that was Alex Golesh, either intentionally or unintentionally, just being honest. Like, what defines this year? Well, you got to lay the foundation this year. It's almost like, it may be 7 wins, 8 wins, but as long as I can come out and I've got my foundation laid, now I feel good about the future.
Listen, I know, if you're an Auburn fan, you hate when I always bring up Saban. I understand that. But it was the greatest dynasty in the history of college football.
That is correct.
Right?
Yes.
So I say this in a term that take the Alabama name off of it. Nick Saban's first year was 6-7. Is that what it was? 7-6, 6-7. It was an Independence Bowl, and it included a loss to a team that rolled into town on a school bus.
I can't believe how many people believe that.
And again, that is the greatest coach in maybe the history of sports.
But that was a foundation year. That was a foundation year.
Well, and part of laying that foundation was he thinned the herd a little bit. There were some guys that probably realize I don't
always going to happen.
I don't have a spot in this program anymore. This guy, the way he approaches it, that's not the way I approach it.
And he
I like the way Mike Shula approached it better than Nick Saban.
Set the identity.
Yeah.
So it's
but I think
there's nothing wrong with a foundation.
I
year.
agree. It's hard to swallow. Just use our professional teams that we are most passionate about. Your team's got a shot at winning their division. Your team's the Super Bowl favorite. You know what my team's doing this year?
Laying a foundation.
Laying a foundation.
Yeah.
My team is not going to contend for the AFC East, and we will probably have the first pick next year.
I remember us when Sean McVay got hired. I was like, he's young. I really don't know a lot about this guy. I have no idea. I'm going to be optimistic because I'm such a fan, but at the same time, I'm going to be reserved because I really don't know what to expect.
But it's a tough thing to swallow as a fan. But if by the end of the year I'm sitting around on Sunday and I'm watching the Dolphins compete with the Patriots in division, compete with the Bills in division, I'm like, okay.
But I saw it game one.
Well, I
think Indiana fans probably saw it game one.
But the 10 that were there, they probably didn't even recognize it, honestly.
But I remember when, the first time I watched SIG, it was in the Rose Bowl. I'll never forget it against UCLA. It was week 3 or 4, and I was like, I don't know what's going on with this Indiana team, but this doesn't look like Indiana.
This is good Indiana football. I don't know what I'm watching here.
Odie's Fest is happening this weekend with our friends at Odie's. Tell us about those great folks.
You can pick up tickets right now, odiesfest.com. Stop into one of the 2 great locations, the original right there in Crestline, the newer location in Edgewood on Broadway. Live music every Friday and Saturday. Trivia tonight on Wednesday. Stop in, enjoy the incredible food from Rodney Davis. Been doing it for 4 decades now, from the wings, the burgers, the great sandwiches like the Diablo sandwich, the ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light, and, of course, those Odie's famous cup cocktails. Stop in, see Will Haver and that great staff. Birmingham Institution is Odie's Tavern.
World Cup, by the way, 39 million viewers on Fox. Throw in Peacock streams and Telemundo, and they had 66.4 million people watching the World Cup in the United States.
The final. And it didn't involve the United States.
With no United States.
What do you think that number is if the United States, by some miracle, was in it?
It would be the Super Bowl.
It'd be 100 million.
I think I agree with you guys. I saw that story yesterday, and I'm like, for that many Americans to watch Argentina play Spain, if America were in this thing, if the United States were in this thing,
117 minutes of
But you know what it would
virtually
be?
No scoring.
You would get baited into it. Like, you would have people at your workplace or friends and supper clubs, and, well, I've never watched soccer before, but this is going to be such an event. Johnny's throwing a party, and everybody, it would 100% be Super Bowl.
I mean, I played golf on Sunday during that game. I know I got locked into the World Cup, but I wanted to play golf, and I knew Spain style, that was going to be no scoring in that game. There were 3 carts in the group. The other 2 carts had it on their phones run through their cart speaker. Yeah. I mean, that's just...
I thought the funny thing was, they had this expanded 30-minute halftime with Madonna and Justin Bieber and the Korean kids, BTS or whatever. Yeah, and Shakira. Normally, that's like all in for a lot of people. I immediately put it on a side TV, went back to a show I was watching when halftime. Like, I wonder how many people watched halftime. Like, that wasn't the highlight.
That was the worst halftime performance I've ever seen.
Didn't see a minute of it.
I don't like halftime shows in general. I think they're cheesy and cringy.
Yeah.
But that one just takes the cake. You get rid of the 15-minute halftime rule to put on that. You spend.
What was bad about it? Because, again, I didn't see it. I mean, I can only imagine.
The music sucked. The production was uninteresting, and it just takes away from the thing I was actually trying to watch, and just offered me nothing in exchange.
But you're the diehard soccer fan. They're trying to bring in the Super Bowl numbers, which is to get people to watch. And the problem with the World Cup is that they were trying to be international, so you start bringing in BTS and Shakira.
Yeah.
By the way, I saw where Shakira, I doubt this, no way this is true, but reportedly she had 1.8 million DMs after the show.
DMs?
Yeah.
Like some random guy is like,
Shakira
that's true.
She's not with Gerard Piqué anymore. It's like, oh, wait.
So, I mean,
Does she have
single
open
again.
DMs?
Yeah, that's pretty surprising.
Well, that would be the surprising part. But the fact that she probably has 100 million followers.
Yeah, but how many of the 1.8 million were random dude like, tell you what, I think I got a shot.
Yeah.
I know I'm sitting in Topeka, Kansas.
Yeah.
I think
in
it was
my
about
house.
1.7
I can't speak Spanish.
I can't speak Spanish.
Yeah, but I can read those hips.
Hey, worst case, she's not going to respond.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, shoot your shot, right?
Right. Yeah.
I mean,
I don't think that's ever going to work.
As Michael Scott and Wayne Gretzky famously said, you miss every shot you don't take. What was it?
100% of the shots.
100% of the shots you don't take.
Yeah, I do think there's certain people that would send her a DM. They probably get a response.
Sure. Yeah. Lamine Yamal's girlfriend that he brought to the tournament was with somebody else 3 weeks before the tournament.
Oh, really? Wow. So she's new to the game.
Yeah, she dropped that guy that she had been with for 5 years and went to the World Cup with Lamine Yamal.
So much like me, that was her first World Cup too, right? Yep. She was watching her first World Cup just like I was.
Yeah, all she's got to do is Google what the kind of money that's being made.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's about to cash in.
Oh, yeah. Well, my 12-year-old soccer daughter announced in the car the other night that she is now, since this is Ronaldo's last World Cup, I am now a Yamin Lamal fan.
Yeah.
So she's a what a front runner, right?
Well, that's good.
But she's like, I mean, he's young and he'll be playing a long
funny
game.
Story behind him, and just seems like a good kid, and I love the style of play he does.
No doubt.
But it's funny, Benjamin Watson, talking about he's got to find him a premier team now.
No, he's got to find
I wonder how many Americans are going to do that now.
Yeah. I would agree.
Our coverage from Tampa brought to you by our friends at Culver's. Let's talk to Alabama's wide receiver, Brown.
Yeah, Ryan Coleman-Williams is with us now from down in Tampa. Welcome in, Ryan. How's your day been today?
Good. It's been super exciting. Super fun.
Yeah.
So far.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. I know you've talked about this a lot, but for our audience, let's start with the addition to the name. Why did you add Coleman to the last name for those that might not be aware of the story?
Postseason, I had a chance, to talk to my mom, throughout that season in my freshman year, obviously in every season or every part of life, you're going to go through adversity or challenges. And with that, I had a strong foundation in my corner, with my mom and everyone else in my corner. And I just wanted to leave my legacy behind, with her last name. And that's really just the decision we made at the end of the day, going into this year.
A lot of positives last year. There were down moments. Obviously, you led the nation in drop passes. I know you've been asked about that before. When you go back and you watch that film, what do you learn from yourself after having, at times sensational moments your freshman year to struggling your sophomore year, and how can you build upon that?
Really just keeping the game fun. It's a child's game, and enjoying the game and not letting my circumstances dictate, how I play or perform. And that's really like the biggest thing that I've learned, because obviously, it sucks to, drop the ball because, at the receiver position, that's literally what you get paid to do. So, just keeping the game simple, because, I'm going to do the work off the field to make sure that happens, and just have fun, play with confidence.
There are guys in the NFL that have to deal with this too, but you're such a focus of game plans this past year. How many times were you basically a decoy? And do you know, like, you're a decoy on certain routes, that they're going to double me here and it's going to open it up for somebody else? Does that happen?
I mean, definitely. I mean, you go into games and, watch film and see what the defense, does to certain structures, if we're in 11 personnel, 12 personnel. So, definitely going into games and last year, my freshman year, and, some games even this year, going into those games and making sure, I'm running routes full speed for my guys, to open it up, just because, it's only going to make it easier for myself, whenever it's time for, that ball to get in my hands.
Yeah, see, I give myself credit as a non-former football player, sportscaster, for noticing that you run routes hard, opening up for other guys, right? That's important, right?
Well, definitely. That was good.
Ryan Coleman-Williams with us from SEC Media Days in Tampa. Our coverage presented by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Jeremy Bernard seemed to be a great leader in your position group there. Not saying you were not, but he was obviously an upperclassman, a guy that was on his way to the NFL. With him out, Sindarian Morgan is a young guy. Lottie Brooks is in his second year. Do you feel like the leadership role falls wholly on you in that position room?
I mean, 1,000%, learning from Germ and learning from other leaders, that we had in the past, whenever I was a young guy, just trying to take all the things that they did, the right way and pour it into my young guys, just because, you know, all they want to do is be a sponge and, you know, learn and try to be their best. So, you know, just trying to be that guy for them, and just watching their growth just because I remember being in their shoes.
Okay, I know you've been asked this a lot too, but Kalen and Austin, I know it's an open quarterback competition right now. You do not have to give us a name. I know you won't give us a name. Do you feel like you know who the starting quarterback will be when East Carolina rolls around?
Honestly, right now, I don't even. I couldn't even tell myself if I'm being honest. Because both of them, they just the way that they come in and day out, it genuinely does not matter. Just because, I mean, they're coming in and reflecting off of each other and building on each other's good and bad, and you know, it's almost better. I feel like better this way, just because you know you get to watch them literally they're forced to be their best self every single day. And just for us, you know, we're just trying to, you know, give them that confidence that, you know, we're going to need the best version of you week in and week out. So, you know, just with them doing it on a consistent basis now, I'm nothing but confident that it will continue throughout the season.
Do you have to have just one? I mean, tell me. Talk to me like I'm a dumb sportscaster again. You're a wide receiver. Do you have to have just one guy? Could you live with two quarterbacks all year long?
Hey, I love both of my guys, but you know, it's just I think the main thing is just having, you know, for the team a guy to stand behind. You know, it's a little bit harder to stand behind two guys, but I think anything is possible.
But let me ask you this, Randy. This is just a practical question. You're not the only receiver that would face this. I mean, there are guys in a ton of teams that would be in this situation. Like if you've got an established starter and he buzzes you, he's like, hey, we're throwing tomorrow at 6 a.m. or 6 p.m. or whatever. You got that. Yeah. But do you have two guys blowing you up now? I mean, like, are both of them like, hey, let's go throw? So, I mean, like, you're doing double the work now, right?
Most definitely. You know, but there's a lot of positive to it, if I'm being honest. You know, just being able to have confidence in, you know, those throws and be prepared going into every practice. It only helps for whenever it's time on Saturday. So most of the time they've been on the same page because I forced them to be. If they're not on the same page, I'm like, look, it's either both or neither.
You know, we went position group by position group for your team earlier in the show, and we talked about this secondary. I mean, this secondary is going to be one of the best in college football. How much better do they make you on a day-to-day basis?
That's probably like my most exciting time of the day, you know, is just being able to compete with those guys, just because, you know, I know that they're going to give me their best work day in and day out. I mean, they have so much depth in the room. It's ridiculous, you know, just seeing those guys and, you know, one of them go off the field and you like, okay. Then the other one comes on and he got fresh legs. It's almost like what it's supposed to be the opposite. You know, when you put a receiver out there on a good DB and he got fresh legs, you're like, okay, let's make him run a little bit. That's how it feels for us. It's like it just keeps going. It's like so really just having the ability to compete with those guys and see different looks because they all have their own, you know, things that makes them great, and seeing all those different looks, we're only going to be prepared on Saturdays.
All right, we'll let you get to the school jet after this one. I just want to ask you this question personally, Ryan. When you leave Alabama, whenever that is, whether you go to the NFL or you stay 4 years, what would you want to be most known for? When people think of Ryan Coleman-Williams in Tuscaloosa, you hope they think of what?
For me?
Sure.
I've always been a winner, so definitely winning. We got to get some winning in.
Okay. That's a good one. You just quoted Bear Bryant. I ain't never been nothing but a winner.
You want the Devontae Smith walk-off national championship moment, right?
That's right, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Ryan, safe travels back to Tuscaloosa. Thank you for the time.
I appreciate y'all.
Yeah. All right, take care, man. That is Ryan Coleman-Williams with us, the Alabama wide receiver. On the Alexander Shunnarah Trial Attorneys Hotline, our coverage from Tampa. SEC Media Days presented by Culver's. The great butter burger, those gooey golden cheese curds, crispy crinkle cut fries, the great frozen custards, all right there at Culver's, Tattersall Park, Highway 280, and also Stadium Trace and Hoover, just off 150 and 459. Culver's, welcome to Delicious.
Get those T-shirts ready right now. Get some winning in.
Get some winning in.
The question you asked, unfortunately, fair or not, if he would have left after last year, he would have been remembered for potential left on the table and for those drops.
Underachiever.
So, fortunately, he's got this year, and if he has a tremendous year, he's probably on to the NFL. So he's got time to make up for that. And I think people can eventually forget about all the drops from last year.
He was asked today, and these guys, if you don't know how SEC Media Days works, they just go room to room to room to room to room to room to room. And
that's why it's so difficult for you to be able to schedule our guests.
That's why he's a little bit later, because those rooms, they get running behind schedule. He was asked earlier today, I don't know what room, I don't know the reporter that asked him, do you plan to declare early for the NFL? I'm like, why are we asking Ryan Williams that? I mean, he's got an entire season to play, and had he been able to declare early last year, I don't even know what his draft status would have been, honestly.
Yeah, I could see Brent Key get upset about that question.
Okay, let's get back to the Brent Key thing, Tyler, if you'll give me cut number 11, and we'll do our 4 downs before we take our next break here. Before Brownie tells us about Central Alabama asphalt and 4 downs, LT, give me a little something on New York Butcher.
The New York Butcher Shop, great place. If you're looking for a lunch right now, just where we're originating out of in Birmingham, there's 2 locations, 1123. Those sub sandwiches they do, the deli sandwiches, are absolutely fantastic. They're massive. You could split one with a coworker. You can take the rest home, lunch or dinner. Get in, see our friend Jim. Don't forget about the fresh meats, the sides made in-house every single day, and, of course, a fantastic selection of fine wines and desserts as well. Rare quality, well-done service. 2 locations, Cabo Heights, Highway 119 in Greystone. It is the New York Butcher Shop.
And 4 downs each day, presented by our friends at Central Alabama Asphalt and Construction. And when you see Central Alabama Asphalt and Construction out on the roads doing those big federal, municipal, state road projects that they do, you may look at that and say, well, they probably can't do my smaller job. No, sirree. They can do your smaller job. No, sirree. That is kind of an old phrase, isn't it? No, sirree. My dad used to say, no, sirree, Bob. I don't know why Bob got thrown in, but no, sirree, Bob. They can do those smaller jobs, a parking pad at your house, a driveway, a parking lot for a church, a community center, a store, something along those lines. You can find that at Central Alabama Asphalt. Same exact crews, same quality, same no excuse standards, no matter the size of the job. For estimate on any job, big or small, 205-349-0910, 205-349-0910, or centralalabamaasphalt.com.
All right, before we drop the first down, earlier in the show, our 40 and 40 countdown was Georgia Tech at 28. Lance had some more thoughts on this answer and this look from Brent Key.
What stands out to you the most about Alberto Mendoza's game?
I don't know. He hadn't started a college football game yet. I mean, he throws it. You think, he hadn't started a college game. You think I'm going to sit here and tell you everything he does and does well and doesn't do well? Come on. We just talked about the people we open up with. He's smart, cerebral, sees the whole field, can get us in and out of good plays, bad plays. He's accurate. He's got a good release.
That's how he should have started this. Well, now, I know he had to flip through his Ed Hardy and his Affliction and his tap-out shirts to get to that suit and that chain.
But I mean, he tell his stylist this morning? It's like, you know what? I think I want to look like Tony Soprano.
Yeah, what
today.
look you going for, gangster?
But like, we have a job and we ask stupid questions, and the 3 of us do it all the time. But like, that's not a dumb question. Like, we've seen Alberto. He fortunately played probably as much or more as any backup quarterback last year because Indiana's ability to blow teams out. He played in 8 different games, but I think it's a fair question. Like, what does Alberto bring to the table?
Here's what I think's at play there. This is just my guess without knowing Brent or having talked to Brent. Don't know what you know him a little bit. This is my guess. He's already hearing comparisons to his brother.
Oh, 100%.
But they're completely different quarterbacks.
They are, and he knows that.
But why not? That's the way to start.
Maybe so. But I think he's probably just trying to cut it off at the pass before we start comparing the 2 brothers and put much pressure on Alberto.
And I hate using the word bully, but with that look, with that answer, my gosh. Well, I mean, it's simple to say, hey, look, he's not Fernando Mendoza. He is exactly, to me, he's the same build as a Haynes King. He's exactly what Brent Key wants in a Haynes King quarterback, a guy that is very, very mobile for his size.
But here's my point. After that answer, what are we talking about? We're talking about the way Brent Key answered the question. We're not comparing the 2 brothers. And I'm telling you, I think that might have been if there was a plan behind that, the strategy, I think that might be the strategy. I'll be the focus of that question rather than Alberto being.
That's just, I mean, again.
To me, it's you got to take a news conference in its entirety sometimes. Earlier, they were talking about the challenges ahead in their schedule. They've got a first-time quarterback, a new offensive coordinator, things that they haven't put on tape yet as a team, and they open up with Colorado at home. Then they play Tennessee. Pretty big start right there where those are 2 losable games. You quickly get to, by the time you get to Stanford, Duke, and those guys, the cat's out of the bag. But that Colorado game specifically, and then Tennessee, there's a couple of competitive advantages of having a new offensive system with a new quarterback who played a lot, but not in this system that,
but I don't think
keep
he's
under wraps.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to leak anything to Prime in Colorado by telling us the strengths of Alberto Mendoza.
The irony of Alberto Mendoza, it's the toughest out-of-conference schedule in America, I think. I mean, Colorado, Tennessee, Georgia. I don't know how you're
yesterday on the show.
Yeah, I don't know how you're going to get a tougher out-of-conference schedule. He could have played 10 years in Indiana and not played as tough an out-of-conference team as those 3.
Right.
He's going to play all in 1 year.
But again, the benefit for Georgia Tech, if we're looking at the schedule, and as you brought that up yesterday, I said the fact that you've got no Miami, you've got no SMU.
You do have Clemson and Louisville and Pitt, though.
You don't have NC State.
It's
you don't
a
have
tough
Virginia.
ACC schedule because of the out-of-conference.
Yeah, I think the ACC schedule is very, very doable for them. I think the out-of-conference makes it much more difficult. I mean, look, you're going to be Malachi Holsley coming back. You get Justice Haynes coming in, and Alberta's ability to run the football. They're going to be able to run the football. I don't know what to expect with this schedule right now.
Yeah. Central Alabama asphalt gives us our 4 downs. Maybe a Georgia Tech question in there. Maybe involving the Falcons of Atlanta. Who knows? Here is our first down.
First down.
Because you brought that up, that way, I'll just ask you, who is at their current job longer, Brent Key or Kevin Stefanski with the Atlanta Falcons?
I'm going to say it this way.
All right.
I believe, and this isn't because I've ever talked to Brent Key about this, he is a Georgia Tech guy. But I think there is a scenario where I don't think Kirby ever leaves Georgia to coach somewhere else. I think there is a scenario where Brent Key would leave Georgia Tech to coach another college program.
It's because Kirby's got a primo job. I just don't know that you can make Georgia Tech a primo job.
Yeah,
and I don't
know if they'll ever have the investment to do
Brent's
that.
done a really good job. I mean, when he took over as the interim coach, he goes 7 wins, 9 wins last year. If he continues that progression, or even if he falls back to 6 or 7, he's going to be fine. I don't know if he survives long enough. It's a difficult job, and
Also, Stefanski is a better coach than you saw at Cleveland. His quarterback situation at Cleveland was as bad as it could be. I mean, absolutely as bad as it could be. When you actually had a good quarterback there.
Yeah, I agree. I think Stefanski's going to be there another 5 years. I would go Stefanski.
But here's the problem. I don't know what his quarterback situation is in Atlanta.
Well, he's got 2 of them.
Yeah.
No. Are they any good?
They got to stay healthy. I think Tua is good. He's not great. And I think Penix has the ability to be good.
Yeah.
But the problem is you got 2 banged up quarterbacks, and I think there's a chance you get down to number 3 at some point.
I mean, Stefanski gets paid a lot of money to be an NFL coach and lose the games he's lost, but I feel bad for the guy. He just never has a solid quarterback situation, ever.
Yeah.
I'd like to see him be able to coach one because I think he's a good coach.
I'm going to go Brent Key longer at Georgia Tech because I only think he would leave for a really, really, really good job. And the turnover in the NFL is pretty
brutal.
Quick.
Yeah.
Second down.
More total yards this year, Alberto Mendoza or Jared Curtis?
I'm going to go Alberto Mendoza here because I know you guys think I'm crazy. I'm not sure the 5-star quarterback's going to start at Vandy.
Yeah, you've said that twice today. You think it's going to be, what was our boy's name? What's our
Blaze
guy's name? Blaze.
I would be shocked. Unless Clark Lee just is like, Blaze has got the ability to give us more wins. Like, he is our better option right now. But the money they're paying this kid, the fanfare for him, I think he gets thrown straight to the wolves.
Yeah. Mendoza, regardless.
But I'm going to go Mendoza because
I will too.
I don't think there's going to be much of as good as Haynes King, and you really saw the flashes going back to the finale against Georgia in 2024. But Haynes King last year was right around 4,000 total yards, almost 3,000 passing, almost 1,000 rushing. I don't know if you get that from Mendoza throwing the football, but I think you're going to get that with his legs.
New offensive coordinator, though. That system left. The system with Haynes King left and is at Florida now. So
I get that, but you still you have a quarterback that is that mobile, and that is the strength of Alberto, at least right now.
But Brent Key, who's the head coach, is an offensive line guy who loves to be physical and run the football.
Which helps Justice Haynes. And I think Justice Haynes is poised to have a pretty good year in the ACC this year.
He would be my pick to be leading rusher in the ACC.
With Hollywood Smothers going from NC State, he's in Texas now. I mean, you could certainly make that argument, yeah.
Third down.
David Spade, 62 years old. Alex Trebek would have been 86. Better career, Alex Trebek or David Spade?
Trebek, easy.
Yeah, what am I missing on Spade? I think that's...
No, I mean, Spade's just had a really good career. I mean, from, he's the most sarcastic guy maybe in entertainment.
He is. When he was on Weekend Update, the character he played on Weekend Update was fantastic.
Yeah. But, I mean...
Tommy Boy? Was he in Tommy Boy?
Yeah, he was in all those Chris Farley movies.
And a lot of those, a lot of the Sandler movies, too, the grown-ups, all that kind of stuff. So he's had a long career, and he's... Probably, but I mean, Alex Trebek is probably the greatest to ever do it at game show wise.
I think he's the best game show
Alex Trebek didn't need Adam Sandler to give him a job.
That is true.
David Spade needed that for the past 25 years.
Yeah, but the Tommy Boy, I mean, he was Chris Farley's mate, right? Running around.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking of the right guy. That's a classic movie, dude.
I love Tommy Boy.
He's actually
after that, he has done nothing on his own.
He's a pretty funny stand-up comedian. If you've ever seen him do stand-up, he just doesn't do it a lot. I just think he's one of those guys that, probably doesn't work as much as he has to.
Yeah, I think Trebek's the best game show host of all time.
I would agree. I would go
Trebek. Alex Trebek.
Yeah, not me. For me, it would be David Spade.
Also, that Bus Boys movie with Theo Vaughn and David Spade really brings his stock down, in my opinion.
That's
what happens when you do a movie with Theo Vaughn.
Yeah, it was legitimately one of the worst movies I've ever seen.
I can't imagine you watched that. It blows me away that you actually watched it. And I like Theo Vaughn. I think he's a funny guy. But the fact you thought a movie with Theo Vaughn in it might be watchable is amazing.
Man, the people in the audience were laughing, and I was looking around like, am I going nuts?
Yeah, what are we laughing at here?
Because they were all stoned as bad. So were you stoned? No.
No, I wasn't, and I think that might have been a mistake.
I heard the humor. Yep.
Fourth down.
Keyshawn Johnson, 54 today. Tim Brown, 60. Better career, Keyshawn or Tim Brown?
Brown in college, Key in the NFL.
Keyshawn Johnson. For me, because
think...
then I'll throw in broadcasting as well.
Yeah, which Brown hasn't done any of.
Not a fan of Key's broadcasting at all.
He's stuck around.
But I think Tim Brown was the better player. I do. And look, I loved Key's year at UCLA. He did win a Super Bowl championship, which Tim Brown never did. But I just thought Tim Brown was a much more reliable receiver.
Yeah.
Raiders, most of his career. Is that
correct?
Yeah,
I think his whole career, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Career stats, he had 14,934 receiving yards.
Where's that put you all time?
100 touchdowns.
How many receptions?
1,094 receptions.
Okay, to put it in perspective, 814 for Key.
Yeah.
10,000 receiving yards and 64 receiving touchdowns. The numbers aren't even close.
Yeah, not even close.
Yeah. So Tim Brown was the better pro, too. I was wrong about that.
Yeah, wow. Better than I remember. And the entire career, except for his final year, he played with the Buccaneers in 2004.
Well, I do not remember him wearing your uniform.
Where he played 15 games. Before that, it was the Los Angeles and the Oakland Raiders.
Yeah, Key played, obviously the Jets. I remember when he scored his first touchdown, he threw his helmet and the ear pad bounced out.
We don't put enough respect on Tim Brown's name. 7th all time in receiving yards.
He was great.
Yeah. More receiving yards than Marvin Harrison, Steve Smith, Reggie Wayne, Andre Johnston, Chris Carter. The list goes on and on. That's a heck of a career. Only Tony Gonzalez, Isaac Bruce, Randy Moss, T.O.
I learned something today. Tim Brown, a better
Yep.
career than I remember him having.
Absolutely.
And that's 4?
That's 4.
That's 4 downs today, brought to you by friends at Central Alabama Asphalt. We'll do trash and hear from John Sumrall in the main room where someone drew a penalty and drew the ire of John Sumrall on the other side on the show that's being brought to you by our friends at let's do our viewing menu right here. Okay. Brought to you by our friends at Michelson. They bring you the viewing menu.
Yeah, 205-969-8100, the number I called way back in 2003. When you make that call, ask for Amy Toh. The next round sent you. For more information, Dr. Mort Michelson, Dr. Jim Michelson, best in the business, michelsonlaservision.com.
Alrighty, so last night I did the Evangelion recap movie for the 30th anniversary. Found out that it was subbed, not dubbed. Going back to your question from yesterday, Jim.
Yeah.
I prefer the English dub for Evangelion, but I'll be following it up with the End of Evangelion movie. And if you follow me on Letterboxd, you know this is one of my 4 favorites of all time. Also, we have a new release on Netflix. They've added Wicked for Good to its catalog. So if you're tired, if you never got tired of the Wicked music and you want it coming back, you got the second movie to go watch on Netflix. I will pass on that though.
I didn't see the first one, so I'm sure as hell not going to go see the second one.
Yeah, I've never gotten the Wicked thing. It's never. I've just never watched it. It may be great. I don't know. I've just
So
never
when
watched
I watched the first one a couple years ago in theaters, I thought it was fine. Like, I hate musicals, but I thought the story outside of the music was good.
But you were watching it in theaters. This was a unbelievably staged.
Oh, I heard the play was good.
Yeah, really, really good.
I would go see the play. I got no desire to see the feature film.
Plays to movies don't always work. Like Hamilton on television, not good.
Would not be good.
The producers.
Not good.
That's true. Wicked Cats was an abomination.
Yes, that was terrible.
T. Swift, a part of that production.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's horrible. But you see it on stage the way it was intended. It's tremendous.
Mm-hmm. Now, Wicked did get a bunch of awards for its set design, costuming, and everything else. The production values were great. It's just not for me. And then also on Netflix today, they have added A Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood. If you're in a Tom Hanks or a Mr. Rogers mood today, the main character, Lloyd Vogel, who investigates Mr. Rogers and tries to get to know him, will play the lead in Clayface, coming later this year from DC Studios. And he gives a great performance in this. And Tom Hanks as Mr. Rogers does a great job as well. It's just this guy who goes in kind of cynical to this meeting with Mr. Rogers. And over time, he finds out, no, Mr. Rogers was just a nice guy the entire time.
Solid flick. Yeah.
No secrets behind closed doors.
Solid flick.
So my Wednesday night is either Disclosure Day, buying it at home, or going to the Odyssey. Now,
Go to the Odyssey.
Okay, I'm definitely going to see the Odyssey. Is Disclosure Day worth streaming at home?
No. I did not like Disclosure Day. I thought it was just a swing and a miss from Spielberg. First hour or so.
See, I think Hanks and Spielberg, I think both of them have completely lost their fastballs.
Oh, 100%. But, yeah, it was very evident with Disclosure Day. The first hour or so, I was kind of into it. It was tense. A little bit of a cat and mouse game going on. And then once stuff gets revealed towards the turn of the third act, I just completely lost interest. I was very excited for Disclosure Day when it came out, and then walking out of there, I was horribly disappointed. Go see the Odyssey.
Okay.
Yeah. I would tell you this. I saw yesterday in the journals, Disney and Kraft Heinz have entered a partnership together, the two corporations. And Disney in their parks and on their cruise lines will have Kraft Heinz food on the park, but also you will see Kraft Heinz products start to show up in Disney films and shows.
Oh, product placement.
Like you could see Thor eating mac and cheese.
Yeah.
But Kraft Heinz is also in their commercials and promotions going to be allowed to use Disney characters. That's the kind of relationships they've bonded there.
Sounds like a win-win. Yeah.
That's a big business move there. But does that bother you if you see a Kraft macaroni and cheese package being opened up by a character in a movie?
Oh, we've all done it.
Makes it more realistic to me.
It depends on the level of product placement.
I hate when it's like, of course we do it.
I don't hate it at all.
Everything is straight up perfect. Like you got to have it off.
I do it every time. I
take
a drink. I take a drink. I try to get it.
Yeah, or when there's just like a close up of the product and it
for no reason.
It's like no, that was clear.
I appreciate
placement.
how some directors can do product placement and it blends perfectly in.
Yeah. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you've got the scene from Wayne's World that paid for the whole movie and was a complete joke, but it works.
But they made a joke out of it.
Yeah. I think the cereal and craft beers that they kept on top of the Friends refrigerator in Joey and the other Chandler's apartment, I think they sold out every week and from places in New York.
Yeah.
All right. We got Trash on the other side and John Summerall in the big room from SEC Media Days.
a little funny moment there. 39 days away from the start of the college football season, brought to you by our friends at Innisfree. Innisfree Countdown, 39 days. Your game day tradition is Innisfree, Irish pub in Tuscaloosa and Lakeview. Irish-inspired pub food, the signature Irish gold sauce, and always a world-class atmosphere. It's Innisfree.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Dump trucks, delivery vans, tankers, 18-wheelers, 35 types of commercial vehicles share the road with you every day. When one hits you, trust me, the company's lawyers are already moving. You should be too. Over $2 billion recovered. Alexander Shunnarah trial attorneys are ready to fight for you. Call 659-777-7777 or visit alexwins.law for your free case evaluation. Don't wait. Alexander Shunnarah trial attorneys. 659-777-7777. alexwins.law. Physical offices, Birmingham.
Sterling and the fine folks at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster want to welcome you in for a great lunch or dinner starting at 11 a.m. every day. Chicken that's brined overnight and cooked to order, and the taste of the Delta with those Delta recipe tamales. Champy's is perfect for all your tailgating needs this football season. You can also choose Champy's for your next party, wedding, or birthday. Great food, great people. Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster, and everything online at champyschicken.com.
At Central State Bank, we are large enough to serve you and small enough to know you. Manage your money with ease, whether it's mobile banking, hassle-free checking, competitive loans, business solutions, or personalized financial advice. We're your hometown bank with big-time service. Visit us today and experience banking made simple, because at Central State Bank, you come first.
Member FDIC.
Next Round shirts, Next Round hoodies, and Next Round hats all in one place, nextround.store. Find your favorite piece of gear from your favorite show and put it in your rotation. You never know, you might be in one of our videos showing Next Round gear being worn all over the world. Find all of your favorite Next Round gear by visiting nextround.store. Place an order for you and that big Next Round fan in your life at nextround.store. Look your best at work, at school, at the stadium, or anywhere you go wearing Next Round gear from nextround.store. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, before we get to trash today, this hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, champyschicken.com. Down on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Stop by and see Sterling and the crew.
John Summerall. I think this is the correct cut queued up. I've lost the numbers. Forrester's throwing them at me so fast. John Summerall. He's in the big ballroom. You got a lot of reporters in there. Most of them are print media. SEC Media Days. This happens at least once every year. It happened to John Summerall.
You decided to stay with Tulane last year going into the playoffs. Some other coaches decided to jump ship. Talk a little bit about that decision-making process to stay with the team.
Well, I'd say no two decisions are alike. Like Lane and I are friends, and Lane and I talked several times through the process of October, November about what it was looking like for both of our schedules of how things were going to unfold. And you'd be kicked out of our team meeting. I swear.
A phone
like
ring.
You're lucky I'm not going to throw this freaking podium right now. Like drives me crazy. I would say who is that, but I'm not going to embarrass anybody.
Yeah, a phone ring at
Wow.
the during
Okay,
the
what I took out of that, and turn your phone off. That makes no sense. What I took more out of that is Lane and I talked about our schedules, what they were going to be in October, November. Like this guy knew he was going to get job offers.
Yeah, he did.
Was Lane preparing in October and November to bolt?
He was. Are you surprised at this?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what. Did you guys read into that too?
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
Truthfully, I was listening for the phone to ring.
Because you knew what was coming, right?
Yeah. I should have set it up better, I think. All right, time to get to trash, brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Tell us about those great folks, LT.
Yeah, trusted name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954 for all of your plumbing, heating, cooling. Any of those issues arise, home or business, call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys there. Hard to stop a train. Tell them the next round sent you. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Delicious looking dick from sorry about that. Delicious looking dish from Rick there. Pork, yeah.
LT's Trash is presented by Bud Light.
Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Our friends from Bud Light. We start first. Popular food influencer compared Breaking Bad's Walter White and Gus Fring has been sentenced to life in prison with hard labor over a major drug manufacturing and smuggling case. Lebanese content creator Georges Deeb, better known online as Dr. Food, was convicted by the Mount Lebanon Criminal Court alongside several other defendants. Dib has more than 5 million followers on TikTok, where he built his audience through food videos and products sold under the Dr. Food brand. Despite the name, you're going to be shocked, he is not a medical doctor.
Oh, no?
Yeah, the influencer's case
Dr. Dre
has been dubbed Lebanon's Breaking Bad following allegations that his food business was used to conceal and transport drugs. In the hit show, character Gus Fring, would smuggle drugs using his chicken restaurant, Los Pollos Hermanos. Prosecutors accused Dib, his company, Dr. Food Worldwide, and 10 other suspects of hiding, manufacturing cannabis-based narcotics, hiding them inside of biscuit products before shipping them abroad through Turkey. Case was linked to the seizure of 820 kilograms, roughly 1,800 pounds, of hashish back in 2024. Drugs reportedly concealed inside of cake packaging. Do you remember what they concealed them in Breaking Bad in?
You never saw it, did you, Dunaway?
I don't think I made it to that point, no.
Wasn't it the batter?
A lot of it was jalapenos.
Yeah, I forgot that. Gus Fring was a fantastic character. I mean, just the nicest person in the world. And the guy was,
How would they put it in the jalapenos?
No, it was there was something like the packages were put in the sealed cans of jalapenos, then you pull them out.
Okay.
Yeah. And that might have been 000, but anyway. Somebody did it.
Somebody did that, right?
Yeah, so under Lebanon's narcotics law, he was fined 120 million Lebanese pounds, approximately $1,300. The defendants sentenced were also stripped of their civil rights. Dib is believed to be outside Lebanon and remains wanted by authorities, meaning he is not currently serving his life sentence. I don't know if they'll ever see him again.
Probably not. I would say flight risk is what you're saying?
Yeah. Already there.
Yeah.
Already there.
Hey, Gus did have the same uniform on all the time.
He did.
Didn't
Yep. Didn't he have them hanging, like when they went back in his office, didn't he have like 3 yellow shirts hanging on the hanger back there? A lot of people are saying it is the batter. It was the batter.
Okay. Yeah. I think it might have been 000. By the way, that's a one-off series. If you've never seen it, it's great. Drivers in Greece continuing to cross a collapsed bridge that has been declared out of service, saying they'd rather risk the journey than take a detour that adds almost 20 miles to their trip. Now, I can't even, is this the Pyrgos Bridge, which spans the Peneus River, has been buckling since it was damaged by Storm Daniel back in 2023. Despite the middle of the bridge being just above the water below, motorists still use it every single day because it is the quickest route between these two villages. According to a Greek broadcaster, many of those using the crossing are local farmers trying to reach fields on the opposite side of the river. But despite the danger of crossing the bridge, residents say they have little choice as the only practical alternative requires a detour of up to 19 miles along the national highway. If you guys knew this bridge over the Cahaba had a chance of collapsing, or you had to go all the way around Caldwell Mill.
Well, first off, that bridge is much higher than this one.
Yeah, it's true.
So if I was down at the water's level where this one's likely going to cause a problem, I guess it could snap up at the high point.
I know me well. I'd risk it. I think I'd gun it. I'd gun it. When I got to the bottom, I'd gun it going up, thinking I'll build up enough speed.
Well, you can't go too fast because...
No, once I hit the bottom, I gun it going up.
the incline, because if you go too fast, you're going to bottom out or hit your fender on the up incline. I would drive around, LT.
I would say this is a courtesy thing, though. Like, if you're on this bridge, you let somebody else go before you.
It's a one-at-a-time thing,
right?
Yeah. I would say this. If I'm doing this right here, my windows are down and I'm unbuckled.
Yeah, I go ahead and get ready to bail.
Yeah.
19 miles, though. I know you say you would do this. 19 miles, probably country roads. I mean, you're adding easily an hour round trip. Easily for 19 miles.
Do you guys know anybody that used to roll down windows when they would cross a bridge?
No.
I heard that was a thing.
Nope, absolutely. I feel like my mom and dad did that when I was a little bitty kid down when we go to Mobile across the big long Mobile Bay to Dolphin Island.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, my mom used to keep a tool that you could shatter the window with from inside.
Now they put those tools in literally everything.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Like, I think
don't know
I've
what
got
mine is.
I don't think I got one.
Going over
with a window breaker and a seatbelt cutter.
It was my first time in New Orleans in 4 years, but going over Lake Pontchartrain, that bridge going in.
So
I think it's
long.
like 7 or 8 miles, but the barrier on the side was shorter than those, and all I could think about was like 3 or 4 lanes of traffic. 5 o'clock traffic, people texting, swerving. Like, if you hit that barrier, going 65, 70 on that bridge, you're over the side in Lake Pontchartrain.
In some places of Pontchartrain, though, like you can get out and stand up to
Probably. I don't think it's terribly deep.
To your neck.
I don't want to try it, though.
Yeah, I don't know.
All I know is when you've done this on the train ride down there.
I never did the train.
Oh, you didn't? The train ride is off on the side of the highway there, so you're almost water level looking out to the side.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's almost like you're on a cruise ship. You're so close to the water.
Are there gators in Pontchartrain? There got to be, right?
Maddie asked that question. I said, yeah, I assume there are.
In the bayou?
But I think it's more of it's all brackish waters, but it would be more the mouth of the river going from, Pontchartrain, the Mississippi to the Gulf.
Well, I would just tell you that I played down at Prattville at
Bull Sharks, too.
Robert Trent Jones course. And on the legislature, as you go through the swampy area, it says watch out for gators.
Yeah.
So there's gators there.
Yeah, there's got to be gators in the Pontchartrain.
100%.
A 23-year-old woman has died in Japan after a man fell out of a window, landed on her, and managed to survive himself. However, he's not out of the woods just yet. Now, according to a report in Japan, Hora Neba, 23-year-old woman, died in the hospital after a 29-year-old man, Shinichi Taguchi, fell out of a window in a 12-story apartment building. I don't know how you fall out of the window. Did he apparently do this on purpose?
Don't those people that know too much in Russia keep falling out of windows?
Yeah.
That sounds like what this might be.
Disclosure day, I'm going to assume somebody might have fallen out of a window in that movie because they knew a little bit.
Somebody fell out of a window in Ozark.
Yeah, they did. Oh, they got thrown off the balcony.
Oh, yeah.
That damn shoe went flying.
There was no falling out a window. He was thrown off a balcony.
Somebody got shot in the head, too.
Now, a neighbor had been on the sidewalk under the window when Taguchi fell directly on top of her from above. Damn.
She died?
Oh, yeah.
And he lived.
As per Japan Today, police are unsure if Taguchi jumped on purpose or if it was an accident. They can't confirm they only can confirm what floor he fell from. Now, the unfortunate incident occurred in the early hours of July 19th, with both Anoba and Taguchi being rushed to a hospital shortly after fall. Doctors attempted to work on Anuba. She died a few hours later from shock. As per this report, 29-year-old remains, quote, unconscious and in critical condition.
I mean, it's obviously her time to go and obviously not his. I mean, that is a freak accident right there.
He's going to have a massive civil suit coming up there from that family.
Do we ever hear reportings of people being hit in the head by glasses, like drinking glasses or anything falling off?
Or coins.
Coins.
Because you always hear a coin would put a hole in your head from the
terminal
Empire
velocity.
State.
But like just as you live in New York City and you are outside on your deck and you just have your Yeti sitting there, actually knocking a Yeti off and it falling down to the street. Do we ever hear injuries?
No, never heard of that.
I mean, I've seen it in balconies down at the coast a lot.
But your Yeti right there, if that fell from the 80th floor,
oh my God,
it
would go through you.
Oh my gosh, yes.
And finally, a Michelin-starred restaurant owner in South Korea could be sent to jail for up to 1 year after using ants as part of a garnish for desserts. Now, across the world, there are plenty of chefs and restaurants who experiment with different ingredients to create unique food experiences. Some of these have been more popular than others, especially with things like gold leaf garnishes. Well, in South Korea, one Michelin-star restaurateur has found themselves in hot water, may end up behind bars because of their use of ants. Now, according to the Star News Korea, Korean prosecutors have sought at least 1 year of jail time for the chef and restaurant owner who has only been named as Chef A. They also want a fine of over $13,000. Ants are not approved from human consumption under Korean law, and the owner admitted they were used in a, quote, small part of their service for desserts. They also argued that diners were able to select a non-ant option as well.
Is there a taste?
I would imagine spicy. I would think spicy.
Because it's a
fire
ant?
I don't know.
Fire ant?
Wouldn't you think an ant would taste spicy?
I would think it would give you a little crunch.
It's like pepper. I think it'll have a pepper
Reports
taste.
were that the ants tasted tangy.
Yeah.
I would not have thought that.
Seems to be earthy to me.
I'm going to pass on the ant.
Yeah, I'm going to take the non-ant option. That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Bud Light and Walk-Ons. A great opportunity right now for you guys to get out there and help Folds of Honor Alabama for the entire month of July. It continues on. What are we, July 21st today? 22nd. 22nd. So still a few more months right there to get by Walk-Ons at Stadium Trace in Trussville and the one close to the studios here on Highway 280 Tattersall Park. You can get by there, use the QR code on any of the tables there to add to your donation, but $2 bottle, $3 draft of Budweiser and Bud Light, and some of those proceeds go to our friends at Folds of Honor Alabama. Every dollar stays in here helping veteran families and first responder families. Thank you to Adams Beverage, Anheuser-Busch, Budweiser, Bud Light, and of course the great folks at Walk-Ons for caring about our veterans and first responders and giving back to Folds of Honor Alabama. Fun show today. We appreciate Ryan Coleman-Williams jumping on live with us, Kalen DeBoer on the show with us today, and so much more. We will do day 4 of SEC Media Days tomorrow.
We will indeed. The OG Kickoff is coming up right now, though. They've got Matt Flynn, former LSU quarterback, now doing radio down in Baton Rouge.
Pretty important history in the Saban tree, right, Matt Flynn?
Yeah, I guess so. That was Les Miles, right? Matt Flynn?
Oh, I thought Matt Flynn was the guy that came off the bench.
Yeah, no, that was Matt Mock.
Matt Mock, yeah.
That's right.
Matt Flynn, Jordan Rogers, another quarterback, SEC Network and ESPN.
He and Aaron are getting back together.
I saw that the Rogers family was reuniting. That's good to see, man.
Yep,
I mean,
me
life
too.
is way too short for stuff like that. And then Josh Bate, our buddy Josh Bate.
Oh.
Late Kick Josh, going to be on there.
Oh, that'll be great. So let's send it down to Tampa. Our coverage brought to you by our friends at Culver's.
Yeah, Culver's, welcome to Delicious, that great butter burger, those golden fries, those crispy crinkle cut fries, those gooey golden cheese curds, the great custards, all available at your local Culver's. When in Birmingham, visit the Culver's, Highway 280 and Tattersall Park. When you're over on the Hoover side of town, you can get it right there on Highway 150 and 459 in Stadium Trace. That is our friends at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious, to the OG Kickoff down in Tampa.
Man, let's go.
We are live. The OG Kickoff in Tampa, day 3, SEC Media Days. Coverage here on the next round, of course, brought to you by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Well, I had a thought that got me really excited thinking about Culver's. Before we get to Bama Day, many takeaways. We've got great guests coming up. Matt Flynn going to join us in a little bit. We've got Josh Pate, Jordan Rogers. We've got a star-studded cast. But I had a thought today in the shower.
Okay.
Should I continue? Should
Yeah, I was like, keep going. Yeah.
Should I just leave it there? I am going to Wisconsin on Saturday. And on Saturday, we're going to be flying into Appleton. I'm going up to Door County, Wisconsin. My mom's lake house is up there. And it hit me. I am definitely going to be talking my mom's fiance into making a pit stop at Culver's, making sure that we get some lunch, getting a Butterburger, getting a concrete for the road. Claire, the idea of getting a Butterburger and a concrete for her is probably going to be a next level experience. So seriously, that was a legitimate thought I had in the shower this morning of, oh my God, I get to have Culver's in Wisconsin on Saturday. And I'm just so excited thinking about it, in case you can't tell.
You know, that sounds like a Christmas commercial. It sounds like, you know, uniting your family, doing all that. You just as white as the snow outside. It's beautiful. You know, it's a beautiful scene you're painting for me here.
If there's not a more Wisconsin thing than that, I don't know what is. Okay, we have day 3. The morning session has already taken place. We got to hear from Alabama. We got to hear from Florida. Let's start with Bama, just in case that hasn't been talked about in the first 3 hours enough here. But
you actually kind of got a quote out of the board today. I'm proud of you.
We'll call it that. Okay, so I asked, once again, a pretty blunt question to Kalen DeBoer. Last year, I asked him, did you live up to the Bama standard? And he answered, like, you know, what I think is the Bama standard? I said, yeah. Like, what do you think is the Bama standard? He pretty much said no. And I like asking blunt questions sometimes because I think the answers can be pretty telling. And the question that I asked Kalen DeBoer was, do you think your time at Alabama will be defined by whether or not you win a national championship? He said, I wouldn't doubt it.
Yes.
But he said, like,
yes.
You know, that's not our focus. How about just a hard yes?
Yes. I think that's what fans want to hear, right? I mean, you know, there are maybe 3 jobs in the SEC, probably Texas, Alabama, Georgia, where you have to say, my job here is to win a national championship. And every season we don't do that, we have failed to some degree.
And other coaches can throw this around where they can say, like, you know, I want to win national championships. And Clark Lee comes to SEC Media Days a few years ago and it's like, my job won't be done until I make Vanderbilt football the best program in America. Like, we all kind of have our jokes with that. And it just kind of falls on deaf ears a lot of times. But you're right. There are very few jobs, not only in this conference, but in all of college football, in which you want a coach to say, yeah, man, I know it's going to come down to that.
Actually, my salary, all this money we're bringing in, all the boosters, your money is, we do want to win a national title here. Yeah.
Yeah. Imagine a world in which Kalen DeBoer is at Bama for 6-7 years and they never win a national championship. And instead it's like a 2-year run in which they end with expectations having not been met. Where maybe they missed the playoff. I don't know what the playoff's going to look like 6-7 years from now. I don't even know if we're going to be here.
We're actually going to be in it.
Yeah, oh, sweet. They'll invite even SEC Media Day members. That's how inclusive it's going to be. Can't wait for it.
Little Fight Club.
But yeah, look, I think it's interesting hearing him talk about that and hearing him talk about these expectations. You heard from pretty much any media member that you talk to here, man, there's just no buzz at Bama. There's no buzz. I've said it before, we'll say it again. It's going to be Bama's worst preseason ranking in the AP poll since 2008. You're going to tell me preseason rankings don't matter. They do shape perception. The perception of this Alabama team with all of these new faces, something that Kalen DeBoer has acknowledged head on, is that, y'all got way more questions than answers. And it is weird to see Bama discussed like this. Well, I'm curious if you have an answer to the same question. Has the Bama standard changed?
I think so. I mean, maybe my favorite tweet I've seen since I got here is a guy, Nick Roush at KSR, said Alabama has lost so much buzz at SEC Media Days that the Wi-Fi is actually working while Kalen DeBoer is talking, because these early sessions, everybody's on deadline, everybody's going, and our Wi-Fi, you know, the joke has been everyone's so busy, no one can work.
First world problems, yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
And I'll tell you something else. You know, if you they kind of keep doing Kalen DeBoer dirty by bringing in Nick Saban, I think, because
so I want to talk to you about that, Will. It was weird this morning showing up, and I spent a little bit of time kind of in like that hallway where, you know, like the coaches would kind of filter in and out, and it's where like a lot of the ESPN media is based, and that's kind of like their meeting room over there. And like right here in front of me is Kalen DeBoer sitting down to do an interview, and then right behind me is Saban, who just arrived here at SEC Media Days, and he's walking right behind. And Saban was there to comment on the desk as Kalen DeBoer is the first one to speak at SEC Media Days. He hovers. He was always going to hover. I don't know that I expected him to hover this much from a physical standpoint of physically being here. And, I do think it's interesting to see like how people react still to Kalen DeBoer versus Nick Saban.
I'm saying this out of respect, that I promise, but I have never seen such a small dude cast such a large shadow over such a big dude, you know? And all, when you search Kalen DeBoer on Twitter, you just see pictures of Nick Saban looking on and watching him like Mufasa. So that's my note to the programming. I know everybody cares about my take here, but I would say just split them up and don't have Saban come in, because this is like several years into scheduled tweets about those two. But yeah, I mean, I think that's part of the job. And obviously Kalen's brand is so different. He's not a guy who's going to have that same kind of aura, the swagger, the straw hat, all that. But he's going to do things, his own way. And that's why we both had him ranked number 2 of our SEC coaches. I think he's still a great coach. I think we both have him number 2 in the SEC. So just because you do things differently, he was brought in to do things completely differently. And if they wanted a Saban assistant, I'm sure they could have called one.
They could have. They definitely could have. But man, a lot of new faces on offense. They're not going to name a starting quarterback just yet. I still think it's going to be Keelan Russell. I still think Keelan Russell ultimately wins this battle sometime early in August. I don't think you want to get into mid to late August having not named a starter, knowing how important it's going to be to get him reps with the ones. This is someone who last year was the third teamer. And a lot of those guys in the preseason, even like a Lottie Brooks, his classmate, you don't know how many reps that those guys have had together. So to me, I think that's really important. It's ultimately probably going to define whether this team is able to get back to the college football playoff this year. But yeah, hearing Kalen DeBoer talk about like the run game and we need to get a whole lot better. And why is it going to be better? Well, we need to get better on the offensive line and this and that and the other. There was something that I heard today that was ever going to make me all of a sudden be like, oh, Bama's going to run the damn ball. They're going to get back to it. I don't know if that I wanted more. There was nothing he was going to say today that was ever going to probably move the needle for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I think among the highest positives is the reduction in penalties, right? And we covered, we have a episode coming up with a throwback Bama game, a little foreshadowing there.
Yep.
And, I had kind of forgotten how much that was an issue during the end of the Saban tenure, that those penalties just carried over to DeBoer. They weren't a creation of him. So I think of the things that you would like kind of year 1 and year 2, maybe that's one of them. But to your point, the things that are just a staple, not just of the old regime, but of SEC football, great offensive line play, great run games, the physicality. Now they have some physicality on defense, don't get me wrong. But yeah, there's just, more questions and answers to your point.
The lone returning starter on this Alabama offense was the guy that was here, Ryan Coleman-Williams.
Love him.
Man, an interesting presence.
Yeah,
he is. And the very beginning of his time with the media, second question he's asked is about the drops.
Mm-hmm.
I would have it no other way. Here's the thing. You could say, oh, you know what? We're being too critical on a kid who's 19 years old. By the way, getting his degree in September. He is the new Austin Simmons, the old Austin Simmons, because Austin Simmons replaced him last year. But
really quick note on that. I asked him who his favorite player was growing up, and he said Devontae Smith.
Oh, my God.
That's not even we're old. It's like he's just 19.
He was
12.
Oh, my God. So 2010. No. When Devontae Smith has 2nd and 26 happen, he's 10 years old.
Oh my gosh, man.
He's
the oldest 19-year-old ever, even more so than like Jason Tatum.
Yeah.
Because he was making that play in the Georgia game at like 17.
And I asked him, I said, do you feel like a 19-year-old? And he's like, it's a good question. It's like a lot of the things that he does, it does not feel like someone who is 19 years old. It feels like someone who has lived many lifetimes. This is someone that has already been on a college football video game cover.
Yeah.
And we're talking about him wondering, like, is he going to be that guy all year? He's talked about what he learned as a route runner and what he learned, just in terms of handling the ups and downs. And I think we're all still within our right to question whether or not he's going to handle the ebbs and flows. And I honestly think that in an ideal Bama world, this is going to sound crazy. In an ideal Bama world, you don't need him to be that guy week in, week out. It would be great if he could. But this is about showing up on that stage when those games matter the most. It's not about whether or not he has a 1,400-yard season and he's a finalist for the Blitnikoff Award, because I think there are enough other pieces in this receiver room, and Noah Rogers maybe getting healthy is going to benefit them as well. Positive update that I know that that he was able to give earlier today to Ryan Fowler. But I am interested in this Ryan Coleman-Williams arc. We talked about it when we did our SEC wide receiver draft. It was interesting just seeing him in person here. Very well-dressed man who, as you heard from here on these airwaves on the next round, like, This is a guy who knows that he has a lot to prove, I think. And I asked him too, like, do you think you lived up to your own expectations? Like, I always have high expectations for myself. What I really wanted to ask him was, how much did that Florida State game suck? Because you took it even worse than Bray Hubbard took it when Bray Hubbard got dogged for dogging it. I mean, that's essentially what happened. But like Ryan Williams had the drops in that game and then also had the injury in that game too. Like got hurt on a drop, or like it was a pick, I think, on that play. And I just wonder where his mindset is at, because you're the elder statesman now, and it doesn't matter. Age does not matter with Ryan Coleman-Williams.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very true. And I think, it's with all this uncertainty, I'm gonna change gears a little bit for you. If you had to bet a year of Culver's on one Alabama player making first team All-America, who would it be?
Ooh. Keelan Russell. I would.
You're trolling.
I would. I would. If he's riding Michael Penix, he's an All-American. If he is that dude, which by all accounts he is, then we're having those conversations. Because I think that Ryan Coleman-Williams, the flashes will be All-America level. I don't know that the production at season's end will be there. And honestly, like I've shared my love for Lottie Brooks. I think Lottie Brooks is a game-changing type player. I was thrilled to get him with the last pick in our receiver draft. But no, like if Keelan Russell's going to pop, he would be my guy that I would go. You can't go with anybody in that backfield right now.
Yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily assume that anybody on that offensive line, all these new pieces, they're still figuring out what that offensive line is going to look like. A big source of contention. Lord knows many a Bama fan have spoken that their opinions about that. That group needs to get better, needs to have that consistency. But yeah, man, like I would go in that direction. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny because the Alabama guys, my joke was always that the interior guys, the offensive linemen, the D linemen, the front seven were set it and forget it, how they would just end up first team All SEC or first team All American, even if they had like a pretty good year. And it feels like those names have kind of reduced through these last couple of years. And that's honestly, and I think Kane Wommack is a guy I was wrong about. I was more negative. I think the defense has been awesome, better than I expected for sure. It's just that we expected this explosive and consistent offense, and what we got was an offense that was a little bit gimmicky. So yeah, I mean, if I had to bet money, I think it would be Ryan Coleman-Williams. But you're not trolling. That kind of makes sense. I mean, because without you have to have one. There's no Blake Sims on this team.
Yeah.
Like that's not an option for this quarterback room.
Agreed. And that's part of the question with Bama right now is where are your superstars? Who's going to emerge outside of that secondary, outside of guys like Bray Hubbard, who I think is going to have a big year. And I think he got the wake up call that he needed early on last year. But yeah, Bama dominated conversation, at least on these airwaves. I know they did. You know who else dominated conversation? And John Summerall. I wish every coach in the SEC were just John Summerall. Best coach here by far. Yeah, close. His energy is just infectious. We knew that was going to be the case, but man, it was a pleasure hearing from John Summerall, hearing someone who is as blunt as he is. And I really enjoyed it. And I got it in ways that I expected to get it. But yeah, John Summerall being that guy for Florida, I think so many Florida fans are breathing a sigh of relief right now.
Yeah, and we talked about this a little bit off air, but I think that John Summerall is the king that was promised. He is what they thought Billy Napier was, right? He's this no-nonsense, hard-nosed guy, and it feels like, Billy was always selling something. I remember last year we kept joking about, Florida measuring guys' muscle compounds and their percent of body fat and using all these advanced stats. What was the first thing that John Summerall said was the biggest disappointment to him when he was in Florida?
The strength of the offensive line.
Yep.
He thought it was underwhelming, was how he described it. So Billy was wrong, maybe. Billy was wrong about a couple of things.
Yeah.
And I think it's pretty obvious. Like, you're wrong about Jaden Baugh's workload, which I asked Jaden about that. Like, did you get enough work last year? He's like, if you ask the fans, they would tell you, no. Or if you ask my mom, they would tell you no. But yeah, John Summerall was hired for a rebuild to bring a new vibe to a program that so desperately needed a new vibe. And we won't do revisionist history with Billy Napier in the way that we did with Dan Mullen, because 4-8 is 4-8.
Right.
All right. Like that's the standard. But man, John Summerall, like by the time he's at the end of his media availability and he's talking about, he's like, Ole Miss. Yeah. I mean, they kicked the you know what out of us twice. Like said it. I mean, said it in more blunt terms than what I just gave you credit for. But I think that hearing him speak as openly and as honestly as he has been everything you could have hoped for if you're a Florida fan.
It's refreshing, right? And he's been real about the warts on the Florida program, and I think that that's something. If you see a head coach that's a little bit over their head, it's like they're looking up at the brand. They're too like reverent of it, and I think that and everything is in service to the brand. Whereas in reality, I think pretty much every good head coach that we've seen has come in and said, "Hey, this is a rebuild. This is going to take a couple of years." The guys that have either overpromised and underdelivered, or the guys that have said things were just fine. I'm just here to right the ship, and a lot of that probably comes from boosters and the administration that want to hear that, right? But you end up with kind of a lame duck guy, and I think that John Summerall gave a really accurate picture of the University of Florida.
Definitely. We're going to have Matt Flynn on in just a second here. I'm going to try and signal Matt. Matt's in a deep conversation with Peter Burns. I can tell right now. We'll get Matt on in just a minute, but yeah, we're excited to have someone that doesn't put me to sleep as the head coach of Florida, and that's John Summerall, dude. Like, I got to ask. Yeah, so there was a tweet earlier. I saw this from Brett McMurphy when John Summerall was like asked about the 9-game conference schedule in the SEC. He's like, I'm not here to whine and complain about being an SEC head coach. Great answer. Of all the answers we have heard this week about the conference schedule and how they need to get more benefit of the doubt with the playoff, no, just give me that. Just give me that. So I said, all right, what was the last thing you whined and complained about? Of course, he talks about fatherhood and his kids and whatnot. All right, this is me trying to get Matt Flynn's attention. Matt, you're good to go. We're live on air. You're good, man. Let's do it. We're just going to bring on a national championship winning quarterback.
A little 2-minute drill.
We're in the hurry up. It is. Oh, what was the year of the Packers game in which you did all the records and stuff like that? And I watched you.
It was 2011 season, but it was January 1st, 2012.
January 1st, 2012, the day that your life changed forever.
It did. How about that? It was the last regular season game of my 4-year rookie contract. So decent timing.
Yeah, I'd say. I mean, it's the best time thing I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, I kind of say I say that year. So we were coming off a Super Bowl in 2010 season.
Yeah, and thanks. We get it, man. We get it.
Yeah, we were okay. So we were 13-0, right?
Yeah,
and
that's great.
Romeo, I think, was it Todd Haley got fired from Kansas? So Romeo Crennel takes over as interim coach in Kansas City. We go there and they beat us. And kind of like that interim coach bump that you see so often at every single level. But if it wasn't for Romeo Crennel, I never get to start that game because we would be going for an undefeated season, obviously.
Yeah. Cool.
So, yeah, sorry.
Here's a question. Would you have your own company? Would you have My High? If not for that game?
Oh, well, probably. I probably would not if I didn't lose the job in Seattle to Russell Wilson.
Well,
I probably wouldn't have that.
Get into that.
Yeah. But yeah, that was everything kind of catapulted me to go back to Green Bay. I went to Seattle and then Oakland. Got released from Oakland. And then I was in Buffalo for 3 weeks because EJ Manuel got hurt midseason. So I went there.
Front of the show.
I got to play dress up as a Bill for a couple of weeks. And then Monday I get released because EJ Manuel was getting activated again.
Yep.
I get released and I'm at a bar or in the bar of a restaurant with my wife. And we're sitting there and Green Bay is on playing Monday Night Football. And Aaron breaks his collarbone at the time. And I'm like, this could work out. And then pretty much the next day I was on a plane to Green Bay. Yeah. Jeez. So, and that's when I met one of the best dietitians I'd ever met in my life. One of the smartest guys as far as health in the body. And that's where I got the idea for My High. And that's
kind
of how it started.
Matt, I'm from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Connor asked me, what's your favorite Matt Flynn moment? Immediately I thought it was the Auburn game. The end of that game. So obviously, LSU's down 1 point. The clock is literally expiring. Apex Matt Hatter moment. Instead of going for what would probably be a chip shot field goal, you guys go straight for the throat, go straight for the end zone to Demetrius Byrd.
Yeah.
What was going through your mind on that play? I've always wondered that.
Yeah, first it was a situation that we practiced before. You practice so many different random situations that come up rarely in football games, but they do come up. So it's a play that we practiced many times. Now, he probably didn't want me to run the clock as far as it got, But you see, he catches it. It actually he had like 4 seconds left. I think the guy that's keeping the
clock operator. We're going to put him on the hot seat for this one. Yeah,
he got a little excited. He probably jumped up in the air or something. But it was a situation where pretty much max protection, 7-man protection, and you're going to drop back. We're going to run all goes. If they happen to run man to man, take a shot. If they play zone, take a drop, throw it out of bounds, kick a field goal. So we get up to the line of scrimmage, and Will Muschamp was the defensive coordinator for Auburn, and who was helped recruit me out of high school, was at LSU when I first got there. And I get up to the line of scrimmage, and I was like, I'll be damned. They're playing man to man. Why? I guess. And so they end up. What we did was it was supposed to be just a regular I formation. That's,
of course,
for the listeners out there. I formation is what football teams used to run.
Specifically LSU with Jacob Hester.
Specifically LSU, that's right. And we had 2 fullbacks in the game. We had Sean Jordan and Jacob Hester in the game. And I just told them, kept breaking out the huddle. I was like, y'all go split backs, because I didn't want them having to sort out if they brought linebacker pressure, sort out an I formation split. So just like, y'all split on either side of me. And then the linebackers, they pretty much brought kind of like an inside saw blitz, like Sam and Will, who line was going 4 down to the mic, and then the backs get the Sam and the Will. And there's a guy to the left of me. I could have given him a high five that he was coming. I knew he was going to be free. And that's always kind of a tricky situation for a quarterback under center, is knowing there's a backer in the B gap and knowing that the linemen are not sorting him out. So you got to put a lot of trust in that. And so I trusted Jacob Hester. And as soon as I said hut, I started dropping back, and Jacob smacks him in the mouth. And
there you go.
I take my drop back and throw a touchdown. So it was, one of those moments where there was a lot of nervous people in that crowd. And
were you one of them?
No, there was 11 guys in that stadium that were not nervous.
Love to hear that. Yeah.
I miss the Mad Hatter energy. You know, I miss it at media days. I miss it in a game in which, I'm sure it was maddening for those that bleed purple and gold. But for those of us on the outside looking in who could just see a ridiculous play on a fake field goal or something like that, or, we're going to go for it on 4th down for the 8th time, and we don't care if you know what we're doing. Like, I miss that energy in college football.
Yeah.
And it feels like that type of coach has been on the outs. And Lane is so different than Les Miles that it's not even worth a comparison, the side by side. But what are the elements of Lane Kiffin and what he's brought to Baton Rouge that you have looked at and been like, oh, I actually like this? Because we've all heard the negatives so far.
Yeah. So when Lane got there and he got to Baton Rouge, obviously in a tornado of drama and everybody, freaking out all over the country and everything. We got there and the dust settled a little bit in December, late December. I say a little bit. I mean, it's all relative. But the first gradable thing that fans had for Lane was the portal. That was the first thing that he could look at, and we could be like, okay, you did bad, decent, good, great. And he knocked it out of the park. I mean, he's known as the portal king for a reason, and he does a really nice job with that. Of course, he had a lot of, help from LSU and the backers and the money, and they've figured out how to make all the money work somehow, some way. They did it. So he had all the resources he needed, and that's all he needed for the portal. Now, the next best thing that he did was bring Coach Ogeron back and hire him, because there's no better high school recruiter in college football than Coach O.
Did you get recruited by Coach O?
I did not. Not that I remember, at least. I don't.
You would remember that.
I would have. But especially when like those 3 letters LSU's on his chest, like there's a little bit more vibrato in that voice of his. And so what that told me was Lane isn't just like solely focused on this year. He's bringing in somebody to secure the high school recruiting, which is going to pay dividends for LSU for years to come. So he's thinking very nearsighted and in the distance as well.
So, Matt, I was there for the Brian Kelly years, obviously, and it just felt like something was a little bit different. There were some great moments at Tiger Stadium, and he would always cite his home game record, his night game record, all of that. But what do you anticipate Game 1 against Clemson is going to be like in Tiger Stadium?
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine. Like it's like when you say, when I get asked all the time, like, what do you think about the LSU team this year? How are they going to do? I'm like, well, depends on your definition of good. Like, what's your definition of a good season for and everybody's different.
16-0.
16-0.
That's good.
I mean, I heard the SEC guys yesterday saying it's like national championship or bust. That's a little irresponsible.
Jordan Rogers, future guest of the show in like roughly 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's a little irresponsible, but it's just whatever you set that bar at. Like playoffs is probably the minimum, right? As for people to be like, yep, good. That was good. That was a good first season. Let's build on that. I think anything less than that is a disappointment, but not catastrophic, of course. It's still first year. Now, what Indiana has been able to do is a little bit unfair for every single brand new coach at a brand new
Here we go
player.
again with the Indiana praise. Yeah,
I know. That's like it's the most unfair comp of all time. You go from like the worst D1 program in the history of college football to doing what they did. But the first game, I don't like. The reason why it's such a guess is because you'd have a new head coach and got so many new players.
Yeah.
You got a quarterback that played really good 2 years ago, but played through an injury this past year. So, like, would I be shocked if they played a tight game that came down to the last drive? No. Would I be shocked if we won by 3 scores? I don't think I would be. Like, it's just we don't know what this team's going to be, and but I know on defense we're going to be good. Will we be like the intimidating great force that you think about when you think of like old school like LSU? I don't know. I don't know if that's there, but I know they're going to be sound. I know they're going to play with a lot of energy. The best thing that Lane did from a recruiting standpoint was keep Blake Baker there. So, so that's going to be a big deal. But I mean, this team could be really, really good. We just don't know right now.
We are brought to you by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Matt, you probably have Culver's experience from your time in the state of Wisconsin.
Yeah, I dabbled. I dabbled at Culver's for
little Butterburger.
Yeah, I do remember Butter.
Underrated fish too, like really good fish options.
Okay.
The cheese curds are coming. They speak for themselves, obviously, but like the type of place you can go and have
fish.
I'm just saying, next time you go there, if you're not, you're like, hey, maybe it's Lent or something like that. Good, really, really good fish options.
Flaky whitefish.
Good flaky whitefish.
Oh,
has seriously.
Come
Cut fries are the best. Would you ever get into coaching? And I mean, you can coach your kids and you do all that stuff as well. I know you're busy. Got a very nice home with our guy Jacob Hester, ESPN Baton Rouge. But would you ever go down that road? Because I know a lot of people hit that point where they're like, man, I could still break down the game. I could still tell you what a quarterback is seeing in a given instance. Would you ever kind of go down that road, or is that ship kind of sailed for you?
I think I have something to still give to football. I don't know what capacity. It'd have to be a very special, like at the college level, it'd have to be a very specialized role. College football, how do I say this nicely? Outside of the season and outside when you get off the field, college football stinks right now. Like it's a disaster, right? It's a disaster from there's no governing body really. Attorneys are making all the rules. There is no rules. The calendar is messed up. That's why this whole Lane situation happened the way it did. Like everything outside of the actual game itself is just drunk. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's it really is. And it's a shame. So I wouldn't want to step in that from a coaching standpoint right now. Constantly recruiting guys you're trying to retain. Like retainage is just as important as recruiting. So it's I don't know. I think I would definitely want to be all about ball if I did it. Now,
like an analyst role, I think would be really, really good for you and really interesting if you ever wanted to pursue it.
Yeah, it's something I've thought about a little bit, but man, my kids, like a 10, 8, and 6-year-old, just in a really cool spot in life, in their life, to watch and go to all their games and dance recitals and all that stuff. But I still love it. One of my favorite things we do, and I can't wait for football season, is we break down film. And it's like, man, I get in that film room and
they all do that.
Do what?
They all can break down film.
No, I break down the film.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying like they can all sit there and like break it down.
Oh, no. Like I'll break down the film and give film breakdowns and stuff, and that's my absolute favorite, man. I missed that part of it, and I try to enjoy games when I watch them without trying to break down defenses and stuff like that, which is hard to do. But yeah, man, I don't know. We'll see.
Matt, speaking of breaking down film, I'm curious to see your perspective of Sam Leather, the guy that played for Kenny Dillingham. When you watched him, what do you see from a quarterback perspective?
Yeah, I got to be like honest. I haven't broken down actual film. Of course, I've watched him play in when he was at Arizona State, when they made the playoff run and everything. I didn't watch him much this past year, but I do know that he is a guy that is extremely athletic, can hurt you with his legs. But I think from the passing standpoint, probably like from a traditional drop back, probably needs to be a little bit more consistent. But the way Lane runs his offense, like most offenses, successful passing offenses, attack the middle of the field. So you have a very high percentage of your throws going in between the hashes. So at the end of the year, last year when Trinidad was having all the success, I was like, let's pull up Ole Miss's to show people what a successful offense looks like. And they did not attack the middle of the field as much as I thought they would. Lane likes to move the pocket. And he doesn't like to keep just one stationary area where people can pin their ears back. So I think Sam's going to be a really cool fit. I mean, a guy named Trinidad Chambliss came in there and decided to be the second best quarterback in the country last year. And to me, before the season, he has to be known as the best quarterback in the country going into this season. So if he can do it, well, how about a guy that's already taken a big-time college program to the playoffs? So we'll see. It's anybody's guess how well that will, but on paper, it's an awesome fit.
The Liz Frank injury for a quarterback. You probably played with guys that have dealt with it. I don't know if you've ever had a Liz Frank scare or something like that, but it doesn't seem like an easy thing to come back from. And it's the thing that's giving me pause with Sam Leavitt, with LSU in year one, and I just kind of wonder about that. I've got all the Landon Clark.
You didn't see him dunk on the goalpost?
Look, I've dunked on the LSU practice goalpost before, sick brag. I do wonder about that and how that's going to impact a guy that, and I'm not saying like everybody's style is different, but it seems like his style, that could really be a thing that's just kind of always on the top of mind.
Yeah. What kind of like paint chips was Arizona State eating a couple of years ago
with Scadaboo? And
you got Scadaboo doing a backflip. You got Sam dunking after an injury. Like let's stay on the ground. Let's keep our feet on the ground as we recover. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that they would have pursued him and paid him so much money if they didn't think he'd be 100% healthy. So I got to trust that, right? I got to trust the process with the team doctors.
Yeah.
I have to trust that process because what else am I going to, am I going to sit here and say, no, the doctors were wrong. He's not going to be ready. I mean, I don't know. I've never had a Liz Franks. I did have a type of that when I was a senior in high school. I broke some bones on the top of my foot, but it wasn't as much like ligament damage and things that he dealt with. So, I'm gonna give you some coach speak right here and just say I'm gonna trust the process.
There we go.
Gotta trust the process.
Right.
Matt, going back down the historical road, y'all's offenses were really formidable whenever, Jimbo was in the building and stuff like that. I've always wondered what changed after you left LSU, because that next kind of stretch there was pretty lean.
Say Ryan Perilou, please.
Oh, I miss Ryan.
Just say Ryan Perilou. That's all you need to
know. I will tell you before you even said that, I'll tell you what I was absolutely going to say. And I said, and this is the reason, like, we didn't keep a big quarterback room at LSU ever. Like, we had some walk-ons, but my senior year, it was me, Perilou, and Jarrett Lee. Before that, the year before that was Jamarcus, me, and Perilou. Like, there was always just three. When Jarrett Lee was redshirted, so there's only two eligible quarterbacks in the room, or scholarship quarterbacks, I should say. So there was a timing. This is the way things are. This is the progression. Jamarcus, then it's going to be Matt, then it's going to be Perilou, then it'll be Jarrett Lee, and then we'll just keep stacking like that. Jarrett Lee was good.
Yeah,
he was really good. He should have been really good college quarterback. Okay?
System probably didn't do him a whole lot of favors. Yeah.
When Perilou got kicked off the team, that screwed up the timing of everything. Jarrett Lee had to play early. He was not ready to play early, and you can ruin a quarterback is kind of a weird term, but like you can put a quarterback in and do some irreparable damage to a quarterback's mentals when that happens. So that screwed up the timing of everything, and they could not play catch up and get that timing back. Now people kind of forget about the Mettenberger year. That was a really good year, but got him out of JUCO. Yeah. Got him out of JUCO. So that kind of repaired it a little bit, and then I think when the offense starts struggling, it's a snowball effect and it's harder to recruit. And blah, blah, blah. But then Danny Etling got there, completely underrated.
Yeah, him and Benberger both pretty underrated quarterback. And then
Absolutely.
obviously there was
I mean, Dave was in the NFL for like 5 or 6 years,
Yeah.
like just kind of bouncing around.
Last one for you. You can tell us a story from Aaron Rodgers, from Les Miles, Will Muschamp, Jimbo Fisher. I've already asked you a Ryan Perrilloux story. Actually, you know what? Let's throw Jamarcus into that too.
Okay.
So that 5. Pick a
Okay.
story from any one of those guys.
Okay. Well, Will Muschamp sticks out to me because, like I said earlier, in that game, he was a guy that recruited me, sat in my living room. You know, he's recruited me to LSU. So, you know, whispered sweet nothings to my parents probably about how they're going to take care of their boy.
Wait a minute. Will Muschamp does not whisper.
Okay, he doesn't whisper.
Come on. Let's be honest.
Well, there was like this 3rd down in the game, and it had to have been second half. And 3rd down in the game, I scramble out. I run for like 10, 12 yards. I go out of bounds before they hit me, and I run right next to I guess it was Tuberville at the time. So I run out, and about 20 yards away, Will Muschamp's there, and he starts sprinting towards me.
That's
like
terrible.
And like the clip of him getting mad, like next to Nick Saban, he had that face. And there's like 3 or 4 Auburn guys chasing me out of bounds, and he's running at me, and he's saying, "Break his effing legs. Break his effing legs." And I look at him, I'm like, "Oh, dude, thanks, Will. I'll see you later. I'll go tell my parents you said that. Tell my parents on you." Yeah.
One leg wouldn't have been enough.
Yeah, break his legs. Yeah, both of them. Yeah, right in half. Just saw them off right there.
That's the most Will Muschamp story.
Yeah, for sure. So
Matt, this has been great. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you
again.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
We'll have you on again.
Great meeting you, man.
Absolutely.
For
Yeah,
sure, man.
thank you.
Thanks, man. Go get you a Butterburger, by the way.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm getting fish.
Oh, get the fish. That's right. Get the fish, man. Matt Flynn, legend, national championship winning quarterback. Always great to have Matt on. We have still loaded show. We're going extra, by the way. I should have said that at the top. We're going extra time. We have stoppage time, we're going to call it. Stoppage time with Jordan Rogers.
Very international of you.
So international. Just be like, hey, we're gonna extend the show. I love talking 2007 LSU. You love talking 2007 LSU. We could definitely do that all day with Matt. Okay, let's revisit the conversation that we were having about John Summerall and why I think for those on the outside, you look in and go, okay, that's a guy who gets it. I don't know that it's going to equal anything on the field year one that is very obvious that he's going to be the long-term guy, but everybody's in search of proof of concept. It's going to be hard for John Summerall to not have proof of concept. You know what I mean? Like, what would it take for us to be selling John Summerall stock after this season?
A low amount of Jaden ball carries. No, I mean, yeah, I think, you know, like we talked about, he's selling the process. And I think that, you know, we talked about upsets in one of the last shows. I could really see him pulling off an upset. I think that losing to a couple of inferior teams could do it. But I think I'm going to give you an 80% shot that he's going to go into next media days with positive momentum.
It's coming off of a team that was just lifeless for far too much of it. And a 4-win season just sets the bar so unbelievably low. And if he simply gives Jaden Baugh 25 carries a game into 8-man boxes, Florida fans will be like, "Oh yeah, let's go. I love that guy. He just gets it." And I don't even think that would be the wrong approach. Like you talk to Jaden Baugh, who, by the way, is up to squatting 600 pounds.
Wow.
As one does.
Okay.
And you see the excitement on his face about this usage. I think it's going to be a really interesting year one for this offense with Buster Faulkner. And hearing Jaden Baugh talk about it, you're reminded that they're also trying to do exactly what Florida fans begged Billy Napier to do. And that is utilize this very special player in your backfield in unique ways. I think that will be the case this year. I wonder what it would have looked like for Jaden Baugh if John Summerall had not shown up to his grandma's house on Christmas. Good story in On 3 about this, with his wife, his dog, one of his kids, and shown up and been like, "Look, Jaden, we're going to build this year one offense around you. Don't go to Texas. Don't do that. Come back to Florida. Be a Gator. I know you're a Georgia kid, but come back to Florida could end up being one of the more significant conversations in the SEC, one of the more significant retentions in all of college football.
Yeah, and I think that there's a lot to like when you look at that Georgia Tech offense with Buster Faulkner and all that. So that's kind of the proof of concept there. It's very easy to walk in a running back's living room and say, hey, look what we were able to do. We were like a diet service academy in the run game where we were not only running the ball effectively, but basically preserving our players outside of our quarterback, right?
Yeah,
and like
seriously.
the amount of running backs they were able to rotate, the amount of different kind of looks and different situations to get their guys into space. So yeah, I mean, I think that that's the thing that's interesting about, not to just keep gushing about Summerall, but the fail safes they've kind of put in place where it would take, Brad White having a career bad year. It would take Buster Faulkner having a career bad year.
Both quarterbacks failing.
Both quarterbacks failing. That's the thing is like, oh, maybe Aaron Philo isn't this guy that set all these records in Georgia. Maybe, okay, they'll just go to the other guy. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's the thing is that last year it was so much about how DJ Lagway was going to be this godlike figure that was going to save Florida. And it's almost like they've completely changed the narrative where even Jaden Ball, if, he were to just change professions, let's not talk about injury. Let's just say he just decided I'm going to go, do something else. I think the offense would probably be fine.
Oh, by the way, John Summerall is literally walking past us right just now, and his running back is ahead of him, Jaden Baugh, who, you take one look at that guy and you're like, he's built to handle that workload.
Mm-hmm.
He might be the leader in the pack in the SEC to be the scrimmage touch leader. I would pick him over anybody else. Florida also could be one of those teams that maybe like Tennessee, starting multiple quarterbacks, multiple games this season.
Mm-hmm.
It would not surprise me. I don't think Tramel Jones Jr. is going away.
Yeah.
I just don't. And maybe some of that is rooted in my lack of faith that Aaron Philo is going to be the guy long term. Like, history just kind of shows this. You need multiple guys, and they're going to prepare that way. I think that the way that they approach this early on, I don't know that they're going to tip their hand early in fall camp. Like Florida, I think really wants to have a late battle, knowing that they can kind of get deep into this and not necessarily have to worry about like, oh, hey, what does it look like, for this guy versus that guy. So I do think that that's going to be something that we talk about a lot. So we're going to be joined by Josh Pate in just a second. Josh, come on, we're live.
Hop on in, man. He was in the on deck circle. He was so polite.
I love
live on air, brother.
Yeah, we are live on air. Josh Pate, the unofficial commissioner of college football.
Let's throw that unofficial.
Because it's very unofficial. I got to say, it's great to have you here, by the way, in person.
Thank you.
Take a sip of your coffee, please. Is that the Cubano coffee that they get here in Southern Florida?
No,
Cafecito?
This is more like filtered through a jockstrap hotel room coffee.
Okay.
Still good.
I'll never be able to get that visual out of my mind. Thank you for that.
Yeah. Look, that is Pate State coffee that we're talking about here. As the unofficial commissioner of college football. You're not official. Yeah, come on. You can't say you're official.
Just going to keep a straight face and not make eye contact with you.
That's
Continue
fine.
with your question.
That's fine. You've heard coaches talk about the 9-game conference schedule. You've heard them talk about, the SEC is going to break away from the NCAA. I don't care about the Protect College Sports Act, Jay Cutler meme. Don't care. I do think, though, that if someone like yourself were coming into the SEC, and if you could just impart some wisdom to these coaches, hey, here's what you should say to address this issue or that issue. Let's talk about the 9-game conference schedule. How would you address this if you were an SEC head coach? And do you think that everybody is on the same page with all this?
So Summerall is like 20 feet to our left.
Yep.
How he addressed it is how I would address it.
Yep.
Hey, even if I really hate it, I'm not going to air it out publicly.
Yeah.
Also, what's the motivation there when we start complaining about it publicly? Do we really think that there's going to be a groundswell of support behind your complaints that reach the ear of Greg Sankey in a way that complaints already haven't reached his ear? Do we think that all of a sudden Joe in Alabaster, Alabama getting pissed off because Eli Drinkwitz is pissed off, like that's what's going to raise the antenna? I don't think this works that way. So I would do it the way Summerall did it. Summerall said, yeah, I'm not going to whine and complain about being a head coach in the SEC. Let's just roll it out there. Now, once he steps away from the mic, he may very well pick up his phone and complain in the group text just like everyone else, but at least it's not a spectacle publicly.
That's true.
Yeah, I think that a lot of your brand, Josh, has been kind of rediscovering the joy in college football in a time of politics and all that. What is the thing to be most excited or joyful about in modern college football?
That September arrives every year.
That's true.
That week one arrives every year. Here's the litmus test. Everyone wants to, not everyone, some people want to ask, has some of the joy been taken out, or has this new era of college football affected this or that? So the test is always pick a big game. LSU Ole Miss week 3.
Sure.
Let's say it's mid fourth quarter. It's tied at 24. It's 4th and 4 on Ole Miss's 36, and Lane's going for it. And crowds at full throat. Play clock 10, 9, 8. Levitt checks at line of scrimmage. Side note, how's he done so far at this point in that year? And I ask people to hit pause at that moment and tell me, are you thinking about a congressional bill right now?
I'm ready to run through a wall.
Are you?
I got you. I see what you're saying.
About the portal? Are you thinking about how NIL landed which of these players? No, it feels the exact same.
Yeah.
So the moment it doesn't feel the same in that moment, that's the moment that something really, really detrimentally terrible has happened. We're not there. We're not there at all. We're not close to that. So anyone who wants to fearmonger, I suggest finding another way to fill your airtime in spring, or just take a break. Just come back when fall camp opens in August.
Sam Levitt hits pause in that moment, goes, I'm opting out. This is a part of it. I was told my contract would not have any of these big time moments. I can't fulfill my obligation.
He reads an ad. He's like, hey, but first, something from Kalshi.
Yeah, exactly. What do the prediction markets say about this right now? That's the moment in which we would hate that. But you're right. And I try and remind people of that too, of like, look, man, Saturdays are sacred. We live for Fall Saturday. We still will live for Fall Saturday, whether or not this politician says this and this politician says that. Like, I won't care in the fall. I won't. What is the thing that you are most intrigued about right now? Is not just in the SEC, but college football as a whole. The thing that you're like, man, I would love to be able to fast forward to December and have an answer to this question.
The second tier of the Big Ten, what it looks like. If we're to assume, which I do, that some combination of Oregon, Ohio State, and Indiana constitute tier 1 of the Big Ten. Past that, the tier 2 situation in the Big Ten for a while has been a little shaky. It's been a little iffy. So this year, you could loop Michigan and Penn State and USC and Nebraska and who else? Washington could be in that mix. Okay, is that the kind of group of teams that can realistically bite Indiana, bite Oregon, bite Ohio State, or does it all just fall nice and neatly into compartments? The way it feels like the Big Ten has for the last few years. Because the SEC is a complete jungle right now. I mean, Texas goes to Florida and gets it handed to them last year. Florida's a 4-win team. And meanwhile, I'm looking at Texas being a borderline playoff team, and it just feels like that stuff doesn't happen in the Big Ten. Now, you could argue that's because the top of the Big Ten may be a little bit better than the SEC. I would also argue the second tier of the Big Ten has not been as good as the second tier of the SEC. So I'd love to know that. I'd also love to know if we have a repeat of what we had last year in terms of top 10 teams just cratering out of nowhere. Yeah. We had 3 of them last year. That LSU, Penn State, Clemson, and no one would have predicted that. And especially, like, if I were to have sat you down and we did bold predictions, and one of mine was James Franklin, Penn State, consensus top 5. Yeah, I think he's out of a job by Halloween.
Nobody would have believed.
No scandal, no anything like that. He's just, for performance-based reasons, going to be out of a job. How does that happen? Like, how does that happen? So the whole point, the whole concept of a top 10 team cratering out of nowhere is it's hard to see coming. So someone asked me this the other day. If there's a repeat of that, if even one preseason top 10 is going to fall off the face of the earth.
Who is it?
I don't know. Because I was trying to visualize it. And, okay, maybe if you have LSU top 10, which I don't know that they will be. Maybe they will be. They'll be borderline. You could sell me that the ingredients don't mesh properly. Maybe you could sell me on that. But top 5? You're talking about Oregon, Ohio State, Indiana up there, Georgia. Georgia's got like such a close, compacted ceiling floor situation that I could never see them fall into 7-5 or 6-6. So that would be my other question: is do we really have that just cannonball that comes out of nowhere on the coaching front? And then the third one, which is to get specific to a couple of teams, is each coast. I'm going to consider FSU on the coast for argument's sake.
That's fair.
Mike Norvell at FSU, Lane Kiffin at USC, I think are both in varying degrees of must-win.
Lincoln Riley at USC.
Who did I say?
Lane Kiffin no longer at USC. A certain tarmac.
Vibes though. Something happened.
We were talking about fast forwarding to December. You rewound to 2013.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah,
great year.
Yeah. Brady Bubbitt's on the radio. Let's do it.
Kick six. So
yep.
Anyway, notably, Lincoln Riley has now taken the USC job. So I think it's totally fair. That Mike Norvell is considered being on the hottest of hot seats.
Yep.
Totally fair. I think it's totally fair if USC fans look at Lane, if Or not, dude, I did it again.
You did it again.
Could that be
That's
a sign?
Freudian slip.
Could that be the shocker?
Weren't you doing that last year, though? You were kind of speculating about like Lane to USC. Wasn't that the thing that you brought up on Busting with the Boys?
I was speculating that Lincoln may be out.
Well, the championship window hadn't opened yet,
Yeah.
to his defense.
It takes half a decade.
It in this era, especially.
Well, at
really
a
does.
smaller upstart program like USC.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't paying him a lot of money. He didn't have that many bathrooms in his house or anything. So, yeah, give him some time.
What I want to know simply is I think it's fair for them to say, if you don't make the playoff, you're out. I think it's fair to look at Lincoln and say that this far into your tenure. I want to know, so if it goes sideways early for either of them, do those situations follow the recent trend of we're not waiting until the end of the year, we're just going to boom, guillotine down in the middle of October or late September or whatever? And basically what I'm asking is, do we have like a smaller condensed version this year of what we had last year, which is this hot seat coaching carousel hurricane happening in the middle of the season, which was a first. I've never experienced it quite like that.
So, a lot has been made of, Super League, Big Ten, whatever. But, who are some of these teams in kind of the other conferences that have caught your eye? Maybe like, a Clemson, a BYU that can really, surprise us this year and get a playoff spot and go on a run.
Well, you mentioned one, Brigham Young. I think it's incredible that people keep looking at Notre Dame saying they've got a one-game season when they have to go to Provo to play. So that's a team. It's got a bunch of veteran leadership. It's got a bunch of 25-year-old dudes whose only loss last year was to the only playoff team from their league. So they just run all that back. And I look at that team, and if you could just get like fractions of degrees better here and there, they could do something. I also am really fascinated about Louisville, who plays Ole Miss in week 1 in Nashville.
That game's going to be fast.
On a Sunday night. Yep. And I'm thinking about that two ways. I mean, you could obviously sell from the Ole Miss's perspective that if you lose that game, you got one loss already with LSU coming to town 2 weeks later. That writes itself. But if Louisville were to win that game, they don't play Miami in the regular season. So they've already got a very workable path. Everyone's just assuming, all right, Louisville, they'll lose a few games. That'll be one of them. Well, if all of a sudden that giant domino falls their way, it's a long season, still some losable games, but you already got past one of your highest hurdles. And that was a dent against the SEC's out-of-conference resume early on. How does that play both in the ACC's favor and to the SEC's detriment 4 months later when it's playoff selection time? So those are a lot of big ones there. But I think Louisville, man, if you believe in Jeff Brom and you believe what he can do with quarterbacks, which I do, and this takes a little bit more of a stretch, but if you believe Lincoln Kienholz really pushed Julian Sand to the wire, which reliable sources have said on the record at Ohio State, again, I said it's a stretch, then you could tell me that maybe some things could happen there this year, because Jeff Brom's about the best in the country at getting the absolute most out of his roster. Now, the downside is they just lose some inexplicable game every year that keeps them from hitting the finish line the right way.
Always. Miami can't possibly come up short of an ACC championship this year, right?
Unless they had just critical amounts of injuries. Unless you can predict that. I don't know how they don't at least make the game. And they win the game if they're there. So, yeah, I'll say that again. I'll endorse that again. As much as I hate going along with you, I will endorse that thought again. As you know, last year, here's what's crazy. So they end up making the title game last year. It ended up working out for them. The ACC schedule makers were so drunk when they made that schedule last year.
They were hammered.
They sent Miami, one of your premier teams, on the road to Blacksburg, second to last week of the year, on the road to Pitt last week of the year. Had they made the conference title game, that's a third straight week on the road.
Yep.
Even though it's neutral site. And that would have been, I think, their 9th straight game. So it would have been Miami's 9th straight game, third straight week on the road to culminate your conference slate.
To be fair, you also can't assume, if you are making the conference schedule, that Miami is going to be set up to make
competing at the end of the year. Yeah.
So here's all I'm saying. I would take a little better care constructing Miami's schedule than I would Wake Forest schedule. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
We like Jake Dickert, though.
SMU's got this situation this year in the ACC. SMU has back-to-back road games to finish the year. One of them's a West Coast game. And then theoretically, if they were to make it to Charlotte, you're flying coast to coast to coast to coast, and it's your third straight road game to end the season. Back-to-back road games to end the year, I don't think should ever happen. for anybody.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and we've now discussed 5 or 6 ACC teams and nothing on Clemson. Do you think the ship has kind of sailed there?
Oh, boy. I want to say no so quickly. Got to be careful, though. All right. I'm writing in lowercase. No. It's very lowercase. Small font. It's hard to see.
We both bought into Cade last year, and he let us down.
Which is his fault, not ours.
Exactly. We just got to learn from it.
He screwed up, not us.
So I hope you know that by writing lowercase no, you are writing uppercase yes to Chad Morris. Thoughts?
I don't have any.
Yeah.
Neither
that I want to vocalize. I just love when I went over there in the spring. I love how leaned in and resolute Dabo is on that move. Because to Dabo, it's as simple as, look, we underachieved in 2010. I hired Chad. Bing, bang, boom. It's that easy.
Buddy,
It's ABCs. It's what do you not see? What do you not get?
It's the year of our Lord 2026. And if you had just let Chad Morris just be Chad Morris on a ranch somewhere, the college football gods would not have stepped in and said, let's get this Chad Morris guy a job. And that's the problem.
Well, do you feel the same way about Lincoln, not Lane, bringing Gary Patterson in as defensive coordinator?
A little bit. I feel a little bit like that.
I like Gary Patterson. That's the difference.
Yeah, that's true.
I want to root for him.
Yeah. I mean, Gary Patterson is a defensive mind. A little bit different than Chad Morris, the offensive mind. Come on, that's fair. Well,
I'm not disagreeing.
Clemson being back for you.
Back what?
Is getting to an ACC championship? Is Dabo doing the Toby Keith, how do you like me now? If he is getting to an ACC championship, because I don't think I can take any more of Dabo flexing about his resume and telling us about things that happened 8-9 years ago. I'm so over it at this point that like nobody has kicked the can more than Dabo Swinney. His foot has a massive gush in it because of how many times he has just kicked the can in the 2020s. I'm tired of hearing it. I am.
I would suggest hitting mute because you're going to hear it at least 100 more times. And especially if they – can I paint you a scenario?
Please.
It's week 1. LSU doesn't quite have its act together. Dabo has packaged up every bit of us against the world, little Clemson, nobody believes in us, you're a bunch of nobodies, he possibly can. And they're +3 turnovers at LSU and they win 23-21. That press conference is a Super Bowl moment. That is dude, I still got 10 games to go, 11 games to go. I don't care. Y'all are about to hear it.
Week 1 has made me so sad as an LSU supporter, and that really would just put the cherry on top. But no, talking a little bit more national stuff. You know, you talked about the Big 12 last year with BYU, and you know the one hump they couldn't get over was Texas Tech. And sometimes you can just wait a team out. It feels like, you know, outside of BYU, do you think Texas Tech has taken a big enough step back to where they're not in the conversation? Who else is in the conversation for the Big 12 title?
Yeah, no, they haven't taken a big enough step back. They're still the class of the conference.
Okay.
I just think probably they're a little more reachable.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's a little more obtainable to compete for the conference title. Now, I thought Brigham Young was going to be in that mix anyway.
I like you call them by their proper name.
I like that too.
No, as a reason. It's because I am deep down. I'm from Harris County, Georgia, and so I can't round off the Y the way it's supposed to sound. So it's just BYU.
That's all right.
I think you're within range there.
I've worked on it, but I still got work to do. Just like the Z in Clemson, I've still got work to do.
It's not Clemson.
I know, but I can't.
They'll
I
tell
can't
you
get there.
It's a P in there.
Mentally, I'm there. Verbally, I'm
Clemson.
I'm not. Houston.
Okay.
Maybe.
Connor Wigman.
Just maybe. I have no idea what Oklahoma State's going to be. Nobody knows. Kansas State, year 19 under Avery Johnson with at least one more to go, it sounds like. We'll see. But no, if there's a dark horse, it would be Houston for me.
Mm-hmm.
If there's just a prime contender, I think it's Brigham Young. The one I really wonder about just in general is Arizona State. Like the status now and moving forward, because it felt like they were here to stay. And then Kenny kept reminding you, no, we're kind of secretly broke. No, secretly we're trailing a little far behind in the NIL game.
Mm-hmm.
That's why in that year they made the run a couple of years ago. He took every post-game press conference as an opportunity to beg for money.
Yep.
He knew what he was doing.
Last one for you. You're filling out the ballot. Who wins the SEC? Who's playing in the SEC championship?
Texas and Georgia. Texas wins.
Okay.
Safest pick possible.
Texas beating Georgia is the safest pick possible?
Yeah. Look,
It has to happen eventually, right?
I just say if I continue to close my eyes and throw darts at a board, look, I got a bullseye. Maybe this is Texas's bullseye year.
You're a big believer, though. Like, just because something hasn't happened doesn't mean that it'll never happen. You say
Can't doesn't equal haven't, or haven't doesn't equal can't.
That's true. That's true.
Sark believes it too. He better believe it.
He better believe it, or else, look, if they lose to Georgia a fourth time, and that's the thing I can't quite get around is like, I think Sark has a Kirby problem. I really do.
I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
Like Kirby had a Saban problem.
Yeah.
Until he didn't. God bless Jamison Williams, whatever needed to happen. Then all of a sudden he didn't. And then he was off to the races. I think, Ryan Day had a Michigan problem and still had one and won a national title despite it. And then finally rectified that last year. Just everyone's got a problem and some people get past it and some people don't. And that's the way of the world.
Josh Pate, official commissioner.
Thank you.
Of college football.
Thank you.
According to you.
It's easier to say. It's less words.
Josh, thanks, man.
Thank
you.
you.
Do it again soon.
Absolutely.
Josh.
Great to see you again. Eat plenty of eggs for us.
Appreciate it.
All right. We're going to get out of here in just a minute. Josh, you're good to put the headset
down.
Bye. You're good. You're good.
See ya.
Man, we're live. We're live. We got Jordan Rogers coming on in just a minute here. I'm going to signal over to Jordan right there. I'm going to give him the point. And, he gave me, he shook me off. Wow. I threw down the fastball. He shook me off. He said, no, I'm getting the curve. Unbelievable. Wow. Incredible. My second favorite Vanderbilt quarterback, Jordan Rogers, set to join the set. Man, he didn't hear me say that. I don't think the second favorite Vandy quarterback. No.
That means he didn't get passed by Pavia though.
Okay.
So
let's start right there.
Okay.
Let's start right there. This time last year, I was trying to talk you into Diego Pavia.
Yeah.
You then had to watch Diego Pavia be the Heisman runner-up.
Wait, so you're saying I was wrong? Man.
No.
Yeah, I'm wrong every once in a while.
No. How much buyer's remorse did you have about that as a guy that you could have been gassing up the entire season?
Yeah, a lot of remorse because I think he played his ass off. Like, not just, why? Here's why. Because if you look at the 2024 Vandy team, they were a triple option team.
Yeah.
There was a team that milked the clock. They ran like 40-something plays a game. So as I'm projecting this, I'm like, yeah, maybe he'll be good in what they do because he is. That wasn't who they were or what they did schematically in 2025. They were a team that pushed the football vertically downfield. It was much less of the triple option stuff. That was still a nuance and an element of what they do. But I was just surprised at some of the pieces around him. Trey Richardson, a guy that, if you'd have told me before the season that he's a guy that's going to run by everybody in the league, no matter who he's facing now against, I'd be like, well, I don't know. He's a little undersized. So this had guys and the system came together in a way that it didn't look like in 2024. So, yeah, I fucking missed that one. That's all right, I'm happy for Vandy. I don't hate it. I don't hate it for the Doors.
So piggybacking off of that, how do you transfer from, this almost like Service Academy offense with this awesome fire leader quarterback to now you got Jared Curtis. Not only is he a 5-star, but he's a young 5-star. How do you make that transition?
Movie star too.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, in Bargatze's movie, right?
With Bargatze, but you're close enough. That's fine.
He's going to be pissed at that too. I think Tim Beck has shown a great ability to adapt the offense based around what they do. And they're going to look different for sure. It should be the Cedric Alexander show. The guy needs to get 20-plus touches a game. 16 or 17 just handed to him, and he needs to get 6 or 7 through the air in one way or another. So it's going to look different. But I think when you have a young quarterback, similar to, maybe when I was at Vandy, we had Zach Stacy. I would turn around and give the ball to him as much as possible. And we had a guy in Jordan Matthews who was pretty dang good and a lot of question marks around. So it was like, okay, how many times can we hand off to Zach Stacy, and how many times can I throw it to Jordan Matthews? And I probably tried to throw it to him 13 times a game and maybe 3 or 4 to anybody else. That was who we were. And you feel like that maybe is how you simplify things but lean into a young quarterback that's super talented, at least early, to let him get his feet wet and help him grow into the type of player he's going to be because he'll be special. But it's tough to do that early in this league.
We always talk quarterback rankings with you. You love getting the people going. You're like – I don't want to. This is going to sound so disrespectful.
Please,
I don't want to say that you've almost got Orlovsky syndrome.
Ooh,
I don't want to say that.
Spent a lot of time around Dan, for a year in Tampa, so maybe it rubbed off a little more than I thought.
I don't want to say that you have that when it comes to quarterback rankings.
Yeah,
because you will forget more than I'll ever know. But you did like to stir the pot.
Yeah, I don't know if I have a pot. Let me.
No, you do.
I do.
You had Mateer. Didn't you have Mateer at 2?
Oh yeah. Well, did I have it 2 or 3 last year? I might have had him at 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
For a month though, you looked great.
Hey, I have him at 3 this year.
Yeah, well, you have at 3 this year.
Yeah. So that's one that maybe would surprise people based on what we saw. So I have Trinidad, Arch, Mateer, Levitt, Gunner.
Oh, so
Levitt may also stir the pot a little bit there at 4. I mean, I think you can justify it. I think you can also go, wait, but Gunner,
why do you hate Gunner Stockton?
I don't exactly. That's what we're going to get, right? So where do you want to start with those?
I mean, I think that Gunner was a guy that you could trust when the bullets are flying.
Yeah.
He and Trinidad answered that question more than any quarterback in this conference. That's why they finished top 10 in the Heisman voting. And I do think that you see the flaws with him. They need to be able to stretch the field.
Yeah.
They need to be a more explosive offense. Very well documented. I think that the personnel last year maybe didn't necessarily set up for that. I still would trust Gunner in a lot of situations. In situations that I'm not sure I could trust those other guys with just yet. So
I agree.
Why are you a little bit more reserved on him coming back?
Yeah, it's the balance, and this is where we always get F doing these quarterback rankings, is because it's part projection, it's part skill set that sometimes is just potential, and it's part production and what they've actually done. Gunner, what he's actually done, 18 touchdowns and 2 interceptions against ranked opponents last year. I mean, in the biggest moments, he was his best. I mean, if you have that body work, you go, well, he should be number 1 or number 2 behind Trinidad or whatever you want to say. Limitations around his physical skill set as far as pushing the ball vertically, I think, is one of those things that makes you just hesitate. And then you add on top of that the question marks at receiver. I'm not saying they're not going to be talented, and Ellis Williams and Lawson Lucky are one of the best tight end rooms. So I'm specifically speaking about the receivers with London Humphreys back and Taylon Taylor and
Isaiah Canyon.
Isaiah Canyon will be exactly who they need as an X, and Jacoby White-Helton's a guy that maybe will be a little bit more of a Zachariah Branch guy that they get the ball in space. I just think there's question marks there. So I put him at 5 because I'm like, man, they want to be more explosive. Certain pieces maybe tell you they could be, but maybe that'd be my reservation there. And I'd put Mateer and Levitt ahead of them, more so based on overall skill set, potential, and fit to what they're going to do this year. And Levitt is a big question mark because you flip on 2024 and early last year, and you like some of it, but also you don't like a lot of it. Like I kept watching film going, he's late all the time. His feet don't marry up to the route and the timing, and that causes him to hitch a couple times and be inaccurate on throws. And then I keep watching, and I go, man, is all Arizona State does is 4 verts and guys running deep, and I'm like,
and then come back to the ball and
give the guy a layup every now and then. So that's where I go, he wasn't good pushing the ball downfield last year. I think it was like 28% on throws at 20-plus yards downfield, and Trinidad in this system was one of the best. He was top 15 in the country. You have to be able to hit those throws to be successful. And I go, he's going to benefit greatly from a controlled, quick passing game that gives him layups because he can change arm angle. He can be sudden and accurate on those throws when he wants to be or when he's allowed to be. And then I think that'll help improve the shots because he's physically talented. I think the system will help match and improve the production in that area that was maybe my question mark there.
Jordan, you may have just given me this answer in the fact that I should be maybe panicking about my own team's quarterback, Sam Levitt. But let me ask you this question. As a former quarterback, you're going to see the position differently than guys at home, right? What are the things that if you were going to teach someone how to watch film, they should be looking for just across the board to determine this quarterback is a function of the offense, this quarterback is a guy that could maybe win at the next level based on, what you see at the position?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think my eyes go – I watch plays over and over again because it's not about the result. It's about how they got there. And sometimes the result can be a good process, right? The ball actually went where it was supposed to go. So he's seen a coverage rotation, or he saw a zone, or he saw attacked man, the route in the concept that he should have. And you go, okay, check that box. And sometimes shit just happens. And but that's part of football too. And sometimes you make a play when it's not there, or the read's not right, but man, that is an elite throw. And you have that, check that box. Like he can make a tight window throw. Now we'll work on the decision making. Let's see if it pans out. And then I love watching feet when it comes to why someone
go.
I know.
Jordan Rodgers, feet guy. Okay.
Yeah. I probably have a feet finder out there somewhere.
Yep.
Because when I see an inaccurate throw or an accurate throw, more so inaccurate, I wonder why.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm obsessed with that because I think it's probably a product of I was taught everything wrong about mechanics growing up. because the rotational aspect of being a quarterback was not a thing yet. They were trying to make quarterbacks be like pitchers.
Yeah.
You know, they were all big and tall in that era. There wasn't an RPO. You weren't scrambling around as much. And I'm not dating myself here, but I was taught throw over the top, finish in your opposite pocket. I mean, those are two things that are maybe the worst and suck the most velocity and accuracy out of a thrower than anything. So I love watching feet. I love watching how that affects upper body mechanics. And that's part of my big study with Arch and my positives and negatives to his game. So that's kind of where my eyes go when I watch a quarterback, and it's all subjective, right? I mean, I think I understand why they make decisions and if they're right in making those decisions, why they went there, but I'm not in those rooms. You know, I'm not the coach that's telling them why they should have gone here. So you take it with a grain of salt. But I'm obsessed with that aspect of the game.
I always wondered how you got to 1 million Instagram followers, and now Jordan Rogers feet guy. It makes sense, you know.
Yeah. I'm not going to tell you about my burner Instagram accounts.
Goodness,
kidding.
It's all just Mac quarterbacks on there. You're just watching film all day.
Exactly, yeah.
Watching this Mac incompletions. Ohio against Bowling Green Tuesday night. Give me a quarterback in the SEC that you're buying low on. You can't take like a Mateer, like a Trinidad or somebody like that, but a guy that you're like, he's going to finish better than where we're projecting him right now.
Who are we?
I think there's a clear answer if you ask people in this room.
Who would you say then?
Kamario Taylor's the guy.
Oh, yeah.
Mario Taylor would be the guy. I would also put Keelan Russell in that conversation just because I think his stock is low right now as it's probably going to be. But there are some of those guys in the SEC that I look at and I'm like, man, we're so wrong every year when it comes to the SEC quarterback conversation in the preseason.
Yeah.
And these guys haven't necessarily, blame it on NIL if you want, but these guys haven't lived up to it. So maybe we should be talking more about these other guys, these inexperienced guys who, like, by the end of October, we're going to be like, oh my God, like they've got an all SEC season wrapped up.
Yeah. One thing I love about Kamario, in talking with Lebby, we had him early. I don't remember if it was week 2 or week 3. It's Georgia game, I think it was. That was early.
Oh no, that was late. That was kind of
late
season. Yeah.
Okay, I had him multiple times. I had him once early and then that time. Now, yeah, he played more that game, didn't he?
I think he did.
I think he did. Yeah. So early in the season, we had them a couple times, whether it was nation or a game. And I remember talking to him. He's like, "Hey, this dude's going to be really good." He's like, "But I'm being very intentional and careful with his development." He's like, I cannot give him too much too soon because I don't want to burn him. He's so talented. So he was very careful in the package of plays that he allowed him to execute early in the season, in his reps in practice, and how much he put him in, and why he put him in. And I think that built a guy between the ears that I think is ready, more ready than he should be at this point with his limited experience and the time that he ended up playing at the end of the year. But the dude is. Cam Newton comparison is easy to throw around. I know. I hate it, but just a big body. And I say that because he's a physical downhill runner. Like, he's not going to as much run around you, shake you. He can, but he's scary when he gets going downhill. Like, incredibly strong arm, gifted. And I think Lebby did a really good job of being careful with how he developed him.
We're not going to bleep the F-bomb. We're going to bleep the Cam Newton comment.
There you go. You know, the other one I'm buying low, and it's weird to say low because, like, people love Lenoris just because of his physical gifts.
He is a buy low. I think that's fair.
I think I've been talking to Beamer even before he promoted Mike Shula. He was really worried about that hire. Not Mike, just he was stressing about who would I get. And I think he looks back now and goes, I took the easy option because he and you can't fault him because what he was trying to do is keep the system the same around a really talented guy, not change up too much. But that was a bad hire. It wasn't the right hire. Kendall Briles, if you go back and look at KJ Jefferson, who is very similar skill set wise, big guy. Lenoris is more talented. He's faster, but similar. Big guy that can run, that can throw. His numbers with Kendall in 2 years at Arkansas were stupid. I looked him up, and I'm only going to rattle them off because numbers are numbers, but because they're that dumb. 5,600 yards passing, 45 touchdowns to 9 interceptions, 1,200 yards rushing, and 14 touchdowns. Like, 45 touchdowns to 9 interceptions? If you would have told me that was his number, I go, no way. He had to throw more interceptions than that. Like, he was efficient. They were explosive. So I look at, I'm concerned about some of the young receivers still developing around him. But I look at the system and I go, they're going to go fast. They're going to distribute the ball. They're going to get it out of his hands quickly, which was a problem last year because they couldn't block. And it will be a problem early until that group comes together with all the transfers, some of the transfers they have. But I feel like, dude, we're going to see the pieces of the Lenoris we had hoped to see that we just weren't able to the last couple of years because they couldn't run and they couldn't block, and he was running around trying to save his life.
So let's say you're coming out today. You're an 18-year-old kid. You're properly rated this time. Let's say high 4-star, right?
Nice.
Who's going on the recruiting graphic? Top 3 teams that you would consider committing to.
Oh, this is good. Top 3 teams would probably be.
If you say James Franklin, I'm going to throw up.
Oh, I was just thinking SEC teams. We're going
overall.
Oh,
yeah.
Come on. Ohio State. I'd love to go to Ohio State.
There's an obvious one. There's an obvious one.
Vanderbilt?
I mean, yeah, you got there eventually. You get to play with Tim Beck.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
With Tim Beck.
Actually, yes. Yes. I would look at that 100%. I would look at that and I would go, I can see how that skill set, because what I did in junior college, especially when I was making that decision, or even in high school, like I ran around a little bit like Diego. I was undersized until I hit a little bit of a growth spurt. So I'd probably see a lot of that offense working well with me.
If it's good enough for Jared Curtis, it's good enough for.
And then I'd go, and then I'd go LSU, just because I'd want to play for Lane in that offense, because I am so jealous of the RPOs. I missed the RPOs by about 2 years. Like we were still in the pro style system world where we had now screens and key screens. So the backside of runs would be a now was just a single receiver. We call it a smoke route. Step and you throw it to him if he's got and try to make a guy miss. Or a key screen was a 2 receiver where the inside guy would arc and block the outside guy, and a now or a smoke on the outside. And it was just, hey, if the box is heavy, just flip it out there. But God, they would be able to be in the shotgun and like read a guy and just have the type of ability to attack with layup throws like that. I was jealous. So I'd watch Lane's offense as a high school kid, and I go, I want to play in that.
So you think all that outside noise is kind of lost on the people actually within football that are watching the tape, they're looking at the offense. They're like, the Lane Kiffin offense still works. I'm not worried about that.
Some people on Twitter, because I was going to war on Monday because I came out and said LSU needs to get to a national championship or it's a failure.
You might have just gotten dogged by a previous guest. Matt.
Totally. That's fine.
Yeah.
I don't mind that, but I will back it up. I'll go to war with why, I believe it. That's what I don't care if we disagree, but you better believe I believe what I'm saying. I'm not just saying it, but where was I going with this? Oh, I had somebody reach out and go, oh, this Lane Kiffin, everyone's figured out this offense and like defensive coordinators aren't scared. I'm like, did you watch Ole Miss last year? Did Georgia really figure it out in that playoff game? Like it seems like it's still working pretty good. Like so that was just funny. It's SEC media days. People are just
last one
angry if I say something they don't like.
I know. I just like getting angry at you even when you say something I do like.
Love that.
I think that's more fun. I was going to ask you some dad stuff.
Oh yeah.
Most humbling moment you have had as a father so far?
Boy, I think it's just, our baby girl Romy was about 3.5 weeks early, and the first month was rough. She wasn't eating well because she was a little early, and we weren't sleeping at all. We were both sleeping on the couch, so we close to the bassinet. And like I remember one time, middle of the night, like we just couldn't get her to stop crying, and we just look at each other, and we're both haven't slept much in the last couple of days, and we're like, it's one of those bonding moments where you look at your wife and you go, we're in this together. Yeah. And like, I'm glad I have you, because like we could be like yelling at each other and pissing at each other. And there's part of that we are sometimes, but like we're in it and we got something more important than either of us or our sleep or anything. So that was a pretty crazy moment. People get really mad at me when I say this, but since we had a great little sleep trainer that we had help us with structure.
I've already heard about this.
Yeah.
And I want you to tell it again for the people, because this is incredible.
What part?
The Romanian.
Oh yeah. So Jaji, she is a guru. When I say like a wizard, I mean she's an absolute wizard. Also loves ripping cigs on the patio every now and then.
Exactly what you looks like, and I've never seen a picture.
But so ever since Romy's been a month old, and I'm gonna say this, and you guys are gonna be really mad. She has never woken us up in the middle of the night. Not once. I mean, not even to be like, oh, should we go in? She's crying a little bit. Like, oh, maybe we'll let it. No, not at all. She sleeps like a rock, 11, 12 hours. The issue, though, she doesn't want to eat. Yeah. She doesn't care. She's like, oh, I'll take 2 ounces in my bottle, and then I'm good. Let's party. Let's play. And I'm like, no, you need to eat, girl. Like, you got to get however many ounces they tell you to get. We're like, we're not even close yet. So we're stressing about that. At least we're sleeping, which is a blessing. But it's been fun, man. I always, because I came from a family of 3 boys, always thought, man, I can't wait to have a boy. Man, having a daughter is special.
The best.
It is so cool. I could have 3 more. I would say I want a son at some point, hopefully. But if I didn't, man, daughters are awesome.
Girls flag football.
Oh yeah, let's go. Let's go. I tell JoJo that all the time.
Same. I don't.
I'm like, no, she's gonna be throwing the ball. We're gonna get out there. We're gonna rip it around. Oh yeah.
I see the videos.
Yeah.
We're building the 07 Patriots of girls flag football here.
Let's
right
go.
in front of us.
Yes.
Okay.
Love it. Love it. Jordan, you are the absolute best.
Awesome guy.
Thank you so much.
Great being again, man.
For sure.
Coming again soon. All right, that's a wrap. That is day 3 of the OG kickoff. Boom. Extra time, stoppage time for Jordan Rogers. He's worth it. Absolutely. Guys, this has been really, really fun. We have one more day of live coverage from SEC Media Days, day 4. We're going to have a lot of fun. It's going to be post karaoke. I'm leaning Toby Keith for karaoke, by the way.
Okay.
I'm leaning Toby Keith, maybe some John Party, TBD. Follow John Neighbors on Twitter for all the videos that are going to come out from that. It's been fun. Will, any final thoughts?
That's a promo right there. No, man, I really do love the structure this year. It felt like it was kind of a bang at the last several years. It starts off with a bang with LSU, whatever, and then it kind of fades off. Tomorrow's going to be a huge day. Today might be the biggest day. We got Ole Miss arriving as we speak right now. So, yeah.
Thanks, guys. Talk soon.